Talk Show. Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 61, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
How's it going? We are talking about episode 512, Dead is Dead. Everyone loves a palindrome.
Not a palindrome.
Well, sort of. Sentence, like a word palindrome.
A word palindrome.
Word-based.
Okay. Fair enough. Word-based palindrome?
A word-based palindrome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
pretty simple, though. It's like Bob or something. Wow.
Yeah. This is a Ben-centric episode. It's got a lot of big mysteries solved and revealed and brought up again.
Right.
As Lost does. What did you think about this one?
Well, you know, I have mixed feelings about it. There are a lot of parts I really like, and it's certainly a big deal. I mean, all kinds of stuff that we've been talking about for a very long time gets answered in this episode, and so that's cool. We do learn more about various things, and there are still unanswered questions, of course, probably a few new ones, and so I like that. On the other hand, it felt some of these moments are so big, it felt like they were rushed. It felt like they kind of blew through some huge events, and it almost seemed like too much to really cover so quickly, and so that some of the pacing bothered me, and trying to make some of the stuff work with what we've heard and seen before is a little bit weird, and well, A-.
A-?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be interested to, we can pinpoint some of the issues you saw with this one. I picked up on that a little bit, I guess. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm sure we'll get to them. There was a moment or two when they brought up a big reveal and then dropped it, and I was like, it felt weird, and I guess that's what it was. It felt like we needed to spend more time with it. But I didn't have any real big problems with this one. Overall, I thought it was pretty good. I thought it did a good job with weaving in and out of the backstory. And I have to say it. I hope it's not premature to say, and it's sort of like if it's true, he will let me down. But I want to say season 1 Locke is back.
Mm-hmm.
To me, in this episode, Locke was completely season 1 Locke.
I have to agree. He somehow got that tone back.
He got the swagger back.
Yeah.
All the man needed was a new suit. All he needed was some fancy shoes.
I think that really helped. I think not having the clothes that he had been wearing for the last few seasons, I think really helped. Rejuvenate him and make him seem like a new man.
I think so.
Yeah, you're right. Locke was a lot better this episode. He's definitely he's definitely not the Locke that he was.
No, which of course was strange when he reassures Son, I'm the same man I've always been. I'm thinking,
right.
Yay, but no. You've been good and you've been bad, and I don't know which one you're talking about.
Yeah, and I don't quite believe him. I feel like he's not quite right about that. I mean, I guess he's right in some ways, but there's I don't think old Locke knew where the smoke monster was, for example.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe the point is old Locke should have known, and he, or something. I don't know, but I don't even know how the new Locke knew. I don't know how we're supposed to believe he knew, other than he just was sort of led there. Part of me wishes like Jin somehow told him about where he saw Montauk's arm getting taken, because when they come back to that, I'm thinking, oh yeah, maybe Locke somehow heard about this event and that's what he, something.
I think he technically could have.
Yeah.
They didn't show it, of course, but it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Although it'd be a little tricky. I guess Jin wasn't, his English wasn't that good, but he could have muddled through.
Yeah.
Got the idea across.
But overall, I thought it was pretty good. I'll give it an A.
A?
Yeah, I'll give it an A.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Yeah.
There's a lot of big it has a couple big moments,
Oh, definitely.
A couple of season 1 stuff, a couple of, the whole Penny Desmond thing.
Yep.
And seeing where Smokey comes from is pretty big. It's a pretty big deal.
And there's also, definitely. And there's also some, thematic character development for Ben.
Yeah, totally.
They sort of get a little more into what he's about.
Mm-hmm.
And where he stands on certain things.
I think we're going to spend a lot of time in this episode talking about Ben, because I got some questions about old Benny. Old Benny boy.
Yeah, I do as well. Yeah. The Widmore thing, of course.
Widmore.
That's a big thing in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
And Smokey, of course. I would say the oldest and first lost mystery.
Mhm.
So
yeah, definitely.
So that's definitely a thing. Although they stopped short of completely explaining it, we did get more.
Mhm.
So.
Should we start?
Sure. You ready?
Jump on in. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so in the first scene, we're on the island in the jungle. We see a young guy running on a horse. He comes to a camp. It looks like the others' camp. He walks up to old Richard Alpert, looking as unaged as ever, and he asks Richard if it was true that he brought one of them to their temple. Richard says he's just a boy. He was dying. The man said you should have let him die. Richard responds that Jacob wanted it done, that the island chooses who the island chooses. The man asks to know the boy's name. We cut inside the tent where young Ben is lying, presumably after getting healed at the temple. The young man comes in and talks to Ben. He tells him he's among friends. Ben asks if his dad is there and tells the man that he doesn't want to go back to his dad. Then the young man reassures him, says everything's going to be okay. He says just because you're living with them doesn't mean you can't be one of us, and that the island saved his life. And then young Ben asks who the man is, and the man is none other than Charles Widmore.
What?
Esquire.
A British other? Charles Widmore?
Charles Widmore.
Wow. Who saw that?
I think a British other is technically a brother.
Ouch. I think you're right, though.
Yeah.
He's a brother. So the others have horses. That was the biggest revelation for me.
Yeah, that was a pretty big one. So big I didn't realize how big it was. I don't know how, I guess, how are you supposed to get from, to and fro on the island if you don't have a Dharma van? So
yeah,
I guess
we've never seen any horses. It made me want to think this was Kate's horse that she sees later.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
somehow
I think it calls into question that there's horses on the island now, so that the horse she saw
didn't have to be magic horse.
Been a horse.
Yeah, it's just a horse. Yeah.
Now, of course, the real mystery will be solved in season 6 when we realize, that the horse that Kate and Sawyer saw is the son horse from Charles Widmore's horse that we see here.
Right.
So there's the familial connection.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know how long horses live. So.
They can live quite a long time.
They can? Okay.
Yeah. Is that specific enough?
Yes. Yes. Yeah, that'll do.
We talked last week about this, and it's great that they did it the next episode. That if they wanted to show Widmore in the time period when Ben was younger, that they'd probably have to get a different actor because Allendale couldn't really pull that off.
Not quite.
So as soon as the guy starts talking to Richard, I'm just like, oh, okay, that's Widmore.
Me too.
That's all I needed.
Yep.
And it's cool. It's cool to see this sort of situation, sort of mirroring, when we first saw Widmore as when he's like 18 or whatever, 17, back in the 50s.
Right.
So this was pretty cool to see Widmore reacting to that.
And notably, the first meeting between Ben and Widmore.
I know. I was hoping, when he said, "What's your name?" I thought he was going to say, "I'm Charles Widmore, your future nemesis." Yeah, it was a pretty big meeting.
Yeah. Yeah, I was expecting him to call him boy, since that's his thing.
Boy.
But yeah, it's quite a. Oh, I was gonna say there was something I meant to say last podcast, and I might have even said it, but I don't remember, so I'm just gonna say it again if I said it, and if not, say it for the first time. Sorry, that was too long of a preface. I think that I did talk about how originally the others weren't dressing up, and I did bring up that the way the others are here in the 70s is basically like they were dressing up to be, during the main course of the show in 2004. And I kind of feel like that middle period. I mean, they fit it into the story. They make it sort of about Ben, and they talk about it sort of being Ben's idea to move into the barracks and all that. But it kind of feels like they still wanted to. It kind of feels like they had sort of two functions or roles that the others were supposed to fulfill, and the dressing up others they needed for that subplot about fertility problems and Ben's cancer and all that, and now these others are better for the mysteries of the island. They're sort of more like what we thought the others were, and so it feels like they've just kind of gone back to, the original idea, and managed to make it work where it still somehow fits into the story, but they don't have to like completely abandon where the others started.
It's not a huge deal, I think, because they have the whole thing with the others dressing up in the beginning, and as long as and what they basically sort of painted is, I think, makes it work where in their past, they did sort of dress like that. So they have sort of reason to do it in the future or in the present or whatever. And this whole thing about, it sort of being Ben's idea to move in. So I mean, they make it work because you have this period where, the first period, they are living in the jungle. The second period, Ben moves them to the barracks and stuff. And then the third period is when, they're dressing up to look like the first period,
right?
For all that other stuff, but it's a little weird, but they make it work. It's if they, I mean, they had to go that way, right? I mean, they couldn't show the others pre-Dharma and have them, not living in the jungle, basically.
Right, yeah, yeah. It's still a little weird that it was like Dharma glue and all that. I kind of feel like, the way they played it, it sort of seems weird now. But I agree that that it sort of makes sense. But it kind of feels like the others have gone back to this version of them.
Yeah.
Now, with Alpert leading and them living in the jungle, and ever since Ben left, basically.
Mhm. Yeah, and like I said, I think not all of them went to the barracks anyway. Because didn't we see a lot of them died? Oh, didn't I forgot about that whole.
A lot of the others died.
Yeah, I forgot about that whole thing where like all the others died when that whole team. Remember when the whole team died? They tried to storm the beach.
Yes.
And they got their asses handed to them, and by way of death.
Right. Yeah. Not a good way to get your ass handed to you.
No, that's the most final way.
You can keep my ass if I can stay alive.
Yeah, so that was so yeah, like I said, I think a lot of them didn't even go to the whole barracks thing, and I still want to know what was up with that. Like that was one of the moments I was like, keep talking, Ben, keep talking.
Yeah, I know. They didn't really explain it. They just sort of brought it up.
Yeah.
I was surprised they did that, but it does seem like something they need to give some.
And it was sort of relevant to the conversation too, because it was, what the whole, part of the theme of this episode is that what the island wants versus what individual people want to do.
Right.
And so that was kind of the point is, it didn't seem, like Locke said, it didn't seem like something the island would want to, to have the people do. And in this episode too, another thing I've talked about is it's so unclear the relationship Ben has. Like, what does Ben really know? And and what does the island want? And who is the island's people? And why is Richard not in charge?
Yeah.
I still ask that question.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, was Richard lying, or did Jacob really want him to save Ben's life?
Yeah. I guess we should talk about that. Not a rhetorical question since we're talking about this.
Yeah.
In this scene. I'm gonna have to say he's not lying. I don't think Richard really lies anyway, but I don't think he's lying because I think what we get by the end of this episode is that what Ben is integral to the whatever the island wants to do. The island seems to have favored Ben a lot of times, and I think it even sort of doesn't punish him at the end.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's supposed to lead us to believe everything he's done for the best interest of the island. So I'm inclined to believe Jacob did want him to save Ben.
Okay. Yeah. I think I agree. I don't want Jacob to be so ineffectual that Richard could just go save Ben and not have his approval and then lie to Whitmore about it and just sort of get away with that. It just seems a little bit too much for me to handle. And I agree. I don't think Richard is certainly not like Ben. I definitely I definitely don't think he just lies all the time. So, but we didn't see it, you know. From what we saw, they just bring him out to Richard, and it isn't clear. It isn't clear that Jacob has told Richard anything at that point. It kind of seems like he's just surprised that they bring him out there.
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, here's what he says. Jacob wanted it done. The island chooses who the island chooses. You know? Because I kind of feel like, you know, Ben would not have been healed if the island didn't want to heal him. Right. / if Jacob didn't want him healed. And I still don't know how synonymous Jacob and the island are. Richard really
sort of makes them. Richard sort of conflates them. And so I think we're supposed to believe they're the same. I know we've talked about that before, but I think Smokey, Jacob, and the island are all pretty wound up together.
The Trinity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yikes. I don't know who's who, but yes. I think they're the wills of those three are synonymous, even if they're not exactly the same thing.
I would say the island is God the Father. Jacob is God the Son, and Smokey's the Spirit.
Okay, all right.
Because the Son, you know, Jesus, you know, dying for the sins and all that. I can see that being Jacob, the sort of, you know, the man on the ground, as it were.
Right.
Helping the people and all that stuff. Yeah.
Your field correspondent.
Yeah, exactly. I'm here live on the island. So anyway, yeah. So yeah. That's
I guess I kind of see Richard taking Ben, going to the temple, and if the island / Jacob / whatever doesn't want Ben to be healed, then he wouldn't be. That's so in that sense. So maybe he didn't know that Jacob wanted it initially, but you know, because it worked, he knew, or he found out there, or something like that.
Yeah, and here's the other thing. You know, when he what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So what's interesting is when Kate and Sawyer first gave Ben to Richard, you know, he says, you know, he asked, what, you know, is this Benjamin Linus? And then, of course, you know, from we know before, Ben, you know, Richard told Ben, you know, you'd have to wait a long, long time, or be patient, or whatever. So it seems like he might have known that you know, there was going to be some period to come where you know, something like this might happen, where Ben would become one of them or something, from what Jacob has told him from some time before.
Yeah.
You know, and he's just sort of waiting for it to happen, and this is sort of the moment. So he could have known for a while or something, if he's sort of expecting Ben, you know, in a way, or expecting Ben to become important.
Right.
So there's that.
Right.
But so yeah, something like that's going on. I have to say, you know, well, I guess we'll get to it.
Oh.
It's about the Losties who weren't in this episode in the 70s, and their interactions with little Ben. But we'll get to all that.
Well, they do indicate that Ben doesn't remember that he was shot.
Yeah.
So that at least clears up that he doesn't remember that. I mean, we assumed that, but they confirmed it. But yeah, I wanted Winmore to be like, but do you remember Sawyer and LaFleur and Kate and, you know, them bringing you here and you seeing them for years and all that?
Yeah, that's the thing is what I was going to say is, since we're talking about it, is I'm assuming the Losties in the 70s are going to be leaving really, really soon, maybe even before, you know, Ben gets back to the barracks, because, you know, older Ben claims to not even know, he was flabbergasted that they were even in the Darwin Initiative, which was an awesome scene.
You're right.
So I'm thinking that means that for this to work, that when he gets back to the Dharma, they can't be around.
Yeah.
Or else he will be able to remember that. So I think whatever they're going to do in the next episode it might be where they they bring them back to the present.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll buy that. I think that's going to be. We're getting pretty close to the end here. There's only a few more episodes. So, I think my prediction for now will be that they leave the 70s in the finale episode.
Yeah.
That's what I'm expecting. And they could definitely, I think there's various story issues to cover, and I could definitely see them not having been returned in the next 3 episodes or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
However long it takes.
Yeah, they can waste time.
Yeah.
Or juggle their time.
Right, yeah. He's supposed to be recovering and, so. And whatever else could be going on. And they could make the timeline such it's not even that long,
Mm-hmm.
Between the last one and the finale when they leave, whatever that is. However that's supposed to happen. Apparently Locke has some ideas.
He's got some ideas, folks.
So, yeah. What else was in this scene? Is there anything else? I'm trying to remember.
I think that's it.
Yeah, you're right. Well, we do find out here and later that place is sort of the temple, or at least like the outskirts of it. Yeah. So that's nice.
Temple. They can get it now.
Yeah. I just sort of assumed that last episode, but then this episode they pretty much tell you that's not what we see is not actually the temple. Apparently, it's just like the wall outside.
It's the wall. Yeah. Like, all right.
But so technically, even after this episode, we still haven't seen the actual temple.
No.
We've just seen the outside of it and this gigantic double-level cavern under it.
I think they're waiting to reveal that the temple is built in the likeness of Locke.
Oh, okay.
They want to save that. They want to save that reveal.
I do feel like they're holding something back. I do feel like that we'll see it at some point, and that there'll be some reason why they've deliberately not shown us the temple.
Because it's a pyramid.
Yeah. Oh God. Don't be right.
I mean, we've already seen an obelisk. We've seen hieroglyphics. We've seen a statue.
Yeah.
Anubis. I mean, I think a pyramid is the next shape we need to see, right?
I think so. Yeah, pretty much. All signs point that way.
This is really, really, really,
it's really
big.
Yeah. I don't know exactly where that's going. We talked about.
I feel like they're just gonna say some Egyptians found the island long time ago, and
that's it. Just
that's it.
Okay.
No, but they brought their whatever mystical magical stuff and
right.
And that's about it. They did something to make the island crazy, or the island's crazy because of whatever, and that's it. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I think I don't know what else they could do besides go back to the Egyptians.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just two, and that's the thing. I don't know if they're gonna really make it Egyptians or just make it vaguely Egyptians.
Yeah, sort of.
Or just make it something else. They'll call it something else, but they're just using Egyptian as a reference.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it makes me.
It's kind of sophisticated ancient culture.
Yeah, it makes me want to look up some Egyptian stuff to see where Smokey might fit in. Is that a real thing?
Mhm.
Did Anubis have a pet smoke monster?
I hope so. Yeah, all signs point that way, so I can't, I would find it a little strange if it was just like a couple Egyptians just got on the island somehow. I mean, maybe the idea is the island was moving around and so it was, in a place where they could have been and they got on there and it moved again or something and they just stayed there and built all this stuff and maybe that's supposed to be the idea.
Or the island is like, what Judeo-Christians call the Garden of Eden. And so like, and they built the wheel or whatever, and then once they turned the wheel the first time, that chunk of land moved and became an island or something like that, because the only way to save the temple was to move it, and so that's how the story starts or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Well, that would be interesting.
They'll make it interesting, of course. I mean, they'll make it interesting, even if it's just, Egyptians. Right. Yeah. I think you're probably that seems plausible. People like to kind of tie things into the real world to some extent. Do they? Are there people who like to do that?
I've noticed that. I don't know.
Are some of those people Ronald D. Moore? I'm just curious. Wild guess.
He could be counted among their number, I think, yes.
One of those people who he's got to tie it into reality or else it just won't be any good, huh, Ron?
Just not worth it.
Just not worth it. Oh, man.
Yeah. If we're not related to,
maybe we should stop with the innuendo.
Okay.
There's people who haven't. Yeah. Okay. All
right. I'll avoid completing that sentence. Yeah. Anyway. My co-host here finally saw the ending of Battlestar Galactica. So anyway.
Yeah.
I recommend everyone to watch it, and then you'll understand what we're saying.
Yeah. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. It wasn't too much of a spoiler though. It was pretty vague.
I feel like I could guess it, but I have seen it, so maybe I'm biased.
Yeah.
Anyway, so next scene?
Yeah.
All right. So the next scene, we're back on the mini island in the little sort of triage area. Ben wakes up after he hears Locke call his name. Locke says, "Hello, Ben. Welcome back to the land of the living." And Ben, with his eyes wider than we've ever seen them.
That's saying a lot.
Yeah. He exclaims, "My God, you're alive!" He begins to tell Locke that he knew this would happen. Locke says, "Then why are you so surprised to see me?" Ben says, "It's one thing to believe something; it's nothing to actually see it." Locke questions Ben, "Then why were you trying to run away to the main island?" And Ben tells Locke that he broke the rules. He came back to the island, and now he wants to answer for what he's done. He wants to be judged. Locke says, "Judged by whom?" And Ben says, "Well, we don't have a word for it, but I believe you call it the monster."
What?
And that was one of the better, closing lines, cut to credit, cut to title that we've seen in a while, I think.
Yeah, that was a good tease.
I come back to be judged. Judged by whom? The monster. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. I have to say, this is not what I thought this episode was going to be about.
No.
I really didn't think that's what Ben was doing.
I'm sure we talked about it. What did we think Ben was back on the island for? Just because he wanted to be back?
I guess I had imagined he was going to go find Richard or something.
I didn't even think. I don't even know if I formulated what I thought he would wanted to actually do besides just be back on the island. You know.
Yeah, I mean, I also didn't think he saw a reason to hang around on the Hydra Islands.
Yeah, there's no big reason to be over there with those guys.
Yeah, but I assumed he would just go meet up with Richard and then, you know, do whatever he came back to do.
Yeah.
But I really didn't think it was going to go in this direction. You know, this is the first time, you know, they're connecting this with that Echo episode from a long time ago, where he was judged. You know, it's the only other time we've really seen that kind of play out explicitly. But this, you know, but he didn't ask for that. You know, Smokey came to him. So this is the first time we have Ben saying, "I'm going to go to Smokey to be judged." Like, that's sort of what he does. Yeah. You know, not just that he decided to do that, you know, with Echo randomly. I mean, maybe that's kind of true, but nonetheless, it's sort of his thing. Its thing. I don't know. Is it male? It doesn't really make any sense. It's a cloud of smoke. Anyway.
Cloud of smoke can't have a penis?
I guess it can, but
or a Y chromosome. What's up with that?
I don't know.
I think you're a little judgmental against the smoke monster.
No, it could. I'm just saying.
I think the smoke monster can be whatever it wants to be. All right.
No, I
labels
agree.
Here.
I'm just saying we haven't seen it. We don't know for sure.
It's ABC. I don't think we're going to see its penis.
You're right. Maybe on the DVD.
Hey, maybe we have seen it.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Don't let the Parents Television Council know.
So, yeah, the whole Echo thing, that definitely comes up. What's weird, I mean, okay, here's the thing. It makes sense to me logically, now they've done it, that we're dealing with this issue here because, you know, this season, I think, you know, sort of more than before, maybe just increasingly we've seen Ben do sort of really bad, reprehensible things, and I think that sort of, hit its zenith when he killed Locke.
Yeah.
And, you know, then we had the whole thing in our heads about whether or not he killed Penny. Which, you know, they bring up in this episode, of course, and address. So it seems like they were taking the opportunity to say, okay, let's have a timeout and explain to the audience why they really shouldn't hate Ben completely. And you know, all the bad stuff he's done. Let's tell them it's, you know, let's show them that it's been for the island, and not just tell them that the island approves, but sort of show the island approving by judging Ben and let him off the hook. So it seems at this point.
Right.
So that's interesting, you know. And we saw Ben sort of do, you know, I think pretty much the only selfless act that he's ever done, which was sort of save Alex and try to raise her.
Yeah.
And I guess was a good thing to do. I mean, you know, it's one of those moral situations where, you know, it was the better thing to do. If he's forced in that situation, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. So yeah, so that's how it comes off to me is an episode of, you know, this is why Ben has done all the bad stuff he's done, and yes, he needs to be judged for it, and now we get to see him be judged, and honestly, I think he's let off the hook. He gets. You know, apparently nothing happens, and I think that was a little surprising to me, I think. And it makes me question, you know, just because someone does something in the best interest of the island, you know, doesn't mean the island has good motives either.
I agree.
You know, and I think that's the next thing they have to sort of address is, well, you know, what if the island just wants everybody dead one day? You know, does that make it okay? The island wants, you know, Ben to go start killing any, you know, people in the mainland or something. You know, like, the island, now we have to address the island's morality and what it wants, and is that something we can ascribe to or not?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
And they bring that up. Locke says, Ben tells Locke, you don't know the first thing about what the island wants.
Mhm.
Are you sure about that?
Mhm.
Great line, Locke. Oh, great line.
Yeah. That was that. Try that. The previous 4 seasons, and would have had more weight.
Mhm.
He asked him the one time when you kind of doubt that that's necessarily true.
Yeah.
It was bad. I definitely want to say more about Smokey, but we'll get to that.
we got plenty of time.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to mention was how they seem to have reshot this scene.
Oh yeah, of course.
The Ben waking up scene.
Yeah.
It played a bit differently now because Ben kind of sort of hears Locke say his name, and so when he wakes up, his eyes are already really wide before he even sees Locke.
Mhm.
Because I guess he hears his voice and he recognizes. I guess that's how he's playing it off. But it was weird that they reshot it and it was different again.
Mhm. They like that. That's a running gag.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and they use different music too, and different editing, different shots.
Yeah.
It comes off completely differently from the way it played in the last episode.
Next scene. So, next episode, you ready?
Yeah, let's do it. What happened?
So in the next scene, we're back on the mini island. Ben comes over to Alana and asks what's in the crate that they're working on.
What's in the box?
This guy Bram, I didn't know that was his name.
I didn't either until I read the transcript. Oh, Bram.
I wonder if he can write a good Dracula story.
That's good.
So he says that there's just some stuff they need to get moved. Ben offers a hand, and Bram says, no thanks, they got it. Caesar comes over and asks how he's feeling. Ben says he feels like someone's hit him with an oar, but he's fine. And they look out at Locke, and who's sort of standing in the water, and Caesar asks Ben what he thinks about him. Ben says he's not sure. He asks what Caesar's told him. Caesar says that Locke has been watching over Ben when he was out cold, and that Locke said that Ben killed him. Oops. That's what I was hoping he didn't tell you. So Ben plays it off. He says, really? Because Locke looks fine to me. And then, drums up some suspicion against Locke by saying he doesn't remember from the plane. Caesar says he doesn't either. Ben says, what if he was already here before we crashed? This guy could be insane and dangerous. Caesar says not to worry because he's got a shotgun in his bag.
Ooh.
And then Caesar tells Ben he's got his back, and that's the scene.
That's it, huh?
Yeah.
I feel bad for Caesar because he doesn't know who he's talking to.
When I saw this scene, and I of course didn't. I expected Caesar to be around a little bit longer, and we'll talk about that.
I think we all did.
We'll talk about that. I told myself, I was thinking, okay, this is actually going to be a test to see how smart Caesar is, whether or not he's going to, like in this scene in particular, if he is trusting Ben or if he's just playing along.
Mm-hmm.
What is Caesar trying to get out of this? How savvy is he? Because now he's now he's in the big leagues.
Yes. He got bumped up really fast.
Yeah.
Ben's doing a Henry Gale kind of thing on him.
He totally is.
He really doesn't know who he's talking to, and he doesn't know the history that's behind all this. And
oh man, he's so out of his league. He's so out of his league right now.
Yeah.
And so it's interesting. I was thinking to myself, okay, this will be the test to see how smart Caesar is, because I think Caesar is a smart guy.
Yeah.
It doesn't really come to much.
No, he fails. He does not pass the test.
But I don't know if Caesar's dead. I'm not convinced. He did get blasted by a shotgun. I'm still not convinced he's dead.
All right.
Just yet. Although dead is dead.
Dead is dead. Don't forget.
Don't forget, Fred. Dead is dead. So anyway, I thought this was a pretty cool scene. You know, Ben just, I mean, he, you know, his lying muscles are always warmed up. So, you know, he just jumps right into it. And actually,
this was easy for him, I think. This wasn't even one of his biggest lies.
I mean, well, it's not even just the lying so much as coming up with the the suspicion against Locke. And you know what? I don't remember him on the plane. Do you? And then, you know, what if he was here before we crashed? He thinks he killed him. He's insane. Like the sort of logic that he constructs very, very quickly. Yeah. You know, is obviously designed to overtake the average bear. Yeah. And Caesar, you know, Caesar shows him the ace up his sleeve, and I think that was a bad move on Caesar's part. Yep. But Caesar, you know, he had the ace, so he didn't think anything would happen. But
you know, I think for Caesar, he definitely, from what Locke's saying, I mean, if someone said that to me, I wouldn't believe them. I would think they were crazy, and I can sort of understand being suspicious. Mm-hmm. If someone says, "There's the man who killed me. I came in this plane on a coffin, and now I'm alive," like, I mean, I don't think I'd buy that. Yeah. So I understand, and furthermore, he doesn't know who he's talking to, and so he doesn't have any reason to suspect that Ben is the enormous liar that he is.
You know, I would have expected Locke to say, you know, and this is a different Locke I think we're dealing with, but I would expect Locke, you know, when Ben is knocked out, to tell Caesar something like, you know, this is the most dangerous man you'll ever meet. He will lie, and he will lie again, and then when you think he's done, he will lie twice more. You know, something like that. But he sort of doesn't do that. Yeah. He tells him something. He gets more specific and says, "This is the man that killed me," which is more incredulous. So
yeah, that's the thing. He tells that thing, which is the thing that makes him sound crazy, rather than the other thing, which might have planted that seed of suspicion that would have that maybe would have made Caesar interpret what Ben's telling him differently.
Yeah, totally. But pretty good thing. I love that, you know, when Ben comes out and everyone's nice and pleasant, but they all are just like, yeah, we know who you are. Like, we don't trust you, mister. You know, I really wish, like, I really think it would have been cool if somehow they filmed, like, the people on the mini island as their own show or something, or some little webisode series or something, like them landing on the island and getting their crap together and forming their alliances and who they can trust, you know, Bram and Alana talking about whatever and forming their alliance and who they can trust and stuff like that. Because I think that's all really interesting. You know? Yeah. Because we, you know, and this, you know, the sort of cyclical nature of kind of what's going on here, because, you know, we saw that with the original Losties. And, you know, it's like the other 48 days part, you know, 2. This is the third group of people to kind of get their origin on the island, you know. Right.
The strange thing is this time we're more seeing it from the perspective of people who've already been there. So that's kind of weird. But yeah, you're right. You're right. It's the new group, and it's definitely interesting. But yeah, they got other stuff going on, so they're not devoting that much time to developing the story of these new characters.
Yeah.
One thing I was thinking about when I was watching this, because I noticed, we sort of have red shirts again, that the story of the red shirts on Lost is pretty sad. They really got screwed, They crash on the island, and they kind of sit in the background not knowing what's going on and just get herded around for season after season, only to be then, blown up on the ship and then killed in flaming arrow attacks, and that's the end for them.
Their agent should have brokered them a better deal.
Yeah, I just realized how many characters Lost was a bad ending for.
No, a lot of people died. On the history of the show, there's been a lot of deaths, a lot of people dying, and a lot of people dying and just really not knowing why and what they were involved in. Right?
Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, even look at Boone. You know, Boone was a main character. He died, and they didn't even scratch the surface of what was going on the island.
Yeah.
By that point.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy just how many characters there are and how many characters they keep adding. Now we have Alana and Bram to deal with.
Right.
It's how long are they going to be around?
It's a good
Probably
question.
A season.
Yeah, I think Alana's got some shelf life.
Yeah, I think she does have some shelf life. Yeah, I like her. I don't know what it is about that actress, but I really like her character.
Yeah.
Every time she's on screen, I'm just like, yeah, give me some Alana.
Yeah, I agree. She's good.
Yeah.
I don't quite know what she's about yet, but I'm interested. So, Caesar, unfortunately, I think I'm good. I kind of think he's dead, but
you think he's dead?
I do.
Hey, don't forget, this is an island that heals.
That's true. But it's also an island where you die sometimes. So. And
maybe he had a bulletproof vest.
Oh, there's that. Yeah, they can go down that road. That was the Charlotte angle.
You never know.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's a testament to see how smart Caesar is. If he survives this, he's a smart guy.
I agree.
Surviving death, you got to be smart.
Absolutely.
Next thing.
Let's see. Yeah.
All right. So the next scene, it is a flashback. We can tell that by Ben's toupee, whatever his little wiglet is. His different hair.
His flock of seagulls haircut.
Yes, exactly. And he is crouching. He's at the beach. It's nighttime. He's crouching behind some bushes with a young kid next to him. The kid asks if Ben wants him to do it. Ben tells him to shush. The teenager persists. Ben says, "Shut up and stay here, Ethan."
Oh. You'll get your chance.
So Ben gets up and heads towards sort of tent area where someone's been camping, and cocks his gun. He comes in to see Rousseau and her baby, young Alex. Rousseau wakes up after Ben drops over a music box that we all remember from season 1. The one Saeed fixed.
Yay!
Geez, that kind of thing is like the little small nugget, of gratification of
Yeah.
You know, how much time you put into a show like this is. He can drop a little music box, and, you know, that thing has so much history.
It does, yeah. Yeah, because if you just watch this scene and you hadn't seen the show, it would just seem like a pointless detail.
Mm-hmm. Just something that woke her up. But
yeah, he just sort of knocks it over. It's like, oh, it's a music box, and that's the thing that wakes her up and all that. But yeah, we got there's so much like there because it goes back so far. So yeah, no, I agree. It's nice that they did that.
Yeah.
You know, for all the bitching I have done and will do about continuity, they definitely pull it through sometimes.
They do. So Ben tells her not to grab the gun she's reaching for. Russo says, "You're the one who infected us, aren't you?" She says some stuff in French. Ben tells her to be quiet, or I guess he's telling the baby to be quiet. Sorry. And he grabs the baby. Russo says, "Please don't take my Alex." Ben says, "Do you want your baby to live?" And tells her, you know, be grateful that she's still alive, that if she ever comes looking for him, he will kill her, and that if she wants Alex to live, every time she hears whispers, run the other way. And he leaves with the baby.
Oh, no.
With mon baby?
Mon baby.
So this is closing another chapter in the big question of how was Alex taken?
That's right. Now we know.
Now we know. Very straightforward, I have to say.
Very straightforward.
I forgot some of the crazy stuff we probably came up with over the years.
Yeah.
But very, very, very straightforward.
It's more or less what I had in mind.
Yeah.
The problem that I had / still have with it is her later claim to have never seen the others before.
Mm-hmm.
That's a little weird. And I guess the idea of her saying you're the what does she call them? You're the ones who infected us.
Yeah.
Like I guess now I just take that as her just crazy conclusion. Like she doesn't have a reason to believe that. She just sort of she just sort of lost it, and she just blames the first person she sees.
Yeah, well, it's weird because I mean, it seems to me, that they're trying to tell us she's already crazy at this point, and that's what Whitmore says later, that she's just some crazy lady. So yeah, it's weird. I mean, I guess she's just saying Ben's the one who. I mean, I guess didn't she think everyone was infected? I guess that was why she was crazy. Was everyone she saw was infected, and so it's weird that she just says you're the one who did it. Yeah,
like out of nowhere, it's sort of. It just seems like he comes in there with a gun, and she's just like, it must have been you. And she's not really. There's no logic there. She's just saying that. And that's it. The weird thing is, I feel like she wasn't wrong. I feel like there was something. There was something up with her team, but
yeah, totally.
But I think it sort of drove her crazy. Killing them all, and it sort of fed on itself. Like she they were acting crazy. She was sort of losing it. She started killing them. That sort of made her more crazy. So it just kind of got worse and worse.
What's weird to me is the others seem to be like, oh, she's just crazy. They never seem to try to, obviously. We haven't seen them do this. Is to figure out why, do they really think that she just landed on the island and she was crazy when she got there? Or do they know that she killed her team?
Right.
All that stuff. I'm assuming they were doing surveillance on her for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, if they knew she was there, then yeah, probably.
But if they knew what she saw and what had happened, they might change their mind.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole thing still seems weird to me. Just go kill the woman and her kid.
Yeah.
You know, that's weird to me.
Yes, I agree.
It's what the island wants, Benjamin.
I'm not sure if they knew. I guess they must have. I guess Ben just didn't know. That's sort of a running theme in this episode. Ben, for all his heartlessness, he has a soft spot for kids or babies, and he can't.
No, not babies, children.
Children.
Because he made that point, and I was curious why he didn't say it's a baby. He said it's a child.
Yeah,
it's a child. And I think the Freud connection would be the thing is with his dad, obviously. You know,
yeah.
He felt abused as a kid. He doesn't want to see kids abused.
Yes. Yeah.
And if they tell us that this is why the others take children. Like the Ben's group of others, because whatever reason,
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised though because
don't they have to connect it to that at this point?
Because now we know that this mission here was just Ben's improvisation, and he wasn't ordered to take the baby. It isn't connected as we thought with the idea that the others take people, take children, etc. It was. He was supposed to kill them. That was the mission. So it's not tied in with that. So yeah, that field is definitely open for Ben to step in there, and his hang-ups about things cause the others to do things. I mean, I definitely think that's true in many ways. So
yeah, and think about this situation with Alex and Rousseau, and put that over, the Losseys when they landed and had kids. So basically the idea is anyone who lands on our island has to die. So all the people on all the Losseys on the beach would ideally be killed, because they don't want people on the island.
Right.
But what does Ben do? He saves the children.
Yes.
Which is the same thing he did here under the same protocol of kill everyone who lands on the island.
Right.
I mean, yeah, that's the working theory for that.
Yeah.
Now, how does that tie in to the infertility?
Well,
is it two birds, one stone?
Uh-oh. Yeah, that's true. It seemed like that's also tied to the infertility, but maybe the infertility is tied to that somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do about the infertility because obviously that wasn't always a problem, and so I don't know what to make of that. I can't. It would be wild guess for me to try to fill that in.
How long had it been since they couldn't have children on the island? Do you remember them when they said that?
I don't remember. I don't remember when they said that or what they said. I mean, the oldest I know about is the 3 years ago when they recruited Juliet.
Mm-hmm.
So they were having problems as early as 2001. Presumably it went back before that. Presumably they had the problem and then recruited Juliet. But yeah, it's not clear how long it went on before they decided to call in some help.
I'm wondering if there's some connection between the time that Ben took Alex. If shortly thereafter they weren't able to have kids anymore, if there's some connection there. So basically, for 16 years or something, they were having fertility problems. The island cut them off for some reason because of this incident.
I see.
So I was trying to remember who said what about how long it had been, and I don't remember either.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they have said that. I can't really remember. If they had, it'd probably be season 3 somewhere.
Yeah.
That was the last time they really, in fact, that was the only time they really talked about that as being an issue.
Did we ever see, well, did we ever see any kids younger than Alex that weren't Losty kids? We didn't really see a lot of kids anyway.
With the others, you mean?
Yeah, with the others.
That weren't Losty kids. Younger than Alex? No, I don't think so. Actually, I think the idea was supposed to be like she was the youngest.
Mm-hmm.
Her and Carl, I guess.
Yeah, her and Carl.
You know, they're sort of. I would guess. Yeah. So I think you're probably right. I think they're probably the last.
Mhm.
That's probably the idea. The rest of them were Losty kids. The people from the tail section and Walt.
Yeah. That's interesting.
So yeah, I think you're onto something. I think that's probably right. Alex was sort of the last other baby.
Yeah.
And she was barely another baby.
Yeah. There's a lot in this episode about what the island wants and what it's trying to do, and the island seems sort of fickle to me.
The island's very fickle.
Which is strange for an island.
It is, yeah.
So there's a ton to talk about still.
You're right.
So one of the things, he tells her is, basically don't come looking for me, and, if you ever want to hear your child again, if you want your child to live, every time you hear whispers, run the other way, which ties into a couple things. One thing is her whole thing about staying out of bad, these situations.
Yes.
What was the line again?
I've stayed alive precisely by avoiding these types of encounters.
Yeah, which is mostly true. Sometimes she gets involved in those encounters. Sometimes she doesn't.
Yeah.
But so that was interesting as a reason why she sort of doesn't get involved, not only for her own life, but because she was kind of instructed not to.
That's right.
And I think it's good for the writers because it's the reason why. Because I think a long time ago we wondered why Russo didn't discover more on the island, or things like that. Wouldn't she be looking around for Alex and finding things? And
yeah, it seems like she should have been able to find her because if she had that long to look, I feel like she could have found the barracks.
So, that kind of explains it. Is she was kind of told not to, and she was crazy and listened. So
yeah.
So whispers. I guess we should talk about that.
Before we talk about the whispers, I want to bring up one other thing, which is Benjamin Linus himself took Alex, and Russo sees him here, and I know it's a long time, but she's the one who captures Henry Gale, as it were.
Oh no!
In the future, yeah, I think you can guess where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
And so she was saying he's another, he's one of them, and I know it, and he'll lie a lot, and all that. So, okay, she saw him. He took the baby. She had reason to think that, I guess. But the thing that bothers me is why didn't she mention that he's the one who took Alex?
And refresh my memory, because I was trying to remember this. When Rousseau is reunited with Alex, does Rousseau, hit Ben or something? Or does she say anything or retaliate?
The closest to that that I think ever happened was when at the beginning of season 4 when Ben was tied up to the tree. They were still around that radio tower area, and Ben tells Rousseau to take Alex and run away because they're in danger, and he calls her his daughter, and she hits him and says she's not your daughter.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
That's the closest they came to that, but they never really acknowledged how he was the one who took her. And I feel like Rousseau's pleas would have been better if she had been more specific and said he's the one who took Alex.
I guess she doesn't either remember or recognize him. I will give her that it was dark.
Yeah, it was dark.
I would want to believe that you would always remember the face of the man who took your kid.
I would think so, yeah. If you're going to remember somebody from that long ago.
It has been a long... to me, I think what makes that Henry Gale capture situation really bad is the fact that she captured him and was like, he's a bad guy, but I won't really tell you why.
Right. And just handed him over, too.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be different if, she captured him and sort of had no opinion or something, or she saw him but it was just like everything but this piece of information of her remembering that was the guy who took her daughter.
Yeah.
And so it's weird because they have all those that there, but they didn't say it, and it doesn't seem like she did remember him.
Yeah, but she thought he was another.
But she thought he was another, which what does that even mean? I mean, so far we have, from what we've seen of Rousseau, from her perspective, what does that even mean that he's another?
And then the other thing was the idea that he's just going to lie a lot, and the others, all they do is tell lies.
And that's the thing. Again, from her perspective, why is she even saying that?
Yeah, like this doesn't clear that up at all.
No.
Because it appears that she followed the advice and never really, never really had reason to think that they just lied all the time, or even that Ben specifically lied all the time.
Yeah, it's strange. It's weird because it seems like Ben should have just killed Rousseau.
Yeah. I
mean, it seems like it's one thing to do the good deed of saving the baby, but it's like, okay, why did he let her live? Why did he let Rousseau live?
I think we're supposed to believe that he. I think that they're trying to tie it in with the Penny scene later. And him seeing the kid makes him not want to do anything to the mother. And I think it also ties in with the fact that his mother died. And he sort of doesn't want to kill a kid's mother.
Well, but they knew that Alex and Rousseau were both there, right? Like, that's the thing. He didn't show up until he realized the kid was there. Didn't he go there knowing the kid was there?
It doesn't sound like it later when he talks to Widmore about it.
Well, I thought that's the scene.
Yeah, here he says. Besides, you didn't tell me she had a child. What was it I was supposed to do?
Oh, that's the thing. Widmore. That's what I was. Okay, so Widmore, I was thinking knew that there was a kid involved.
Yeah.
Someone should have known there was a kid involved.
I agree that someone, but Ben didn't.
But Ben didn't particularly know.
And so when he finds out, he's not willing to kill her.
Okay. All right.
And I guess, he takes away the kid because he thinks she's crazy and, the kid's better off or something.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me if he was going to leave the kid with the mom, with Rousseau, then it seems like they would have just sent somebody else back to kill them both.
Yeah.
Somehow taking Alex solved that.
Yeah, that made it where they didn't have to kill her or Alex.
Yeah. And then they're oh, she's crazy, who cares? Mm-hmm. And if she wasn't crazy, they would kill her, I guess.
Yeah, somehow that makes her not a threat.
So, Whispers?
Oh, yes, back to the Whispers.
Yes. Let's not forget.
So, the Whispers, this gives some kind of a reason why she thinks the others are connected with the Whispers. Mm-hmm. So that's good. Check. This is also the first time, I think, we have anyone referring to the Whispers as if they know what they are.
Good point.
Because we, I mean, every time I think anybody else has heard the Whispers, including Ben as a kid, I mean, I don't think they knew what they were, or what to do about them. So yeah, the fact that he mentions it specifically is interesting for that reason. The one slight problem that I caught this time was when they shown the whispers before, it always seems to me like they're surrounding the person.
Yeah.
You know, they always sort of turn around and look around like they're coming sort of from all around them, and so I don't know how you run the other way from the way they show the whispers.
I thought about that too. I guess I was assuming you could sort of discern some direction and just run, and I was thinking maybe you should have just said, you know, and if you hear whispers, run. Yeah. But they do make it seem like the whispers, you can't tell where they're coming from. Yeah. Yeah,
that's sort of what's scary about them, and they just sort of seem to come from all over the place, and so you wouldn't really know. But yeah, just run. That would have made more sense. It was kind of weird. Maybe that's supposed to be a clue about what they are. I don't know.
I don't think it's weird that he even mentions that, as if, you know, if you ran towards the whispers, you know, you could find something out that would be bad, or, you know, stumble upon something you shouldn't know, or, and that's weird, because to me, it makes it seem like, you know, there sort of is something to find there. They're not the sort of non-corporeal voices that, you know, you couldn't never trace. There's something behind them.
Could he not, to go back to your, I think at this point, very old theory about the whispers, could he not just be saying, don't, you know, run away from the whispers because it's just the others whispering?
Yeah, I think that he's saying something more like that than a more fanciful version of the whispers where they're, you know, they're mystical or something.
Right.
I think he's basically saying, yeah, there's people talking in that direction, so go the other way.
Yeah, but it is interesting that he says whispers and not, you know, voices or...
Yeah, and that's... how much of that is, you know...
Because the others don't just whisper to each other all the time, you know.
I mean, some of that's the writers talking to the audience, using the audience vernacular, but, you know, I don't know if that is supposed to be a clue about, you know, what they're doing when we hear the whispering. Because maybe they're whispering and not just talking, you know.
Right. Yeah.
And maybe that means something, that they're whispering.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like there's something there.
I don't think it's going to be that interesting.
I don't either, but I think it's going to be something.
I wanted to at some point, and now I just feel like they're just going to tell us what it is, and it's going to be something pretty not that crazy.
Yeah. I kind of agree. I think it'll be something. I feel like there'll be a little bit more to it than it's the others whispering. Or if it is just that, there will be some reason why it comes across like it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, something crazy about the others. But yeah, I agree. I feel like it can't be too big.
Yeah. What else is going on?
But they have they've really drawn that one out.
Oh man.
You know, we first heard the whispers, I think in that Danielle episode from a long time ago. The one with Saeed in the music box, and I think Saeed was the first one to hear him.
Yeah. So we have baby Ethan here, all sort of grown up. I guess teenage Ethan.
Yeah, preteen Ethan. I don't know. I can't judge kids' ages. It looks to me like he's about, I would say, 12.
12?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess. He's in that age range. It's interesting to see him, you know, out on the hunt with Ben.
Yes, it is.
And that says a lot. That says a lot, and the fact that he wanted to do it. He wanted to go in there and kill some lady.
Step aside. Ethan will take care of this.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
It is, yeah, because they were supposed to go kill her.
I don't get why Smokey can't do all the dirty work. You know, what's up?
I kind of don't think Smokey sort of listens to them.
Well, yeah, apparently not. But it seems like if the island wants XYZ to happen, then Smokey could go.
Why can't it just do it itself rather than make them do it? I guess I feel like it insists that people do things for it.
Oh, great! That's good for a TV show.
Yeah, I mean that's just it's done that so much. I have to believe that's that's just a thing. It really asks that people do things. It's not willing to do everything itself, or even very much itself.
Mhm.
It is weird though, and I do wonder how Ethan became a surgeon. Did he leave the island and go to medical school?
I'm assuming at some point he leaves to go do that.
Okay. And I wonder how he got to be with the others, How did that work?
Ben probably rescued him.
You think that's it? Ben just rescued him?
Probably, Ben goes to do the purge and it's like, oh, a kid, I got to save the kid again because I like to save kids.
But, Ethan would have been fairly old at that point. He would have been old enough to be upset that his parents were killed. And so I wonder, and he's very gung-ho here about doing this. I wonder why he turned out like that.
Well, my mom and dad was Horace and Amy. I might turn out like that too.
Good point. All right. Well.
I mean, it could be something simple as, he could be pissed off all he wants that his parents are dead, but, Ben could still take him back to the others and explain why or explain what happened or make him believe that was, for the greater good and just, indoctrinate him, basically.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's just, for Ben, it's sort of obvious why he's not upset about it. He kills his dad himself. But, we don't have reason to think that Ethan hates his parents. So,
Horace and Amy.
Curious. But you're, okay, Horace and Amy, you're right.
There's two reasons right there. Horace and Amy.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
Speaking of parents and kids, I wonder if we could make any guesses as to who's Carl's parents are.
That reminds me of this little thing on the Official Us podcast. Someone sent in this theory about Carl. And the theory goes like this. Carl is Kate and Roger's kid.
I love it already. I don't need to hear any more.
And the reason why they thought this is because if you look at their initials, Kate Austin and Roger Linus, it spells Carl.
Well, if that's not the ironclad fact, I don't know what is. Sherlock Holmes would be impressed with that one, I think.
I agree.
Sherlock Holmes would be like, holy shit, I wouldn't have thought of that. But what happens if you put their middle names with their initials?
Oh, don't do that.
Then you get something crazy, I'm sure.
Yeah, you sort of get, I don't know what Roger's middle name is, but...
I think his middle name's Benjamin.
Oh, okay. Then you get,
Carable.
Yeah.
That's about as, that describes that theory. It's horrible. So I guess they debunked that Kate and Roger Linus have a kid.
Yes, they did.
All right.
Yeah, don't worry. That's not the real answer.
I'm sure they love that though.
They did. They absolutely loved that.
That's so awesome.
They were like, yeah, we if we could go back and rewrite the show, we would make that true.
Because look, Carl.
Yeah, I think that's just a weird coincidence. They really didn't think of that. But yeah, no, As for Carl, I have no idea. I wonder if they're going to tell us. Obviously, I don't think they're going to tell us everyone. I don't think they're going to tell us necessarily what Tom's story is, or Pickett, or Colleen, or the sheriff. All those others. Like, I don't think we'll necessarily find out. We happen to find, or Goodwin. We happen to find out what Ethan's story was. But I think it's possible we don't find out what Carl's story was.
Yeah. Well, Carl is a kid, and he, so his parents. I mean, his parents. Well, they shouldn't be in Dharma necessarily, unless he was taking like Alex or something.
Yeah.
But or Ethan maybe.
Right.
But they're ripe for being around because we're time traveling.
Yeah.
So,
but
maybe
Carl is I think too young to have been born in 1977. So I think. Well,
no, but his parents could be there.
His parents could be there. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. If he's from Dharma, I feel like it's either that or it's the others.
Mm-hmm.
And he was their last kid or something. They never really talked about his parents. They never really addressed that at all.
Yeah.
He was just Carl.
Carl.
That's it.
Carl from the block. Don't be fooled by the outriggers he's got. He's just Carl from the block.
Wow. Gonna let that sink in for a moment. Ooh.
He's just Carl from the block.
Wow. Yeah, he. Okay, so
next scene.
Yes.
All right. So next scene, we're back in the mini island. We're in the sort of Hydra office. Ben is opening and closing drawers, looking for something. He grabs a photo of him and Alex. Locke says, "What's that?" Ben says, "Something sentimental." Locke says, "So this is your old office, huh? I never pictured you leading your people from behind a desk. Seems a little corporate." Ben asks what John needs, and Locke says he wants to talk about the elephant in the room. Ben says, "I assume you're referring to the fact that I killed you."
Mm-hmm.
One of the best lines ever.
Yeah.
Every time I hear that, it just makes me laugh.
Yeah, that's definitely an elephant.
I assume you're referring to my murder interview.
Yeah. I think if they had gone too long without addressing that, it would have been weird.
Yeah. So Ben proceeds to tell Locke that it was the only way to get him back to the island, along with as many people as who left as possible. And basically because, that's why John left in the first place, and that's, but he failed. And the only way to get him back was to have Locke die, and Locke knew that. Locke asked, if all he had to do was die, why did Ben stop him? And Ben says because Locke had critical information that would have died with him. But once he got the information from Locke, he didn't have time to talk him back into hanging himself. So he said he took a shortcut, and that he was actually right in the end. Locke is back and alive, and so is everybody else. And that he did what he did because it was in the best interest of the island. Locke says he was just hoping for an apology.
Mm-hmm.
Not a long diatribe about right and wrong and what the island wants. Locke is a simple man.
Yeah.
So Locke tells Ben that he's decided to help him be judged. And Ben tries to tell Locke that's not something he wants to see. And Locke says, well, if everything you've done is best in the island, then he's sure the monster will understand.
Mm-hmm.
That's not many shows can get away with. I'm sure the monster will understand. Not many writers get to write that line.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure the monster will understand.
I'm like, why are you telling me this? I'm sure the monster will understand is not a line you'll find used in very many shows.
No.
That's it's a good one. I love that I didn't notice how weird that was. I bought into the world so thoroughly that it didn't even seem weird to me to say that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I have to say, I particularly loved Ben's line of, well, John, I just didn't have time to talk you back into hanging yourself. It's oh man, it's a gem. What a gem of a line.
That is a good
What
line.
a gem of a line. Because I believe him. It's just, that's what he would have done. He would have just talked him back into hanging himself and walked out the door.
Yeah.
And I love lines like this that really just sort of give weight to the sort of potential of a character, and what they're capable of. And Ben talked him out of hanging himself, and he's like, you didn't have time to talk you into hanging yourself.
If he had only had more time, he would have.
Yeah, I love that. That's awesome.
Yeah, that would have been amazing. I know I just told you that you're really important and you shouldn't go through with this, but let's just forget all that, back up, and start over.
Yeah. So some of the stuff Ben says here, there's sort of three things going on in terms of Ben explaining and talking about what he did with Locke and why.
Mm-hmm.
The first instance is when he wakes up and he tells Locke that he knew this would happen. He knew Locke would come back and be alive and be fine.
Yeah.
Then this instance here, he tells Locke, well, the reason I killed you was because, everyone needs to come back, and it was the only way to do it, and you had some information that I needed. And then later he talks to Sun about it too, and sort of says a different third thing.
Yeah.
That he had no idea this would happen, and he's scared to death.
Mm-hmm.
He's scared to death of what's going on with Locke. So we got, all sides of this.
Yeah, we do. He says a lot, and when he says this many different things, it's hard to know exactly what the truth is. But I think based on what happens, based on what happens at the end, when Smokey goes to Alex, tells him that she knows that he's already planning to kill Locke again,
mm-hmm.
And warns him not to do it. I'm ready to believe now that Ben did not know that Locke was gonna, resurrect, and that he didn't do it for that reason. I am willing to believe that he did it thinking it would help get everyone back to the island. I can sort of believe that. But the idea that he sort of knew and it was the plan all along and, all that, I think I don't believe that. I think he's...
I'm missing a gap in logic. Why does Locke being dead make everyone want to go back to the island?
Well,
hey, Locke's dead. Let's go to the island. How did that work?
Well, how did it actually work, or how would it be reasonable to think that it would work?
Neither. I don't like any of those options. Well, because most people had a very specific reason for going back that was not because Locke is dead.
So I think it was a big thing for Jack.
It was a big thing for Jack, and then he convinced everybody else.
And since
like,
Jack played a big role, in getting the whole thing together and bringing everyone together, it did have a key function. But on the other hand, they didn't sort of all rally around the fact that Locke was dead and decide they had to go back. So it is a little bit shaky. But I could see Ben. I mean, it's not necessarily reasonable, but I'm just saying I could see him having done it for that reason. Mm-hmm. Not because this is what the island wants or whatever. He knows that Locke's going to be fine eventually, and I guess I don't believe that anymore.
Yeah. It's weird. It's very strange. Obviously.
Yeah, they really, they really go back and forth with Ben a lot.
Yeah.
They show him being evil, and then they pull back a little bit and say, well, he's not all evil, and then they show him being evil again, and it's just, I don't know where he's going to come down in the end. I think it's still up in the air.
I think the best we can hope for Ben is that whatever he does is in the best interest of the island, and that's I really feel like that's the best they can do for him, and it's really going to come down to whether so not whether or not Ben is good or evil, but whether or not the island is, since he's sort of serving the island, or at least is supposed to be. Yeah. So, I guess I buy this version of his story that he thought this was the best way to get everyone back, and himself back too. I think he left that part out.
He did.
So this critical information that he had, apparently he's assuming he's referencing the Miss Hawking line.
Yeah.
Which was, I guess, all Ben needed to know.
The critical information
was that she was involved, and he figured it out from there or something.
Yeah.
But that's strange to me, because if Ben is sort of looking for a way back on the island, doesn't he know about Miss Hawking?
Well, he even said that. When Locke said the name. He had a reaction, and Locke said, "Why, do you know her?" And he said, "Yeah, I know her."
Yeah. So it seems like if he was looking for a way back on the island, he would have sort of thought she was maybe an avenue. You know,
and I think he definitely knew her, because I think she was with the others, when he joined, when he was a kid, and probably for some time afterwards.
Totally.
So, yeah, he definitely knew about her, but why didn't he know that they should go to her for that? I don't know. It's weird, because Widmore was the one who told Locke.
He told Locke. Well, here's the deal. If Widmore wants to get back to the island so bad, how come he didn't just get on the plane too?
I agree. Yeah. It's weird.
I guess that's breaking the rules, but
like he knew. Yeah, but it seems like, well, oh God, I don't know. The rules.
The rules.
We're gonna have to talk a little more about the rules.
I think there's different sets of rules. I don't know. There's something going on here with the rules.
They talk a lot about the rules in this episode, and oh God, I don't know what to make of that.
The rules are made to be broken.
Yeah, I'm not clear on if the rules are really rules or if they're just guidelines or,
suggestions.
Yeah. Helpful hints.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Points to ponder.
Right. Yeah, it does seem like if Widmore had been on that plane, he would have got to the island.
Mm-hmm. Or died.
I guess that would be possibility number 2.
It was a plane crash.
Sure. But better than the first one. They did land.
Oh yeah,
kind
that's
of.
right. It wasn't really. It was a. What are they called? A
Emergency landing?
Emergency landing, yeah, I guess that's what they call it.
I don't know, maybe there's another name.
Thought there was something else, but what do they call it when you landed a plane without when it doesn't have any power?
Oh.
Like a...
Yeah, there might be a name for that.
I don't know. But yeah, emergency landing.
Like, it was sort of bad. Like, it showed them kind of hitting the end of the runway, and
yeah,
the guy next to Frank was killed. So, people were injured, I think, probably. I mean, they had those people in the infirmary, the people who weren't Ben.
Yeah.
So, you're right, he could have been killed. But, I mean...
He probably would have made it. Most people seem to have made it.
Yeah. Yeah. He had a decent chance of making it to the island that way. If he had just known about the flight. And it's weird because he knew Miss Hawking.
Mm-hmm.
And he sent Locke to her with the purpose of getting them all back to the island. That was the point.
Yeah, I mean, he could have called her and said, hey, what flight did you tell them to be on? You know?
That's the part I don't understand. That's the part that seems strange.
And does she not want to go back? Why is she off the island? What's her deal?
Yeah, where does she fit in? I don't know. Is she more on Widmore's side? She knew Ben was involved. She didn't do anything to stop him.
Mm-hmm.
She just let it all happen. She helped out. I don't know. That part of the story is really confusing to me right now.
Shouldn't she know that Ben isn't supposed to go back to the island?
I would think
once you leave, you can't come back, and she should know that, that his trying to go back isn't a good idea or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's a weirdo.
She is, yeah. Yeah, I can't. It doesn't fit together to me right now.
But she's a damn fine school teacher.
That's right. Oh God.
So anything else in this scene? Going to be judged by Smokey? Obviously, we'll talk about that.
Yes, we will. Yeah. Everything else I want to say, I'll say later.
All right. So the next scene, we're on the beach. Locke is taking some stuff from off of a boat, and Caesar comes over and says, "What are you doing?" Locke says, "We're taking a boat." He tells them they're taking a boat over to the main island. Caesar protests, asks him if these are his boats. Locke pulls the old second-grade maneuver and says, "Are they yours?" Classic. Reflection. So Caesar, Locke says that he's just going to borrow one. He'll leave the other boat for them in case they want to follow us. Caesar says, "Us? Are you going with him?" Ben says, "He didn't really give me a choice." So Caesar tells them that he's calling the shots and they're not going to take anything. And he wants them to tell everyone why they know so much about the island. Caesar tells Locke to step away from the boat. Locke says he's not going to, and he's going to take the boat. Caesar says, "No, going through this, there's a lot of back and forth." Yes, I am. No, you're not. So Caesar says, "You're not going to take anything." He reaches for the gun. He doesn't have it in his bag. He says, "You're looking for this?" Then boom.
Bam.
Caesar is taken out. Then Ben tells everyone that he and Locke are going to take the boat, asks if anyone has a problem with that. No one apparently does. And then Ben tells Locke, "Consider that my apology." So that's that scene.
Oh, Caesar.
We hardly knew ye.
Yeah, we really did. Hardly knew ye. This kind of reminded me of that scene from season 2 a long time ago, where Sawyer reaches into the back of his pants and his gun's gone, and
Ana Lucia.
And he realizes that Ana Lucia took it. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Of course, that was a little worse because the gun was actually in contact with him directly, and he didn't realize that it wasn't there until he went to reach for it, which was a little strange.
Yeah, this is still strange too. As someone I think on the board mentioned, that gun's probably pretty heavy that Caesar has in his bag. He should have noticed that his bag was 10 pounds lighter or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
And when did Ben actually even get it? Because we see him in his office with Locke, and the next scene they're getting the boat ready.
Mm-hmm.
We're supposed to believe that he got it while Caesar was talking to Locke or something, or are we supposed to believe he got it before some period we never saw? I don't know.
It's very unclear, yeah, because the conversation we saw with Caesar, he shows him the gun and then he shuts it. Like, it doesn't seem like Ben could have got it at that point.
Yeah.
And I think that's when he finds out that he has it, so it should have been after that, I mean, of course it wasn't before that because it's in the bag at that point.
Yeah.
So, deleted scene.
Deleted scene, yeah. I thought it would have been cool if Ben would have made a reference that, that's probably his gun. Caesar found it in his office. I'm assuming that's Ben's gun.
Yes.
Some line about, just taking what's mine, or, it's my gun or something.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that would have been cool.
Yeah, I could buy that. Actually, no. So I definitely don't think it's a deleted scene because they want to surprise us.
Yeah. I mean, they wouldn't show Ben creeping over to his bag and taking the gun, and we're supposed to watch that and wonder what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's more like deleted continuity, I think.
Yeah.
I think there's just some period of time where we didn't get to see. It's
kind of weird that Ben plays this off like this whole "he didn't give me a choice." Like,
I love it. I love that line.
You do. That's good. So what?
Yeah.
What's the right way to interpret that?
I think he's trying to play both sides at the same time. And I think it's a hard thing to do with one line. He's basically trying to get sympathy from Caesar of saying, because based on what he and Caesar said before to each other about not trusting Locke, he's telling Caesar, Locke is making me go with him. But of course Locke is there, so he can't just say that. So he's saying, sort of Locke's perspective, Ben is saying, I have to come with him, and because Locke is insisting that he comes. So Ben is able to sort of play both sides of it, and I don't think he wanted to tell Caesar, yes, I'm going with him under my own free will. It was more of, he didn't really give me a choice, which is kind of true. He didn't give him a choice, but he's implying that he's sort of forced to go by this crazy man.
And it's really the other way around. It's really he's going with me, and I didn't have a choice but to let him tag along. Yeah,
pretty much.
Not that it's Locke's mission, and he made Ben come along, but I think he's also trying to push Caesar into trying to pull the gun out. I feel like he somehow wants him to discover it's not there just before he pulls it out.
You think so?
Yeah, I do.
Why is that?
I do. I just think Ben appreciates the what's the word? I don't know. He appreciates having his work play out so nicely, I should say.
So you think this line he's trying to provoke Caesar into pulling out the gun?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's sort of playing along with this conversation he had earlier, like Locke's making him go along, and there's some kind of issue here, and but also that he's not screaming for help or anything. So he's sort of acting, because Locke's right there. He's sort of acting acting like he can't say too much.
Yeah.
And I feel like Caesar's already suspicious, and I think when Ben says that, it gets a little bit worse.
I can sort of see that. I mean, like I said, I would think that Ben wouldn't want to really use the gun right now because this is his ace up his sleeve. I would think he would want to get away without having to use the gun because he could sort of maybe shoot Locke later with it, or use it in some other situation where, hey, who knew he had a gun? I definitely think he is trying to play up Caesar's whatever in this situation, like I said, and maybe that leads to Caesar, getting more apprehensive quicker. So I definitely think that's going on. But
yeah, and I think even though he tried to increase it, I think he had a sense that Caesar was someone that could be a problem, for whatever they're doing. And I do feel like he kind of wouldn't mind being rid of him.
Yeah. You make so many enemies that way, though.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see if Caesar's dead. The thing is, it seems like they put a lot of time and energy into his character for him to just be dead like this. And it can go either way, I guess. But I guess I'm hopeful that he's not dead.
Mm-hmm.
He seems dead, but I'm hopeful he's not dead.
I agree. I would kind of like him to do more. But at this point, I'm thinking he's dead.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see.
Pretty big shock though. I didn't see that coming.
Not at all. It really surprised me.
And so he tells Locke, "Consider that my apology."
Mm-hmm.
Which is like, what? Sorry for killing you, so I'll kill this guy for you. I thought two wrongs didn't make a right.
The idea is that he saved Locke's life.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's supposed to be the point.
Presuming that Caesar was going to kill Locke or something.
It is, but he says that later. I mean, I think that's what he means. Whether it's true or not, I don't know, but I think that's the idea.
Yeah.
I would like to believe Caesar wouldn't have just blown Locke away. I'd like to believe he would just pull out the gun and use it as a way to, further coerce Locke into not going.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of just saying, "You're not going to go," because Locke was saying he's going to go anyway, so he sort of forced the issue.
Yeah. Can you shoot a dead man?
But it's a good question. I agree with you that I think Ben probably wanted to try.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We might find out. Is he dead? It's another question.
Is he dead?
What is he? I really don't know. I really don't know what we're supposed to think about him.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't either. Next scene?
Yes.
So the next scene, we're at the main island at the little docks there. Ben says, "Home sweet home." Oh, Ben.
I didn't forget about that. Home sweet home. Wow. Yeah. I got that one too. Locke says, "Looks like we're not the first ones who decided to tie up here," referring to Son and Lepidus, which Ben recaps for us. If we forgot, we didn't. Then Locke says, that's the other thing. Yeah, I got to talk about that. Locke asks about Ben's arm and says, "Is Son the one who hurt your arm? I noticed you were favoring it on the way over." Ben says, "No, someone else hurt my arm."
Locke says, "You make friends everywhere you go, don't you?" Ben says he feels sometimes that friends can be significantly more dangerous than enemies. John.
Ooh.
Then Locke asks, "Is that why he shot Caesar?" And Ben says he stole Caesar's gun because he was going to use that gun to kill Locke, and he couldn't let that happen. Locke says, "No sense in me dying twice, right?" And Ben says, "You're welcome."
Mhm.
So that's that. This is a point where I thought Ben could have been like, this man was unarmed because I stolen his gun, which was my gun, by the way. just throw that in there.
I see.
Throw it in there.
Mhm.
The gun he's going to use to kill you, the gun that's actually mine.
Mhm.
I bought. Okay, I don't know.
Into a really long history of the gun.
Yes. I just want to know about the gun and who owns it,
The entire episode is just about the gun and its history.
Called Gun is Gun. I just want to know about the gun and who owns it. I just want to talk about who owns the gun, when, and why. That's my favorite. That's my favorite lost topic. When are we going to get back to the gun mystery? I think it. Hey, I gotta say it now. I think it's Jacob's gun.
Whoa! Wow, I didn't think Jacob would have guns or need them.
Jacob needs a lot of stuff.
Okay. All right. Well, maybe we'll find that out. I don't know. We'll have to see.
So one of the things that the craziest thing in this scene to me, and maybe there's a simple answer, is that Locke takes off his socks and shoes before they set off from the mini island, and so when they get to the dock, he sits down and puts his socks and shoes back on.
Mhm.
Why?
Because the boat is wet.
Why didn't Ben do that?
And they're nice shoes.
And his socks too.
And his socks are. Yeah, he didn't want to get his socks wet.
Yeah, I don't want your socks wet. But how come Ben didn't care?
Ben. I don't know. I have no idea. You're right. It's kind of weird. Maybe Ben's shoes aren't as nice.
Oh, I think I know why.
Why?
Oh, man, if they do this, that'll be so awesome. Well, because they're not Locke's shoes. They're Christian shoes.
That's right.
And maybe somehow Locke knows those aren't his shoes or something. And I don't know. I can see him presenting Christian with his nice shoes. And somehow that'll be interesting somehow.
Mm-hmm.
He's protecting the shoes for some reason.
Okay.
Or maybe he even looked in the shoes at some point and saw Christian's name. Don't you write your name in shoes when you have nice shoes?
Do I, or does one?
Does one?
Sure.
Your initials in your shoe or something? I don't know.
Yeah, I think people do that.
Do they? Because I don't think they do.
I remember people doing that at, summer camp.
Okay, good. That makes me feel better. Kids did it at summer camp. That makes me feel good about.
Because there'd be a huge pile of shoes, and
I mean for good, nice shoes.
Sort of like a handkerchief with your initials.
Like a monogram, but in a shoe.
Yeah, but in a shoe.
Shoe form. Shoe-based monogram.
Right. I would buy that. That would be sort of a really nice thing to have.
Mhm. I think so.
And Christian, sure. Sure, why not? Why wouldn't he have some nice shoes?
Yeah. That's the only thing I can think of why Locke might be taking care of those shoes like that.
Yeah, if they actually make a thing about it, I'll be surprised. I sort of noticed it, but I guess I just thought it was a thing. It was just a little. I guess I didn't think it was a big deal.
But they spend time with Locke just sitting there putting it. I mean, Ben's waiting to go be judged, and he's just hanging out with his socks and shoes on. It's just like,
yeah,
it's weird. And Ben didn't seem to question it. And I just don't think. I mean, maybe it's wet in the bottom of that thing, but I don't know. Strange. Anyway, I thought I'd bring that up.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good. That's the kind of thing I would ignore. Whenever they do that, And does it have anything to do with him being wet outside the submarine? Can we tie that in?
No.
Okay.
No connection.
All right. Just making sure. Something about wetness, water, and shoes.
There is a connection between wetness and water. I will give you that much.
Okay.
As far as it goes.
Okay, that's it. I can't get the shoes in there. Okay. All right.
You can get the shoes in there. You can't get the submarine and the shoes in there.
Okay, that's too much.
It's too much by half.
Right. Fair enough. Like, what would happen? What would happen if Locke got shot? That's a rhetorical question.
Yeah, he can't get shot.
Okay.
I mean, what would happen when Locke got shot? You have to know what Locke is, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think he is... I don't know.
I mean, could he die again? And if so, would he just resurrect again?
Well, he's already Locke the White. If he dies and resurrects again, I don't know what color comes after that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of weird. That seems like that's going too far. He probably won't die again.
Yeah.
Not until the island's through with him.
Yeah, I feel like Locke is for all intents and purposes human, but mortal and all that. I think he's just got some sort of last purpose to fulfill, and then something will happen to him. But I don't really think he's a spirit or anything, or a ghost or apparition. He seems regular. Seems normal. So
yeah. Yeah, you're right.
He's the same man he's always been.
Right.
Anything else in the scene?
Nah, I think that's it.
All right. So the next scene, they Locke and Ben get to the barracks. I guess they're walking to the jungle now. Locke says, "Are we going to your old house, aren't we?" Ben says, "Yes, the only place I can summon it, the monster. That when it arrives, he will either be forgiven or he won't." Locke says he thinks he's lying. Ben says, lying about what? Locke says he thinks Ben is lying, that he wants to be judged for leaving the island and coming back because it's against the rules. He thinks Ben wants to be judged for killing Alex.
Ooh.
Boom.
Ouch.
The end.
He's right. Scene. He's right.
Yeah, this is a very different kind of Locke who's able to see past Ben's bullshit and think about what the real issue is here. And I guess it just took Locke being murdered to make him wake up and smell the road. He's not throwing dishes anymore.
Right.
All it took
I'm really glad.
Little death.
I hope he never throws another dish.
I would be surprised if he throws any more dishes ever.
Yeah, you're right. It's nice. It's refreshing to have Locke actually guess something, guess that Ben's lying about something and be right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's like, I mean, yeah. This is a couple steps ahead. He's a couple steps ahead of Ben, you know.
Yeah.
On this one, and it's actually interesting how sort of Ben just lied about that. You know, instead of saying, "I need to be judged for what? Judged for killing my daughter."
Mm-hmm.
It's like he just lies and says he was judged for leaving and coming back because it's against the rules. That was weird, because when did he say that? That's what I wanted to look up.
He said he didn't say it was against the rules, but he said anyone who moves the island can never return.
Well, in the previous scene in this episode, he says, and this is what I think Locke is referring to, maybe along with that what you said, but I think he's referring to when Ben says, "I broke the rules, I came back to the island, I'm going to answer for what I'd done. Yeah, it's going back to be judged." See, when Locke says it in this scene, he puts it together differently than how I put it together. He basically says, you know, the rule, you know, Ben left and came back, which is against the rules, versus what Ben said was he broke the rules and then he came back to answer for what he'd done, which is, I mean, you shouldn't just come back to answer for what he did unless what he did was before coming back, right? Am I making any sense?
Yeah, but is that really what he said? What did he say?
Yeah, that's what's weird about it. That's why I got confused.
No.
He
means going back to the main island. He doesn't mean getting on the plane and coming to that area. He means that's why he was going back to the main island. No,
but he said he broke the rules. He said, "I broke the rules, John. I came back to the island."
Yes.
And now he was going to go be judged.
But that's why he was going back to the main island.
Yeah, but he had already come back to the island.
Yes.
Which was to be judged, right?
No, see, he's talking about the main island. He's not talking about the fact that they got on the plane and they landed in the island vicinity. He's saying, because Locke had just asked him why he was going back to the main island.
Yeah, I understand that. So you're telling me Ben did not come back to the island proper, or the island in the royal sense, like because he wants to be judged? Going back to the main island and going back to the island in general seems to be for the same reason.
I think it turns out that that's why he came back. But I think here that's not what he's saying. I think here what he's saying is, I've come back, and now that I'm back, I have to go be judged because I wasn't supposed to come back, and that's why I was going to the main island.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you come back? You come back, and then you say, "Oh, no, my coming back was breaking the rules. Now I'm going to be judged." But then why did you come back in the first place if it wasn't to be judged?
I think yeah, that's weird.
That's why I feel like he's saying. That's why it's weird. This whole rule thing is really confusing because it seems, like I said, Locke seems like he's trying to say that the rule that was broken was both leaving and coming back. Somehow, both of those were bad.
And I guess I don't think. I mean, I think he came back to the island for that reason, but I guess I think he came back for other reasons as well. And I think that he was just going to go to the main island and get that over with because I think he realized that he would be judged anyway, and so he wanted to, deal with that first.
But he might die. But there's no first when you might die, when this might be your last thing.
Yeah.
Like, to me, I feel like we're supposed to interpret it as the reason he came back to the island was to be judged about what happened with Alex. Which is the same reason he's going to the main island, because that's where he's got to be judged.
Yeah.
But
I do feel like there's more, though. I do feel like there's. I do feel like.
Well, I'm sure if it's like, hey, if the island lets me off the hook, I'm sure Ben has stuff he wants to do.
Yeah.
But that should be there should be one primary reason why he's coming back. There's one primary reason why all of them should be coming back. And I feel like that's what they're saying it is. The problem is, what is the rule that was broken? Because Ben says he broke the rules. He says, I broke the rules, John. And from this reference, he's either talking about killing Alex, or letting Alex be killed, or leaving the island, and slash coming back or something, right? That's the only sort of rules that he could be talking about.
Yeah.
It just seems like there, Locke is trying to tie in leaving and coming back with breaking the rules, and Ben is trying to say he broke the rules before he even came back. So coming back was not part of breaking the rule, even though I think he did break a rule.
I think it's muddled because he's lying, but I do think that's what he means. I think the and another thing that makes it muddled is the issue of the island versus why are you going to the main island, and he refers to both as the islands, and so it gets kind of confusing.
Well, I'm not really confused about that part.
But I think when he says I broke the rules, I came back to the island, I think he's saying I came back.
But that's part of the rules that he broke was coming back to the island?
Yeah. The rule that he broke was coming back to the island. I think that's what he's saying there. And then he says, I was going to answer for what I'd done.
Yeah.
Then at that point he's saying, I was going to the main island.
Yeah, I'm not confused about that in terms of the island. That doesn't bother me. It's the rules thing that was bothering me. But I get it. I see what he's saying. So he's saying coming back was. It's still weird though. I just had it and I lost it because yeah, maybe it's just the lying that's confusing me because he's coming back to be judged, but not for coming back. He's coming back to be judged for Alex. And
see, he doesn't say he says I was going. And so I think when he says I was going, that's referring to the main island trip.
When he said I was going to answer for what I done?
Yeah, because he didn't succeed. When he says I came back, that's the actual landing there on the plane. That's the thing that did happen. I came back versus I was going. That's in response to the question, why were you trying to run away to the main island?
Yeah.
So the thing about I was going to answer for what I'd done, I was going to be judged, is I was going to the main island for those things, not I was going to the island, capital I, for those reasons. Because he was going, he's already done it.
Yeah, I get that. I'm confused on why you keep explaining that again.
Because I feel like that's the problem.
That's not the part I'm confused about. Or is it?
Well, because if you agree that that's what he's saying,
yeah, I agree that he's saying he's answering the question of why were you trying to go to the main island.
Then he's not saying that he came back to the island to be judged. He's saying he was going to the main island to be judged.
No, but I'm saying yes. Okay, I see the. Okay, yeah, I agree with you that that's what he's saying. But I feel like, barring what he's saying, the reason that he came back is to be judged.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, is that's the real reason he came back, is to be judged.
Okay.
Which is the same reason he says he was going to the main island, was to be judged.
Yeah. But I don't think that's what he's saying. That may be true, but I don't think that's what he's saying.
You don't think he's saying that he was going back to the main island to be judged?
No, I don't think that what he's saying is that he came back to the island, capital I, to be judged.
Oh, yes. I agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's why he came back. But what he's saying is he's going to be. Yeah, it's the same thing, but not. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why I do feel like that's the issue. I mean, I don't think he came. He may have come back for that reason, but I don't think he's saying that.
No, my issue was the whole rules thing. But yeah, what he's saying is he was running away to the main island because he was going to go answer for what he did. He was going to go see Smokey and be judged.
Yeah.
Which I think is the reason he came back from the real world to the island.
Yeah, okay.
But he's not saying, I came back to the real world, from the real world to the island to be judged.
Yeah.
Although, it's pretty much saying the same thing because he's saying that's what he was going to go do. So, you know, like most people, if you have a pressing priority, you do it first.
Yes. But I guess I feel like it's at least possible that isn't the primary reason why he came back from the real world, and yet he does need to deal with it first because it will interfere with whatever else he wants to do.
But he's got nothing else to do besides be judged about Alex.
I
dude.
really don't think Ben. I don't feel the need to give Ben a big motivation to come back to. I feel like he just inherently would want to go back to the island. You know, I feel like that's...
Yeah, but it's against the rule to come back, so he's got to come back for some big reason.
Right.
You know?
but I guess I kind of feel like Ben is willing to go against the rules. You know, for his own reasons.
Well,
you know,
I
feel
agree with
like
if I thought he, I feel like he would go against the rules, but only if that's what the island wanted him to do, which means it's not really the rules anyway.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think he's willing to do his own thing, whether the island wants him to do it or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because I think, you know, that's part of the thing with Locke. Like, he's been trying to kill Locke for a while. You know, he initially, when Locke heard Jacob, he shot him and left him to die. And then, you know, back in the real world, he killed Locke again. Or not again, but...
This is the first time we've seen the island basically tell him not to kill Locke. You know, and when Ben, you know, gets Widmore out of the way, I don't know if that's what the island wanted necessarily anyway, but I mean, I don't think we've seen him directly go against what the island wants, and the whole point of this episode is everything he does is in service of the island, and he's judged for everything he's done, and it seems to be that he's cleared of it. So that's what I want to say. He is capable of, you know, whatever rules there are, he's capable of breaking those, but I think he wouldn't do anything he thought the island wouldn't want him to do. I haven't seen him display that yet.
That's a problem. We don't get a lot of scenes with the island telling him what to do, so it's hard to know. Like I can't give you any where that happens besides this episode. However,
that's the thing. He's judged though for everything he's done. So I mean, I feel like
that's the weird thing, though. I kind of think he isn't.
It's left to be determined. Yeah.
I kind of think he's only judged for the Alex incident. You know, they don't bring up anything else that he's done. And you know, in those flashes. And so I think that I think that he it's a little bit confusing. I think they're also kind of trying to say that the island did want Alex dead. Like Widmore sort of says that. And they sort of suggest that he went against the island and paid for it, you know, by the fact that she ended up being killed in front of him. You know, so I feel like it's saying he sort of let his sentimental feelings get in the way of what the island wanted, and I feel like we're supposed to think that he will go against it. And the island's letting him live, but I don't think it's necessarily because he's always obeyed the island, but it's because, you know, he's sorry about what, you know, happened with Alex. I believe that. And, you know, whatever else is supposed to happen. And also, I mean, the outside thing that I don't think they're going to kill Ben at this point in the story. It's too early.
Well, I mean, it's weird what happened with Alex, and it seems like, you know, like Widmore said, you know, if the island wants her dead, she will die. What does it even mean when, you know, everyone dies except Alpert, you know, like, if she dies when she's 80, does that mean the island wanted her dead?
Yeah, I think it's supposed
and then,
to mean prematurely.
Well,
I guess that's the only interpretation that makes sense.
What does that even mean, though? I mean, what's a premature death?
It
right?
means
I don't know.
it means if the island didn't want her dead, she would have lived longer.
Longer than what, though?
Longer than
she did live. I mean,
years.
Okay, but what's to say? The island wanted her dead, and Ben saved her, and she lived 16 years. That's longer than she would have lived. The other way around. So that's the thing. What do you call premature? I mean, it's I don't know. It's obviously you expect people to live a certain length of time.
Yeah, I mean, I call premature more than if it didn't. So if without the island it would have been 75, then anything before that would be premature.
You don't know that. There's no way to determine what's without the island.
Yeah.
She could have died some other way on the island by somebody else's hands. Does that mean that was the island, or doesn't it? She could have died. She could have got off the island and died in 20 years. Does that mean that was the? How can you determine which is which?
Yeah, you can't. You can't.
So that's kind of the problem. And then on top of that, you have, you have the thing with what Whitmore said.
I do think
the
there
other
was.
thing that made that weird.
I do think there was a thing with Ben and Locke that when Jacob spoke to him, and the way the others sort of looked at him, I feel like there was a whole storyline where he knew that Locke was supposed to be sort of chosen by the island, but he was fighting against that by repeatedly attempting to kill him. And even in this episode, after this, it's revealed that he was planning to do it again. So I really think that he's he's willing to, he wants to be the guy, and I feel like he's willing to go against the island to try to make that happen.
I'm just not sold on that. Only because he did try to kill Locke, and I think I think if it was something, we'll see sort of what happens behind the scenes and all this, whatever interaction he has with Jacob and all that, but I think he, Ben's the kind of person who thinks, yes, maybe Locke is supposed to be the next one, but, the same thing he did with Whitmore, I don't think he would be a good leader, so I'm going to lead. He doesn't think Locke would be a good leader, so he tries to get him out of the way. I don't think that's necessarily going against the island directly unless we see at some point Ben knows that that's what the island wants. Now, like I said, the island has now just told Ben, don't kill Locke.
Yeah, so if we see him do that...
If we see him try to kill Locke again, there's a clear case
of
going against what the island wants.
Yeah.
But I think all the other things is, Ben's whole thing is, I'm only doing what the island wants me to do. And unless he's sort of lying to himself, unless he knows Jacob said do ABC and he's doing XYZ, then I still feel like he's trying to service the island. The thing with Alex is weird. He saves her, but that was the whole thing. Was he asked Whitmore, is this what Jacob wanted? Is this what the island wanted, or is this what you wanted? Her to die. So that whole thing. So. When he did that, he didn't know that he was necessary. He's not necessarily going against the island in that respect either. And the whole thing with Keamy and Alex, I guess the idea was Ben, I hate to say should in quotes, should have given himself up, and then they would have taken him off the island, which maybe is what the island wanted. Is that what we're supposed to believe? And then Alex would still be alive, but does that mean that the island didn't want her dead then? So that's the thing.
Yeah.
Even if he gave her, so in one scenario he doesn't give up, Alex dies. Okay, that means the island wanted her dead. And in the other scenario, he gives himself up, Alex doesn't die. Then that doesn't mean the island wanted her dead. Like, the island should want her dead or not consistently.
Yeah, you're right. Like, it seems like both things were not what the island wanted.
Yeah.
If he went with her, then that's against it. But if he lets her die, then that's against. So yeah, the island's definitely fickle, and it does seem really difficult to comply with what it wants, and I think it's definitely up in the air whether it actually wanted Alex dead or not. I think it definitely could be that it didn't want her dead, and he's just being judged for letting it happen. It kind of seems that way. And I also wonder about, I'll get to that later. But I concede that there's not enough evidence for me to conclusively say that Ben has not always followed what the island says, and that that he came back to the island to be judged for that, and I concede all that's true. It's just
So you're dropping the charges against my client, then?
I still believe that. I think that's true, but I can't. It's not conclusive at all. I agree.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
and the other thing I wanted to add to this whole discussion is when Alex dies, Ben said he changed the rules. So this is the other sort of set of rules that I'm confused about, and if they're the same rules or not is don't leave the island, come back to the island thing.
Yeah.
Yes, they're the same, or yes, they're not.
Yes, that's an issue.
Oh, yes, that's an issue. So any thoughts on what that might mean of?
I feel like if they're going to say rules like this, these nebulous rules, I feel like they should be the same thing. They should be talking about the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how to interpret he changed the rules. I had a problem with that at the time.
That's what. Yeah, he changed the rules.
Yeah, that was a whole. Yeah, he changed the rules. That in particular bothered me. I wanted him to just say he broke the rules.
Mm-hmm.
But he changed them. I mean, he had the ability to change the rules. Why? How? And it doesn't seem like those should be the same, but I want them to be the same.
Yeah. Because
those rules seem to be rules that, if he's saying he changed them, they're rules that Widmore has the power to change. And according to him, the island's banished Widmore. Why would he be able to change the rules of the island? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, now I'm thinking, he changed the rules as referring to Jacob.
Oh, Jacob, not Widmore.
Not Widmore.
In
terms of this whole thing of Alex and her being alive and some sort of rule. I feel like I can almost make something work with that, but I can't quite nail anything down with this idea of, Ben saves Alex. He really kind of wasn't supposed to. Maybe he raises her, which is like the sort of good thing. But then she dies, and then somehow the rules were changed. And so what's the rule? The opposite. So the new rule is Alex can die.
Mm-hmm.
So that the old rule must have been Alex can't die,
mm-hmm.
or something like that, right? Or you can't kill family. I think that was some kind of thing we thought back a while ago.
Yeah, they made it seem like it was some kind of game with Widmore and Ben, but now the rules are more, they have more weight than that. They're somehow coming from the island rather than just some weird rules they set up among themselves.
Yeah.
There's also the issue of why Widmore and Ben both know that Ben can't kill him.
That Ben can't kill Widmore?
Yeah. I still want to know what that's about.
That was supposed to be part of the rules, too, huh?
Yeah, I thought. I mean, we thought. I still think could be, maybe. But I thought I should bring it up.
Maybe the island doesn't want Widmore dead. The island doesn't. It's weird because it seems like the island didn't want Widmore to leave necessarily. Maybe it did, and Ben
it seems
to
like
get
there's
it away.
Conflicting evidence on that.
Yeah. It seems
like it kind of wanted it and it kind of didn't. And it seems the same with Alex. It seems like it's ambiguous what it wanted.
I guess it makes maybe the most sense that the island did want Widmore to leave because you've got Ben making him leave, and you've got,
Right.
and you know, the island, I guess, letting that happen, if that means anything. And then you have Widmore never being able to get back on the island.
Yeah, right.
And all his searches.
They do make it explicit that, you know, if the island doesn't want you to find it, then it won't let you or something. You know, that's supposed to explain why he couldn't find it. Although he did eventually.
Oh, he found it, right?
So it's not quite, you know, I don't know. The island isn't that good.
Well, the island wanted him to find it then when he found it.
Okay, all right. So it just
yeah.
It's just frustrating. I can't really get a handle.
There were a lot of, you know, people who turned out to be sort of important on that freighter. So.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe the island wanted that to happen.
It was important enough to get them there that it let Widmore find the island temporarily.
Yeah.
That's so. Yeah, like that's the thing about the island. It has what it wants, you know, whatever that is, and then there's what happens, and it really seems like it. Like, are we supposed to believe that it controls what happens, or is it possible for it to want something and for it not to happen? I mean, it seems like
it seems like it could. If it wants something to happen, it'll try to make it happen. But it seems like it won't necessarily happen.
Right, yeah.
Except for some things like who can die and not.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's possible to disobey the island because it seems like, you know, there are various instances of that they address in this episode, although they're all kind of weird.
Yeah.
In various ways. But yeah, it's really Widmore, the thing with Alex, and then there's the thing with Locke.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah. So I don't know, of course. I don't know how coherent the island is.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of
know.
the island's will, I mean, there's also the issue of the Oceanic Six, and they weren't supposed to leave, and, you know, they have to go back for some reason, and, you know, there's that whole thing.
There's a lot of craziness there. So in the next scene, we flash back. We're at the others' camp, the hostile camp, I guess. Ben comes in with baby Alex, and Widmore is around a campfire. He asks him if he did it. Ben tells him he had a complication. Widmore has a keen observation that that's a baby in Ben's arm. Took him a little while to realize it, but he finally got it.
Widmore just doesn't miss a beat.
He doesn't, except when he does. So Widmore tells Ben he was supposed to exterminate Rousseau. Ben says why? She was no threat to us. She's insane. Besides, he didn't know that she had a kid. What was he supposed to do with it? Charles said he was supposed to kill the baby. Charles says he's supposed to kill it. He says it's not an it. This is a child. And Widmore says that it may be difficult to understand, but every decision he's made, it's been about protecting this island. Ben says, is killing the baby what Jacob wants? Then he hands Alex over to Widmore and says, then you do it. And then Alex coos and, of course, melts Widmore's heart.
Right. So, so a tiny thing. If the island actually wanted Alex,
no.
Okay, thank you. We can move on then. That'll do.
Good. Next.
Yeah.
Next question. Yes.
Next question. Yes.
Next
Okay.
question. Maybe.
Ooh.
Final
Wow.
question. D.
D. Okay. That was a multiple choice question.
Which is
apparently.
all of the above.
Okay. Nice. Nice.
I think Ethan's a little bit older than 12. Or Ben's short, or Ethan's tall. He's almost as tall as Ben in this scene. I think he's supposed to be a little bit older, but
I looked at
I hope he's not trying to kill people when he's 12.
I looked at the Wikipedia page, and the actor is 13.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well, with all that makeup, I think they're trying to push him to 15.
Think so? Bump him up a little bit.
Bump him up.
Let me think about. I think we can figure out what year this is. Actually,
we should be. I mean, it's 16 years from 2004.
Yeah, 16 years from 2004, which makes it 1988. Ethan was born in 1977, and so that makes him 11.
Nice. All right.
So
and Ethan is a tall boy.
He's a tall boy. Ethan was supposed to be tall, right?
He was sort of tall anyway.
Kind of tall, maybe? I don't know. He seemed tall.
Tall-ish.
Okay.
Let's sell it that. Call the whole thing off.
All right.
So wait, what was your question?
My original question was, if we could assume for a second, just for the sake of discussion, that the island actually did want Danielle and Alex to be killed, then, do you think Widmore would have done it?
What do you mean? You mean, are you implying that he didn't do it in this moment because the island wanted Alex to stay alive? Is that what you mean, or are you just saying, what are you saying?
Okay. I'm really just wondering what you think, but yeah, the purpose is to suggest that if the island really wanted that kid dead, Widmore should have done it. I guess,
like if the island really wanted Alex dead, then the island could have engineered some way where Ben is not the one who goes to kill Alex.
I'm really talking about Widmore here.
Okay.
And I guess because Ben says, "Is that what Jacob wants?" and he doesn't answer. Widmore doesn't answer that.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me think that the island doesn't want Alex dead, and that was just Widmore's excuse for asking them to carry it out. Like, I feel like they're kind of saying that here, but then later it seems like they double back on that and suggest that the island really did want her dead. But I guess I'm wondering if.
Well, here's the thing, though. I think there's a room for interpretation here with this that might assuage that. Is Ben asks, is killing the baby what Jacob wants?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I got the sense that the sort of overall protocol is kill all the outsiders, right?
Okay.
Which Ben was following with, he's going to go kill the outsiders.
Yeah.
But not that specifically he's on this mission because Widmore says, Jacob says, go kill these people. But so basically Ben is saying, I know what our first priority is kill, our first thing is kill all the outsiders. But did Jacob actually say to do this, to kill this baby? And I think that's why Widmore doesn't answer, because I don't think he did.
Okay.
Specifically say that. And then that's when Ben says, okay, well then you do it then. So I think Ben was just upping the ante by saying, I know what I was supposed to do, but nevertheless, do we have explicit instructions to kill the baby? And I don't think they did.
Yeah. Okay. But it could still be the case that that's what the island wanted, even if it didn't say it.
Yes, that's definitely true
to anyone. But I guess, yeah, I'm assuming Jacob actually did tell Widmore that, and he just doesn't say yes for whatever reason. Do you think he would just kill this baby, like, right there?
Throw it in the fire?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yikes.
I know, it's kind of intense, but, would he be willing to go that far if that's what the island asked?
Yes.
You think so?
Oh yeah. I mean, he would have to. I mean, if he is dedicated to the island like he should be or like he claims, then that's definitely something I think he would have done or should have done. Doesn't make it right, of course, but I think he would. I think he would have done it.
Okay, so this is a little bit of a just another bit of Widmore not quite being a nice guy, I guess. Maybe once he left the others, he changed or reformed or whatever. That could be the case, but it does seem like he was willing to go pretty far.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, to a certain degree, if you're guiding your actions in life by what an island tells you to do, whether or not you're good or bad is sort of not the first question you want to ask. Yeah, it definitely would have made him a bad guy to sort of kill Russo and Alex sight unseen. But if that's what the island wants, that's what the island wants, and these people sort of have to do that for whatever reason. And again, like I said, I really think the big question at the end of the show is really going to come down to what is the morality of the island, because everyone sort of underneath is the lower stratas, Ben and Widmore and the others and Hostiles, all these people. They're running around and doing all this stuff, but it's all for the island. It's all for Jacob. It's all for the island. It's all for Jacob. So, their actions aside, obviously they do things that are good and bad, but it's all in service of the island. So you have to ask, where is the island going to fall in? Is it, instead of saying, was Ben justified for killing, letting Alex die or things like that? It's really going to be, is the island justified for putting these people in those situations? Or would the island be justified in having Russo be killed? If that's what it originally wanted. I think that's the big question, really. Because it almost doesn't matter anymore what Ben and Widmore are doing. I mean, it matters in terms of their character, but they're really just servicemen for the island.
But I guess that's why it matters to me, just in terms of the overall plot of the show. Like I'm, in terms of how what role Widmore's going to play in the long run. Mm-hmm. What kind of character he has. So that's sort of why I asked that. I guess because I kind of feel like, Widmore was, I think Widmore was banished by the island, and so so he's doing his own thing at this point. And so I'm wondering how much what he did in the past will be a hint at what kind of character he ends up being in the overall sort of current story.
Yeah, I mean, for all we know, Widmore could be banished because he didn't kill Alex.
Right.
He let Ben not kill Alex.
Yeah.
And
okay.
And later, in terms of Widmore's character, Ben tells Penny that Widmore's a horrible human being. I haven't seen him be horrible. I can't really think of much he's done that's been really horrible. If his order for Kimi's team was really to kill everybody, that's pretty horrible. But I can't really think of other things that really is just like, wow, Widmore is a horrible human being.
Well, then there's this thing where he wanted him to kill the baby and Danielle.
Yeah, that's bad. That's definitely horrible.
The thing about Widmore is that he seems like he doesn't really do anything himself.
That's what I'm saying. Like if it's just that, I mean, Richard killed people too. You know, like the whole thing with the army guy. You know, the army guys in the 50s. I mean, does that make Richard a horrible human being?
Mm-hmm.
Like, servicing your.
Now it is different, you know, when army guys come to the island and do their own thing, and supposedly they tried to negotiate with them and all that, and you know, and then you fight with them, you know, adults with weapons and so on, as opposed to killing this woman and her baby who were stranded on the island. I mean, I think there's a difference there in terms of the morality of the situation. It isn't necessarily okay that Richard did what he did, but I think it's sort of lower on the.
Yeah, but it's still the same. It's in the same reference of we kill people who come to our island, which is just, you know, not really a good thing anyway. But that's their rules for their society.
Yeah.
So I mean, within that context, you know, I think that, you know, you have to think about it in that context of that's kind of their rules. I mean, there's some places, you know, if you steal something, you get your hand chopped off.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's bad, but, you know, I don't live there, so I don't get my hand chopped off.
Right.
So yeah, it's weird. There's a lot of back and forth with who's good, who's bad, and how much of either.
Right. I have to say I'm already ready to say that the island's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Or if not bad, then like amoral. I mean, it.
Well, the island's only doing this because of the best interest of the planet.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And the planet's only doing this for the best interest of the solar system.
Oh,
and
no.
The solar system's only doing this for the best interest of the galaxy.
Uh-oh.
So, and you know, the galaxy's only doing it for the best interest of the star baby. So.
Uh-oh. Star baby. It was all for the star baby.
The star baby. And, you know, the star baby's only doing this because the monolith told it to. So.
Right.
So blame the monolith. I think that's what that movie was about.
Blame the monolith.
Trying to tell us we all have to blame the monolith.
I didn't get that, but now it's very clear.
It all started with the monolith, right?
It did, yeah.
With the apes in Africa, right?
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true.
Lost is one big explanation of 2001.
I bet that's a pretty original theory.
I think so too.
I think, to me, it strikes me that the island is like, you know, it's sort of like any person, but I don't think it really cares that much about morality. I feel like it sort of has what it wants, and and that's primary. You know?
Well, yeah, I think it'd be awesome if it's not. You know, I think the island is probably better suited if it's unencumbered by morality. It's like you humans figure all that out. I just want this done. You know.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you have Smokey, who does seem to sort of care about morality.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how that's like.
But morality from what prism? From the prism of of the island's point of view, like. Or objective morality, like what does that even mean in terms of Smokey,
Yeah. It seems like it's kind of objective. At least in the Echo case, it seems like that had nothing to do with the island.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we're supposed to believe that it did somehow, with the plane ending up there and all that. But it certainly seemed like it was judging him for stuff he did off the island that had nothing to do with what the island wanted or not.
Mm-hmm.
And in the case of Alex, it kind of still seems that way, but then in this episode they sort of bring up the idea of the island or, wanting or not Alex to be killed. So you could definitely view that as just being about its own will. And the Echo thing could just be an anomaly. But it does seem like it cared about objective morality in that case.
One of the big differences I see between the Echo situation and the Ben situation with encounter with Smokey, the judgment, is Echo it's sort of different. So Smokey sort of comes to Echo, and at first it's in the guise of Yimmy. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
In the guise of Yimmy, and basically says, confess, confess, confess,
Yeah.
and he doesn't, and then Smokey appears and kills him.
Right.
And then, so that's sort of mirrored by Ben going to find Smokey, not having to confess because he's already confessed to Locke about it, and I mean everyone knows, and he feels guilty about it, and he's already sort of repentant about it anyway, and he comes to be judged, and then afterwards he sees Smokey in the guise of Alex, who who apologizes sort of again, and then it sort of becomes about Locke. But I think there's that's what's interesting to me is Smokey came to Echo saying, you need to repent because you did some bad stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas Ben had already sort of was aware of that, and maybe that's sort of the difference in terms of the judgment is Echo didn't seem to want to relent or something.
Yeah.
And Ben was already sort of sad about it and sorry about it.
Yes, that was the difference. I mean, that was the climax of the Echo thing. He eventually says, I won't repent. I did what I had to do, and I don't apologize for it. And that's when he's killed. So it's different because Ben definitely, I think, if there's anything genuine I can say about Ben, it's that I think he was unhappy about Alex being shot.
I agree. I think he definitely didn't want that to happen.
I think that affected him, and he was really upset that happened. I think that was genuine. So I definitely think he's sorry that happened, and so that's a big difference. And I want to say that's part of why he gets off.
So does that make it like? I mean, I guess, but that's not really. Is that being objective though? In terms of Smokey, if it's saying, well, you did bad stuff, but you won't apologize, and you did bad stuff, but you will apologize. Are we supposed to think it's more about Ben's state of mind and his apology than what he did was sort of not what the island wanted?
I don't know. I don't know. The objective part would be if the bad stuff is not just bad in the sense that it wasn't the island's will. Yeah. I don't know which one. Like in Echo's case, it doesn't seem like the island really had any kind of, opinion about what Echo should have done when he was a kid. Yeah. Off the island, and I mean. That seems objective in the sense that it's saying this was bad, and it's not just about what I want. Yeah, well, that's kind of my point is now that that there's this sort of morality, the whole judgment thing of Ben is it he's let off because the island isn't taking off points because he killed Alex because that's what the island wanted, or is he not taking off points because it's Alex because Ben was repentant about it. Right. Based on the Echo model, I want to say the second thing. It's not clear to me. It's not clear to me what the island wants, whether it wanted it or not. Like, I feel like it's kind of ambiguous. So, I feel like that could have some role in it, but I just, I definitely feel like it could be the first thing based on what we've seen, and so the second thing is. I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily not true. It's not apparent to me. Well, but that's the thing when he's going to be judged because of all this rule breaking and things. So it seems like it should be. Well, see, that's the thing. I mean, in the dialogue with Locke, he sort of says it's not about the rules. You don't care about rules. It's just about the fact that you killed your daughter. And so Locke sort of says. Yeah, he says that, but I think he did break rules, right? And if he's going to be judged, that's where the ambiguity comes in. That's because I feel like they're telling us that wasn't about the rules. That's just about what he regrets in general, in no way connected to the island's will, and maybe that was the island's will or not, and that's why it's bad.
I mean, I got the sense it was more, Locke was saying, you don't care about the rules aren't your main reason for going. I don't think Ben would go back there because he broke the rules, maybe. I think that's what Locke is saying, but it's weird how they seem to just, like, give you straightforward answers. Oh, look, he wasn't, he was found innocent, and then it's like, oh, wait, of what and why and how? Don't really know.
Yeah, no, it's weird. It's weird. But yeah, Locke says, I don't think you care about rules.
But that doesn't mean he won't be judged based on breaking the rules.
That's true.
That just means that's not his reason for going, is to be judged based on
That's
the
true,
rules.
yeah.
So it's... And apparently the new rule is don't kill Locke.
Yeah, that's... Yeah. Apparently.
What's interesting is, you asked the question, can Locke die? I think he can.
Well, if the owl says not to hurt him or not to whatever, then it does seem like if it's not possible, it wouldn't need to say that.
Yeah.
So you're right, it does seem like it's possible. I guess. It's weird though. Weird to die 2 times.
I think it's less weird that he can die in this second body than if he couldn't die. Right? Because at least that makes sense if you're alive and you die and not you're alive and you can't die anymore. Like if that just keeps happening. I think that's weird. That's increasingly weird. Happens once, it's okay.
Kill me once.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
Kill me twice, just let me stay dead.
I don't know, just the fact that you already killed and now you're alive again and then you get killed and you can't just be alive again. Like I guess that's why it seems weird to me. What? To
me, it's more comforting if somebody resurrected and then got killed and that's it. Well, because of the event that brought him back.
Okay, so it was really just about that. Yeah, okay. Sure. It still seems weird, but I agree. I mean, someone who cannot be killed.
I think it is weird. I'm just saying I think it's less weird than if he like can't be killed now.
Yeah.
Like I think that makes it crazier.
Yeah.
More interesting, maybe, but crazy.
Yeah, and I think they're kind of not saying that. I think that's not true. So. Yeah.
And of course, where's the drama in someone who can't die?
An unkillable character, yeah, definitely. That would be weird.
That'd be Highlander.
Oh no! Really? Spoiler alert. Or is that the premise of the show?
Well, yeah, if you don't know that Highlander is about immortals, then
I've never seen it.
You don't know that the Highlander series
I honestly didn't know that.
Of movies and TV shows is about a group of people who fight and can't be killed.
No, I really didn't know that.
Wow.
I really didn't.
Wow.
I confess.
What's the name of the rock you've been living under? Because you've been living under it so long, I'm sure you've named it by now.
Yeah, you can't live under a rock that long.
Not give it a name, please. You're only human, right?
Oh, God, yeah, I should, oh, God.
You've never seen the Highlander series?
To call it Elizabeth. No, I never have.
Wow.
I've never seen the series or the movie. I don't know what it's about. I know it exists. I know it's got Christopher Lambert.
You've never heard the Queen song?
What Queen song?
The big Highlander song.
I don't think so. Unless it's one of the famous ones. I have not heard that one.
Oh, okay. You'd have to. They're from the movie. I think it's from the movie.
If it's not,
I think they even did like a whole like Highlander album. Somebody told me.
Really?
Yeah, like music inspired from the movie or something.
Wow. I've never been a big Queen fan, so I don't think I've heard. Maybe I've heard those songs, but I wasn't aware they were from Highlander.
Yeah. Yeah, the whole, I think it's Prince of the Universe or something it's called. But,
wow, I had no idea.
I feel like you should check out the Highlander stuff. It's, I've always been a fan of the TV show more than the movies, but good stuff, you know.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's about a race of immortals who, they sort of can't die, and there's only, the idea is basically that they sort of battle each other throughout time, and the only way to kill one is to chop their head off, and then you absorb their power, and at the end there can be only one, as they say. So that's sort of the overall premise is.
Now that you say it, it sounds familiar.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if you've never heard of this.
Yeah. I don't know. I forgot.
There can be only one.
I blocked it out or something. Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah.
And the chopping the head off thing, that sounds familiar too.
Yeah.
So I probably did know some of that. I haven't ever seen it though, but I probably heard it somewhere, or read it or something.
Let's hope so.
Yeah.
For your sake and ours.
Right.
All right, are we ready for the next scene?
What scene was that we just finished?
Who knows? The baby scene.
Oh, baby.
Whitmore was like, is that a baby you've been carrying for the last 5 minutes? 'Cause I didn't notice.
Is that a baby or did your arms throw up?
Oh, man. Is that a baby or your arms cooing? Is that a baby or did you spit up on you? Wow, we could go a long time on that one. So it's a funny one. Is that a baby or ...
Yeah, we saw the whole thing.
Please come to TLLD.net and write in your answer to that line. Is that a baby or? I'm sure we'll get some great responses.
Yeah, I can't wait. That's great.
I expected when Ben came in with Alex, baby Alex, I expected Whitmore's first line to be about the baby.
Yeah.
And it wasn't.
No.
Don't you want to know why he's got a baby?
Yeah, he really should have. It seems like they want us to think he didn't realize he was carrying a baby. Yeah,
it's like I don't know. It played strangely.
Yeah, it did. It was a little weird.
So again, I mentioned this before. This is the scene I was talking about with Richard just kind of sitting on the sidelines watching things happen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know his role in this society. He seems to be autonomous. Aside from being doing what Jacob wants, but
right.
He can do whatever he wants to do. Doesn't really answer to Ben or anybody else, or Whitmore, at least in this era. But yet he's not sort of like stepping in to make any decisions or to say, well, Jacob would want this baby to live, or
right.
No, we must always do what Jacob. Nothing like. And it's weird. I don't know what the circumstances are going to be that allows Richard to be, in my opinion, sort of an original island inhabitant, as much as that could mean at this point, but yet sort of not be in control or be the leader of the group of people who are supposed to be protecting the island. So that's weird to me.
Mhm.
I don't know why he's not in charge.
Richard?
Yeah, and it could be, and I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that what they originally envisioned his character as versus this like immortal thing he sort of got thrown into.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think that's possible. I also wonder the other side of that, which is if Whitmore's the leader, or if Ben's the leader, or whatever, why doesn't he answer to them? why is he autonomous?
Mm-hmm.
Why can he sort of do his own thing and listen to Jacob directly? And
well, and I think that's because he predates them.
Yeah.
But I think that should put him at the top and not like on the side.
Yeah.
Which is weird. I'm curious on how he got just to be on the side.
It seems like he's different. I mean, Widmore and Ben are definitely, they definitely age. And Hawking aged.
Did she ever?
Ethan aged. I mean, a lot of these others, as far as I know, all the others age except Richard.
Yeah.
So it seems like he's something unique.
He's the only one with permanent eyeliner.
Right.
I think that goes in there too.
Yes, that's true. So I don't know what that's supposed to mean. If they're going to say at the end that he's, I don't know what.
I think he's an Egyptian.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's what I was trying to say.
Which is the word I'm using to describe whatever civilization,
Yeah.
has this crap on the island.
Right. Okay. I agree, yeah, he's probably from that time. But what's the explanation? I mean, most of them presumably didn't survive. Why is he living so long?
Well, because the god Anubis put a spell on Richard to be the guardian of the temple and to herd other inhabitants of the island who would come forthwith and shepherd them into a ensemble of protection for the island.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, did that do anything for you? I just ran with whatever I came to first.
That really sounded like a pretty coherent theory for that. I was imagining a scene where we actually see Anubis talking to Richard and telling him those things. It frightens me.
Yeah,
to be honest, I'm not sure I could handle that scene actually being on the show.
I'll say it now. If we see Anubis and yeah, that's already number one. Number two is if he's speaking English, I'm turning off the TV.
Oh no.
It's enough if they show us Anubis.
You don't think Anubis can speak English?
Even if they do British, I won't buy it. I won't buy it.
But come on, back in olden times, everyone spoke British.
Yeah, right? No matter what olden times it is.
Wow, what do you want him to speak?
I want him to speak whatever people think Egyptian sounds like and to have subtitles.
Okay. Interesting. So, when did Richard learn English?
Oh, when didn't he learn English?
Okay, better.
That's the least of our questions.
You're right. It just, I do think it's kind of odd that the others speak English. I mean, obviously they have certain members who, like, how did Widmore get a British accent,
I don't think Widmore was born on the island, or did he tell us he was? I forget.
Oh, God. Now I don't remember either.
I don't think he was. Maybe.
Can't remember if he actually said he was born there or not. He said it was,
I'm looking it up on Wikipedia.
Okay, thank you.
Lostpedia.
That's what we need. That's what we need. I count on them. They remember it, so we don't have to.
Yeah, I don't think I don't see anything here about him being born on the island. His origin only says United Kingdom. I don't see anything about a birthplace. So I don't think it's known, I guess.
Okay, so he hasn't actually said.
Yeah. Yeah, unanswered question. Where was he born?
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Lostpedia.
There we go. That'll do.
So yeah, I get the feeling he wasn't born on the island. It's interesting because we have Charlotte, sort of from the UK, on the island as a little girl and then leaves. So maybe Widmore, a similar situation of coming from the UK, going to the island as a kid, growing up there, and then going back.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Okay, but I wonder how he got there. You know, who brought him there?
Richard.
Okay.
You like that one?
That was easy.
Yeah. Too easy. He was probably recruited. They do a lot of recruiting.
Yeah, I guess so. That's I don't know. The recruiting seems weird.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like Dharma. It doesn't seem so official.
Yeah, you got to fill out applications and aptitude tests. And...
It seems like they just, I don't know. It kind of seemed like the Dharma people that they recruited, you know, were just, you know, it was just an opportunity.
Whoever wanted to come. Yeah.
Yeah, and then with Juliet, it was a specific thing, you know, that they were. It doesn't seem like they just do general recruitment, you know.
Yeah.
Just bring in new people constantly. Like I guess I assume that, you know, the people who were there were born there, but yeah, I mean, it's implied he shouldn't have that accent. Just in general, he shouldn't just develop it without some kind of reason. Maybe his parents were from there or something.
I wonder if we're gonna ever see when they first get the sub.
Oh yeah.
Because that might be a story there in terms of how they have a submarine.
Well, the sub is Dharma's, I think.
Is it just Dharma sub?
Yeah, so I think they just get it. They just get it when the purge happens.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were talking about the recruits were coming in on the submarine, and I assumed,
yeah, I thought. Oh, for some reason. Okay. Some reason I was thinking. Okay, yeah, I was thinking Widmore. I was trying to think of how Widmore got to the island, and I was thinking came on the sub.
Oh,
but probably not.
Not back then.
Yeah, not as a Dharma sub, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that submarine. That was.
So next thing.
What are we on again? Oh, we on the same thing still?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Next scene.
Yeah, please. So next scene, Locke and Ben get to the barracks. Locke asks Ben whose idea was it to move into these houses. He tells him that the others are living in the jungle, and after they murdered Dharma, they all relocated to the barracks, and he was just wondering if it was Ben's idea. Ben asks if Locke disapproves. Locke says it just doesn't seem like something the island would want. Ben says, you don't have the first idea what this island wants. Locke says, are you sure about that? Wink, wink.
Uh-oh.
And right on cue, a light comes on in Ben's house. Ben says he confirms it is his house and that it's Alex's room where the light came on. And Locke says, well, I suppose you better go over there and check it out. Locke, he's great. Why don't you go towards the scary stuff? I'm going to stay here. Because I don't have to deal with it. You do. Oh, that's awesome. So should I go to the next part, too?
Yeah.
So Ben goes inside. Suspense. Tension. Turns the corner, goes into the room, and it's Sun. Oh, surprise.
What?
Wah, wah. Bust. Try again.
Ouch.
Then Frank walks in and asks Ben what he's doing here. Ben says, this used to be my house. I saw a light on, so I came in, asked what they're doing there. Frank shows Ben the picture of the Losties in their Dharma initiation photo, and Sun tells him it was taken in 1977. Ben asked about them being in 1977, and Sun asked if he knew about this, and Ben says, of course not. And Frank says they got the picture from Crazy Old Man, who said his name was Christian. I don't remember that line.
I don't either. I like that, though. This is a crazy old man.
Yeah. I'm thinking, Daniel's outside?
Yeah.
Zing. He said his name was Christian. He told us to come in here and wait. Ben says, wait for what? And Christian says, Son says.
What?
Yeah, sorry. Son says, he said if I ever want to see my husband again, I had to wait here for Locke. Frank then says, considering that Locke's dead, they're not holding their breath. And then Ben says, well, you might want to look outside.
Uh-oh.
So in the previous little scene, Locke supposes that Ben does something. And in the end of this scene, Ben suggests that they do something. A lot of suggesting and supposing here. You might want to do this. I suppose you do this.
I respectfully suggest that you do the following.
Yeah. I think she will want to look outside. And
if you don't mind my saying so, I would like to posit the following course of action for you to take forthwith.
For your consideration. And at the end of this, we see Locke sort of waving.
They look out. Locke does a Locke wave.
If only he had an orange in his mouth, right?
Oh, God.
If only.
Oh, man, that would have been amazing.
That actually would have been really cool if he had an orange at some point in this episode, and they could tie that back to... that would be amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, the orange.
I'm sure there's oranges on the island.
Yeah.
He was eating one.
He was. That's true.
So, we got a couple things here. Like we talked about before, the others moving into the barracks.
They bring up the idea that it was Ben's idea.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Ben was just this strangely corporate guy who wanted a very sort of, I guess, higher standard of living. Yeah. For whatever reason. And I guess he was kind of used to it, I guess, from being the Dharma. Mm-hmm. So that's interesting that it sort of was his idea. What do you think about that? I don't know.
I think it's weird. You know, and some of those others we saw, like in the book club, you know, it's hard for me to believe they were ever living out in the jungle. Yeah. You know, and it wasn't that long, you know. I mean, it was, at that point, you know, it was probably 10 years, 12 years, something like that. Yeah. You know, I guess that's long enough to sort of adapt to it, but it just seems weird. It really just seems like there's kind of different versions of the others that they've shown.
I really think the people in the book club are not the same people who bandy about with rifles barefoot. Yeah. And you know what I mean? It just some of those. Yeah. No. Exactly. I don't think all of the others can be warriors. You know. I don't think. I don't think Cindy's really going to be like shooting up people. Mhm. Yeah, it's weird. I don't. Gotta get some more information about that. I don't know if we should talk about this scene, but I definitely want to talk about. It sort of relates to them moving here because for the fact that Ben's house has the entrance to that whatever that is, the drain. Yeah. So I think that's of note because if that house was built there by Dharma, then Dharma sort of built it on top of that thing. Yeah. Which means they knew about it, I guess. Which means, maybe they didn't know what to do with it, but why would they sort of build a house on that? And, and then when Ben, and then I'm assuming Ben figures that out at some point, and that's why he chooses to live in that house versus another house.
Yeah. I guess that's the idea. Yeah, I don't know how that's supposed to fit together. Like, did he just figure it out at some point? Or, I wonder who was living there when Dharma was there.
If anybody, I would assume it was Horace.
Yeah. Okay. I think we've seen his house. Not that I can really tell.
Every time I look at a Dharma house now, all I think about is how they only have one house set, and how they look like different houses, but I'm just like, I know this is the same as everybody else's house.
Yeah. I mean, they do put different decorations. So.
I mean, yeah, they definitely obviously do the set design totally differently, but it's just like, I know this is the same house. This is the same set.
Yeah, that kind of demystifies things. Man, I was watching this movie the other day, and it's the first time this has ever happened, but there was a scene, and I noticed that there was a matte painting in the background. Mm-hmm. And I could even see the edge of it. I could see where it stopped. And it was just weird, because I never noticed that stuff. I'm always surprised. And they're like, that wasn't real. Those windows, that wasn't a studio. There was nothing outside there. That's just a matte painting. And this was the first time I actually saw one, and it freaked me out. I was like, man, I wish I didn't know about that.
Was it an older movie?
Yeah. It was an older movie.
Yeah, because they use a lot of, CG matte painting.
Yeah, they don't really, it's the matte painting is an old technique.
Yeah.
But they did a lot in the old days. They could shoot things in the studio, and, it was an alternative for static shots, where things didn't have to be moving. It was an alternative to real projection or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for a bit of film history there.
You're welcome. I'm sorry.
We've learned what a static shot is, and what matte paintings are, and yeah, great, good stuff.
I didn't really mean that to be an educational aside, but sure, I'll take it. Whatever. Anyway, yeah. Sorry. I just the idea of sort of noticing the fakery of shooting things.
The fakery, yes.
The tricks.
Mhm.
Because I usually don't notice them. I'm usually surprised to learn how much stuff they do.
What? Jar Jar Binks isn't real? Now I can sleep at night. Now that I know that was CG, I can rest.
I probably don't have to say it, but I didn't think Jar Jar Binks was real.
I, of course, love the idea that not only did you think he was real, but it kept you up at night.
I was really worried about that.
Because it should keep you up at night.
I mean, he seems nice and all, but yeah, if he exists, that's a frightening.
Nothing that annoying should be living.
No, that's right. God. Yeah. I have to say, for all the heat he gets, I really feel like that movie had more problems than Jar Jar Binks.
I think Jar Jar Binks was the scapegoat.
I do too, yeah.
He was the thing everyone could point to and agree that was bad, but I think there was plenty of other things.
Yeah, it's I don't know. You're right though. He was the obvious thing to point out.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he was good. I'm just saying,
Well, history will judge Jar Jar Binks, I think. I think in 50 years, film critics will look back and say, something.
You're right. I agree.
That I agree. I stand by that statement.
You should.
So, all right. So let's talk about Lost again.
Yeah. Sorry. Woo.
So we talked about the moving in thing. Anything else about Ben and his decision to move them, or?
Oh, yeah, and the desk too. And they sort of brought that up. Something along those lines when Locke and Ben.
Oh, I just remembered something. Okay, go.
Oh, maybe you should say your thing?
No, I'll remember.
Okay. Locke and Ben, when they first go to see Jacob, there's that little comment about how about how Jacob doesn't like. What did he say? Basically, they couldn't bring in
gadgets or something.
Yeah, they couldn't bring in flashlights, I think, and so they had to like light a lamp, or that. I think Ben calls them old-fashioned. I think it's something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, it was setting out the idea that he doesn't like the modern conveniences.
That's interesting, yeah.
And so I feel like that might be a thing, and this is sort of part of that. Jacob wants the others to live out in the jungle, and
Jacob needs to contemporize, man. So here's to further that idea is I just remembered that that period of time when Ben was with the others and they were traipsing around the jungle. Remember Ben had them carrying his like office stuff. Remember?
Yeah.
He had the desk and like all his writing stuff. Like that dawned on me of being sort of the same thing of he wanted those modern conveniences with him.
Mm-hmm.
I think we joked about like who has to carry this stuff around.
We did. He had a pretty big setup. He had a bed and a desk and a huge like chest of stuff, and it was a lot to carry around.
Yeah, so that's interesting. It's another. Why is he so materialistic, though? That's weird.
It is weird. It's something about Ben's character that they don't emphasize that much, and I wouldn't. If you made me say things about him, I probably wouldn't bring that up. But now it seems like they've done at least some.
Ben's probably like, you try to lie as much as I do in a day, and see if you can withstand like sleeping on a cot on the floor. He's like, I need a good, well-cooked chicken, after doing what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I
need the comfort of a Sealy.
Yeah, he's like, he needs his French press coffee.
The coffee. Yeah, definitely. It was in that too. I forgot about that. When in that episode too, Locke sort of chastises Ben for living there, and that's a running thing that I feel like they haven't overemphasized or really made it that big of a deal.
I think they're just starting. I think they planted a couple seeds, but I don't really know what it can come to. Locke seems to think that the island wants them to be sort of living sort of as one with the land or whatever.
Yeah.
But again, Ben says you don't know what the island wants, and it's, does the island expect them to live like that forever? That's what I want to know is what's the exit strategy here with the island? Okay, I pledge my allegiance to you, yada yada yada. How long is it gonna take? What will we do?
Yeah.
50 years, 100 years.
What's the end game?
What's gonna happen? When is it gonna be over?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the weird thing about the island. It's when is it going to be happy?
Yes.
And will it just sit like that for once everything's how it wants it? Will it just sit there and I don't know what for until like is that it? It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird having an amorphous entity like that has some kind of will once it's satisfied, then it seems like it doesn't have a purpose unless it's just manipulating people and trying to get things it wants.
So you're saying the island is a politician?
Zing.
Sorry, I couldn't help that one.
No, I'm glad you didn't.
I'm here all week, folks. Try the fish.
Yeah. Yeah, it was classic. So yeah, anyway, I don't know what the exit strategy or whatever is supposed to be. I mean, I guess that goes to what is the island, what's the story there?
Yeah.
Which is not.
Maybe the island is just trying to find a long-lost female island. Or another male island.
Please, please.
I think the island should probably be, omnisexual if it has to be anything. Or,
yeah. Yeah. It does seem like all the island's representatives are male, but but I agree that I'm not sure that it really makes sense to call an island male. Once again, much like with the smoke monster, I don't know, I don't know what that would mean exactly. So
that means he's better at math and science.
Oh no.
And that is such a bad joke.
Oh, no.
Reinforcing the stereotypes.
Oh,
Isn't that
no. Great? Oh, man, we're going to catch some shit for that one.
Yeah, that was bad. But you know what? Comedy's supposed to offend. That's what they tell me.
Who told you that?
The League of Offensive Comedians.
Okay. All right.
No. Of course, math and science is hard for everybody. All right, equally. Is that what I'm supposed to say?
Yes. The views expressed do not necessarily reflect the opinions of Lowdown Incorporated,
or its parent companies.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
we should have. Now we have to edit a disclaimer into our podcast.
I think so.
Yikes.
Wow.
Sorry, looking for an easy joke. It was an easy joke.
It was. I don't blame you for taking it. It just took me by surprise.
And we just lost half our audience.
Yes.
Well, for the three of you still listening,
thousands of iPods were just clicked off simultaneously.
Like you guys aren't that funny.
I really don't have time for this.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, God. Yeah. All right. Anyway.
So back to what we're talking about here.
And I guess I should say, actually, although Jacob, the island has, I think, taken the form of females before. Certainly, I think it does so with Alex. And then there's Ben's mom. Whatever that was supposed to be.
Mhm.
So I guess I take that back.
Yeah. I think it would take whatever form it wanted to.
Yeah.
Speaking of the island taking forms, it made me think that, in terms of Hurley and why he came to the island. I know that's topical for this episode, but because Hurley was all over this one. But it just made me think that maybe what made him come to the island was the island visited him as someone and told him to come to the island.
Yeah. I think that was the original theory.
Was that the original theory?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't remember that.
I was thinking Charlie.
Charlie, okay. And he's like, "Hey, brother, buy some plane tickets."
There goes your amazing Charlie again. What's that? Oh, you really got it.
Mhm. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, just because Charlie is someone that Hurley was friends with and who he associates with the island and, who died on the island, and it just seems like he would be the most persuasive.
Yeah.
Among the people who could appear. That was my best guess. And, now that we've seen pretty much everyone's story but Hurley, it's pretty clear that, like, the reason they go could be pretty simple, It doesn't have to be. I originally thought it was going to be more elaborate,
No, for Hurley, honestly, all they need is someone to tell him to go.
Yeah.
Doesn't need a whole bunch of setup.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I envision it being a more. I just thought there was more to it. With Saeed too, like I thought Saeed's thing would be more elaborate. What
do you mean? You don't think that was elaborate? This woman said she was one thing, but she was another, and then she handcuffed him, and that was it? You don't think that's elaborate?
You're right. Never mind.
That's 3 whole steps, my friend. 3 steps.
I thought he was going to be involved in all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And Kate too, I thought Kate's thing would be all crazy, and I know it was good. It was good enough. I'm not complaining. It's just I definitely think at this point it actually seems plausible that it's as simple as that. And maybe it's a little more dramatic than usual, but I can definitely see it just being someone. And you got to go back and okay.
Yeah.
I guess they have to tell him the plane too. He has to find out which plane to get on.
Mhm.
That'll be weird.
How many seats to buy?
Oh no.
I think he just wasted money.
Then there's that. He definitely wasted it.
I'm still not certain how so many people got on that plane when he's supposed to buy all the rest of the seats.
I do know that I do know that airlines will oversell planes.
Mm-hmm.
They'll sell more tickets than they have seats.
Yeah.
Basically because people often don't show up.
Mm-hmm.
And so, they can make more money that way. And so, like, statistically speaking, it makes sense to oversell by 10 or something. That isn't quite enough to cover Hurley's thing, but I was thinking...
Oh, maybe that's what happened with that whole exchange. Remember, we were like, why, she should know that those are Hurley seats and that the plane... So maybe Hurley bought all the tickets, the plane seemed full, but she just thought it was like, all these people didn't show up or something. And look, and that's why she was like, now we have all these seats available to people on standby because they kind of oversold, you know what I mean? Or in the sense that these people didn't show up, but it was really all Hurley seats.
Yeah.
But I guess still that some people got on that plane somehow.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't, if you're not there, they don't hold your seat.
Yeah, I know that.
So yeah, that actually seems plausible. Like, someone buys 75 seats and 75 people don't show up, they're not going to keep them open.
Well, yeah, which is why she was trying to get the standby people to take those seats.
Right.
Yeah. And that's why he was protesting, because he's like, no, those are mine.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here, don't give them away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, we're agreeing.
Okay.
This is what a podcast is like when we both agree
on
like the same thing, and we just keep agreeing with each other.
Okay.
It's awesome.
Okay. I don't know. It sounded like maybe I disagreed, but I can't see that I do. So
no, I think we're in agreement.
Okay.
I think it was just that realization of the idea of overselling the planes, and the idea of that's why she thought that's why she was offering these people these seats.
Yeah.
Was because they often come into a point where seats have been paid for, but people don't show up.
Yeah.
So they offer them to these other people. It is still 75 seats, but...
right, yeah, that makes it kind of crazy.
But she was probably just like, man, this is weird. Anyway, who wants to board this plane?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that's normal.
But hey, it's a Jira Airlines. Who knows what's normal for a Jira Airlines, right?
Fair enough.
I don't. They're going to Guam. I don't know what they're doing.
You know, I'm still wondering who those people were that were shooting at Juliet and Sawyer and all that.
It's got I think it's Alana and Bram.
Oh, Alana and Bram. God damn
remember
it.
they found guns.
I think you're right. Shit. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have known. Damn it. All right. You win.
Wait, what does that mean though? Oh, that means that, oh my God, that's going to be weird.
Yeah, it's going to be really weird.
Oh man, that's going to be weird as hell, because that means we're going to probably be with Alana and those guys as they come to the beach, and they're going to see it, there's nothing there, and they're going to look around, and they're going to come back, and one of the boats is missing, and then they're going to go after it, and then those people are going to vanish, and we're going to know why.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think Juliet shoots one of them.
Juliet probably shoots Bram. I think she's going to shoot Bram.
There you go. Wow. I agree. That sounds plausible. Wow, it actually makes sense now.
Yeah.
That's nice. That's gonna be really strange. It's weird to see things in advance.
It's gonna be super strange when we see, because it was one thing when we saw them time traveling and we were with them.
Yeah.
Now they're just gonna pop in and out of our time frame.
Yeah.
That's going to be odd.
Yeah, that's what we haven't really seen.
And it's in a further time back than the most recent time we've seen them.
Right.
Where they're in with the Dharma.
Yeah, further time back meaning farthest in the future.
Yeah. Yikes.
Which is weird, but
it's like
true.
It's going to be, that's the thing, it's not 1977, Sawyer and Juliet.
No, that's pre-LaFleur.
It's the older version of them.
That was
when they
Sawyer,
were
who
first
still
time
had
different.
growing up to do. And
yes.
Yeah, that was the old everybody.
Yeah, these are 3 years ago, people, and that's been crazy.
Charlotte was still alive.
Oh man.
Yeah.
She didn't know how many headaches she was going to end up getting before she died. That's going to be really weird.
Honey, your headaches ain't over yet.
You think you're fine? You're really not fine yet. Yeah, so it never made sense to me that it was the Losties who were shooting at the other group of Losties.
Me either. That always bothered me.
That never made sense.
Now we actually have someone who probably could do that.
Yeah, we have another group. We have another group of people who have guns and who are headed. They're obviously headed to the main island.
Yeah, definitely.
Interesting.
Yeah. Wow. God. I thought that was just a wide open mystery. I didn't realize we sort of had the answer.
Yeah, we just closed that one.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, good.
Yeah, look at that.
Nice. It's nice to solve something. We spend so much time. I don't know. Who could tell? Satisfying.
Deleted scene.
Yeah, deleted scene. Where's the fence?
Yeah. So next scene.
Yeah. They didn't show the fence, by the way.
There's more stuff to this one.
Just wanted to point that out.
They didn't show the fence?
Yeah, they didn't show them going through the fence.
Yeah, because Ben has the code and they don't have to show a delete.
Yeah. Right.
The other thing I want to talk about in this episode, well, I have to say, I think I'm usually not taken in by their little
scammy scams.
Scammy scams, thank you. I was looking for the technical term.
That's not the technical term?
It's good. Scammy scam. It's in the dictionary. But as soon as the light in Alex's room went on, I'm like, oh man, here it is. Smokey's waiting for him. He's gonna walk in and it's gonna be Alex.
Yeah.
And he's gonna be waiting for him. Here it goes. And it's like, no, it's Son. I'm like, oh.
Oh no.
Crap.
So
I fell for that.
I thought that was possible, but I also thought, Son and Frank are here. It really could be them. I was ready for either one.
I forgot that Son and Frank were just like waiting. I thought it was a very it was obviously sort of similar to when Christian appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And it seems like if they were waiting, why wasn't the light already on?
I guess we're supposed to believe they were sleeping or something, and
oh, really? Frankenstein sleeping, huh? Does Jen know about it?
in separate rooms. Hold your tongue, sir. How dare you?
I'm just saying.
No, I know.
If the house is a rocking, come and knock it.
And I guess we're supposed to believe they heard voices outside or something and turned
now
the light
you're
on.
just reaching.
I'm trying. I gotta reach for something.
I'll buy that they were in the living room or something where the light you couldn't tell if it was on, and then they came into her room and it was lame, but they fooled me, which is what they wanted. So
yeah, they did. It was a setup.
Hats off, guys.
Or a scammy scam.
Scam.
To use the technical term.
Mhm. All that jargon.
Right. I'm big on jargon today.
So Ben, we spent a lot of time on this one.
Yeah, there's so much. We haven't even really got to anything in the scene yet.
Yeah, no, I mean the next big thing is Ben seeing the picture of the Losties and Dharma.
Right.
He claims he didn't know about it. I believe him, but
I do too. Oh, Jesus.
Conference is scheduled to
well,
be
somebody
broken
else
down
believes him.
automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
I did. That's why you already said that. And I'll press it in. See?
I can't
now
hear
we have
you.
2 hours.
Yeah.
So
I think we might.
I think we do.
Yeah. Good.
So that makes me, you know what, next podcast we have to press star 8 at the beginning and then see if we get an extra hour at this point into it.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
See if that works. So, I believe that he didn't.
Sorry, go ahead.
I believe that he didn't know that they were in there. But what I find incredulous is the fact that he never saw that picture.
Mm-hmm.
He just never sort of went into the processing center and never. I don't know. I just feel all the time that he was there growing up in Dharma, he just never saw that picture. Or I guess he could have seen it.
Wait a minute. Wait just a minute here.
What?
Shouldn't he remember? I mean, what about that? What about that issue?
Remember what?
If he remember the people from Dharma.
Well, that's the whole issue is that being healed at the temple is supposed to make him forget. And like I said,
So you believe him? You actually think he doesn't remember? I mean, maybe he wouldn't remember Hurley and Kate, but he should at least remember LaFleur and Juliet and Miles and Jen.
I think,
and you know. And so it shouldn't come as a surprise. Like, he should be able to say, yeah, well, I did. I guess maybe he wouldn't actually say. I guess that's why I want to think maybe he's lying or something.
Here's the deal.
Okay.
For him not for Ben not to remember the bulk of the Losties who are there, sort of in the time period after he's healed. If he doesn't get any memories of them, then that means they need to be gone by the time he gets back, right?
Right.
So then basically all he has is memories from the last 3 years of LaFleur, Miles, Juliet, and I think he's probably going to be fuzzy on the last couple of days or something like that. So he won't really remember Kate and Jack and all those guys.
Yeah.
And Hurley.
How about that?
So I think it could be okay where he doesn't, where he sort of doesn't remember what they look like, basically, you know, because you know it was when he was a kid for off and on for 3 years that he saw these people, I guess, and so if he sort of never sees them again, then I could buy that he sort of, I mean, I guess I could buy he sort of like won't recognize Sawyer when he sees him on the island years later. Keeps him in a cage with Kate.
Right.
The Juliet thing, I think, might be, like I said, like we kind of think is the whole she's the girl maybe that he thinks about, and that's why he likes Juliet, because she looks like her, and her is actually her.
Right.
Her is her. It'll be that episode where they explain that one.
That's perfect.
But Juliet is the same one when you were a kid? Yes, her is her.
Her is her.
So I think they're going to end up making it work out to where, I feel like that's really what they want, obviously, is for him not to remember these people. And really, as long as they leave before he gets back, I think it works pretty well. And they just have to basically say, it was just such a long time that he didn't remember LaFleur, and and how much did he really interact with them? We don't really know, I guess. They were obviously around, but
presumably not that much.
Yeah.
But it's just, I don't know. The person who should remember is Richard.
Richard should remember a lot of things.
Richard should definitely remember a lot of things. Richard we meet in 2004 should remember all kinds of things about those people who crashed there.
Yeah, Richard should know. Whoa. Now, did Sawyer never told Richard? We never saw Sawyer tell Richard that they time traveled there, right? They just said they were waiting for Locke.
He said he said he knew about the bomb. I don't think he said he was time traveling.
Yeah. So he doesn't really know.
And he told him he knew that Locke came into the camp in the 50s, and he said he knew that stuff. He didn't say he was time traveling.
Yeah. I'd be curious what Richard thinks about, 2004 Richard thinks about what's going on with these people. Because if he does see, Sawyer, is there any way for, would 2004 Richard be able to discern if Sawyer is, which Sawyer he's talking to? Like a future or a past version, there's sort of no way to, because if he could come, if he came up to Sawyer when Sawyer lands on the island the first time, then Sawyer won't know who he is and know what he's talking about.
Right.
If he says, we met in the 70s, and Sawyer'd be like, you're crazy.
Right.
So that's a bunch of weirdness.
Yeah, I could buy him not necessarily bringing it up, but it's just kind of weird that he should remember. There's, unlike Ben, there's no reason he wouldn't remember that stuff. Especially Locke. Locke is sort of the most, rememberable, person that he's seen in multiple time periods.
And all that stuff when Richard helped Locke, when he, you told me you got hurt and I came and I helped you. The 2004 Richard should know all that stuff too, right?
Yeah.
He should remember that, right? Because it's happened for him, it hadn't happened for Locke.
Yeah.
But it did, because it always did.
Right.
But that I bring that up just to say that kind of helps to explain, why Richard helps Locke. During that period of time when he gives him like that file or whatever, and didn't he give him a file at some point?
Oh yeah, you're right. He gave him,
and he was like,
he gave him the file on. He gave him the file on his dad that said that said he was the real Sawyer, and it was basically a helpful thing to get him to go get Sawyer to kill him, because he had to kill him for some reason.
Mhm.
So yeah, you're right. He did. He gave him the file.
So if Locke is a guy he met in the 50s who claims he was time traveling, and then he helped later, and then he went to see him as a baby, and then all this other crap. So he's got reason to believe Locke is important.
Yeah.
Or at least something's going on with him.
Yeah.
It also dawned on me that I wouldn't be surprised if we see some sort of recreation of the test that Richard gave Locke when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Some recreation of that where Locke can sort of prove that he's ready or something.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd still like to know what that was about. What the problem was, and
or if it was just supposed to be the sort of Buddhist thing or whatever that was,
right?
Of just testing to see if he's if he's has affinity to those objects or something.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's like, did he really fail the test? What made him fail the test? What does that mean? That's unclear. I agree. I'd like a little more on that because it seems like Locke is a big deal now.
Mhm.
And so why,
Seems like he just had to time travel and experience all this crazy stuff before he could be who he was supposed to be.
Okay. He just wasn't ready yet.
He just wasn't ready yet.
All right. Yeah, I'll buy that. That sounds about
right. He thought the light from the hatch meant something.
Oh no.
It didn't.
Not really.
Mm-mm.
So whoa. So is everything okay?
Yeah, I just dropped my soda can.
Oh, okay. Sounded frightening. Oh God, what was I gonna say? Oh, I do feel like Ben's being honest though when he says he didn't know about that picture.
Yeah, I believe him. I don't know why I believe him, but I believe him. But it seems like
it seems
like
implausible.
someone would have seen that picture. It's a picture, guys.
Yeah.
People look at pictures.
Yeah.
That's what you do with them. You look at them.
Yeah, it seems like somebody
looked.
would have saw it, and at least when they captured Kate, who's in the picture, I mean, a lot of them definitely saw Hurley, even though they didn't capture him. He was there on the dive. It seems like somebody who saw that picture would have brought that up at some point, even if Ben himself didn't. It seems like that would have come up.
Yeah.
With all the people there.
Maybe Hurley's right. It's like Back to the Future, and like they didn't materialize into the picture until they went back in time, and so before.
But that goes against whatever happened.
Oh, it happened. It just didn't fade into the picture yet.
Okay.
So if you were standing there when they went back and joined Dharma, you would see them fade in.
Fade in? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, that's
Hey, it's Hurley's idea, all right?
You're right. Yeah. His theories don't have a really they aren't that good.
No. So Ben claims he didn't know. I think it's easier for everyone if we just take him at his word. Hopefully that's the case. The next big thing is Lapidus. Frank mentions Christian, which Ben doesn't really respond to.
That's true.
He just says, "Wait for what?" So that's interesting. Does Ben know about Christian?
I think Ben definitely knows about Christian as Jack's dad. They had those files, and I'm quite certain he knew that Christian Shepard was Jack's dad, and that his coffin was on the plane, and that's why Jack was on the plane. And I think he knew all that stuff. As far as knowing that Christian is what he is now on the island, I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe he doesn't know that. So it may not mean anything to him. I was surprised he didn't react to that, though.
Yeah.
We just sort of let that pass.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth knowing if there's a crazy old guy outside.
Yeah.
Where you used to live, you kind of, and where no one else is around.
Whatever his name is.
Whatever his name is.
It's sort of inherently
who is that
interesting.
guy?
Yeah. Yeah. All he seemed to care about is what he told him to do.
Mm-hmm.
Not just the fact that there's some crazy old guy telling him to do stuff. So yeah, that's weird.
So Christian, tells him to wait there for Locke, which means that Christian knew that Locke would come back to the barracks at some point.
That's
should
true.
we talk about that? How and why and all those things.
I don't know. Do you have? I'm not sure what to say about that.
I have nothing.
I guess Christian is Jacob's representative, and Jacob knows everything.
Oh, that's easy.
So, yeah. So Jacob told him.
Oh, well, maybe it's just more specifically that maybe something like something to do with the island knowing that Ben would need to be judged or something, and have to come back there to Ben's house to summon Smokey.
Mhm.
And that Locke would be with him.
And he knew it would bring Locke. He would whatever Locke.
Yeah.
Okay.
That if maybe the idea is if there's no way Ben would have gotten back to the island without Locke or something.
Yeah.
Which is probably true.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe.
So then they look outside and there's Locke, yeah.
Hey,
I'm alive. I wonder how long they were going to wait. Do we have any semblance of how long they had been waiting?
Not exactly.
I mean, I guess it couldn't have been more than maybe a day, right?
It probably, it depends on how long Ben was passed out.
Yeah.
Basically, which I would assume it wasn't longer than a day.
Yeah, they probably left that next day.
Yeah.
After he got hit.
It seems pretty close. So yeah, probably a day. Not too bad.
Not too bad.
Not enough time to, doubt that the island cares or give up.
I wonder where Christian went. What happened to him after this encounter? Did he just vanish, or did they just leave him and they went into Ben's house and Christian just something?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think they're glad they didn't have to write the end of that.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if Frank or Son said, "Hey, who are you? Why do you know this?"
Yeah, it does seem like they should have said that. Who did they think that was?
Who did they think that was? Good question.
It's weird to have some random person come up and say, "Here's a picture," and
I know what your problem is, and I know how to solve it.
Yeah, and you got to wait for Locke, and they're just like, "Okay, we'll just wait." No questions needed.
No, thank you.
I sort of go along with it because I know more than they do, but we've seen him before.
Yeah, we know what he's about.
But they have no idea who they're talking to.
No idea.
And he's just some guy sitting there in the barracks in the dark, apparently, and it's creepy.
Yeah, it is creepy. I think it's weird, and it'd be weird if Son and Frank find out that was Jack's dad.
Yeah. I think that's why they don't have him use his last name.
Yeah.
Because I think that would have derailed things.
If he introduces himself as Dr. Shepard?
Yeah. Yeah.
You might know my son Jack. That'd be great if that's his intro to everything.
You know me from such progeny as...
as Jack Shepard in Claire Littleton.
Claire Littleton. Yeah.
You may know me from Children Who Resent Me, such as...
Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I didn't even think about that. Like Sun, man, she's woo.
Who, I gotta say, Sun's been in the middle of some drama, and she still is in the middle of some drama.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. She's hanging with the big boys. She's
She is,
the main plot line here.
She's not just sitting on the sidelines and getting handed the baby. While
No.
everybody else
She's
goes
playing in the
off.
big game.
Yeah. She actually goes to the temple with Locke and Ben, and
yeah, which was surprising.
yeah, that was surprising.
Which I think there's only one reason why she did that, or why they had her do that.
Oh, really?
Yes, and I'll save it.
Okay, that's a tease. Can't wait.
Tease. Hope it's worth it. Yeah, when she goes, I'm like, why are you going, son? Like, seriously, what are you gonna do? But yeah, there's one reason that she's good for.
Okay.
There.
Okay.
In that scene, she's good for other things other times.
Right. Of course.
Of course.
You wouldn't dare suggest that Sun's only good for one thing.
I dare not. Not after the jokes I've said on this podcast.
Right. Okay. So we done with this scene?
We're done with this scene. But it's lines like if I ever want to see my husband again, I had to wait here for John Locke, and Locke verifies that later. But it's like, really, like, what if you left right now, got off the island, went back to the real world, and just waited, and maybe Jin would get off the island one day and come find you? Like, is that just not possible? Like, I just wonder how literal these lines are that they say. When Christian says something like that,
Yeah, I think it's like, it's hyperbole that they use all the time, and
yeah,
I don't really think. I think they're going to rescue them regardless, and I don't think it's literally true. It's just like, that line from way back in season 2, where it's like, if we run, they'll kill us all.
Yeah.
Like they just, they go over the top, to try to persuade them and try to make it extra believable, and not just. I think what is true is, if you want to see your husband as soon as possible, you should stay here.
Yeah.
I think that sort of works, but the idea that she'll never see him again, I don't know. We'll see if they actually make that true. I doubt it.
Yeah.
If Sun being there somehow is inherently connected with the fact that Jin is rescued.
She's going to do something, I'm sure.
Yeah, I guess she probably will do something. But we'll see if it's connected to Jin specifically.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be, something crazy's happening, and she uses Jin's wedding ring to do something crazy.
Oh, no.
Saves everybody. That's lame.
Yeah,
oh, no,
lame.
we're trapped, but I have Jin's wedding ring, thankfully.
What's she going to do with it?
Well, use it, son, use it. And then she uses it.
How does she use it, though? What do you do?
That requires more thinking than I'm willing to put into that at this point. Thank you.
Okay. Fair enough. I don't want to think about it either.
So, next scene?
Yes.
Let's see. So, next scene, we're picking up from the last one. Sun says, what you're saying is impossible. Locke says, here I am. I don't know how, I don't know why, but I'm sure there's a very good reason for it. Locke reassures Sun that Frank says that he wants to go. Locke says that if Sun leaves with Frank, gotta get my pronouns right, that she will never see Jen again, and that he reassures her that he's all the help she needs. Says he's got a couple ideas, and then Frank says that he's going to leave with or without her. Sun says she has to stay if there's any chance of finding Jen, and then Frank leaves. So Sun asks Locke, how do we find Jen? And Locke says that Ben has something he has to do first, and then Ben gets to it then.
Nice.
And
get to it.
So Ben goes, he moves the bookshelf aside and goes to the hidden room, presses a button on the wall, which releases something in the back door, and he slides open the door and goes down into the, I don't know what to call that thing.
Dungeon?
The
chamber?
The chamber, yeah, the smoky chamber, I don't know. And he goes in a little bit, lights a little lantern, goes down a little tunnel, and then comes to an opening that kind of looks like the bottom of a well. There's some water sort of gathering, and he puts his hand in the middle and does something, and the water drains, and there's sort of a hole there. Ben tells the hole, I'll be outside. And then end of scene.
Right.
That's what I saw happen. I don't know about you.
Yeah, when you see it, you don't realize how it's going to sound when you say it out loud.
Yeah.
Seems like it works, but you're right. He talks to the hole.
He tells the hole, I'll be outside. I don't know what we're supposed to think Ben did here, but I don't know what he did. I don't know how this connects to Smokey. I don't know. Do you know what's going on here? What is this water thing? What is draining this water mean? Why does that release or summon Smokey?
I don't know.
It doesn't make any sense to me. That is not what I thought Ben did when he did this for Kimi's team. I never would have guessed. Oh, he went into the little room and he unplugged the drain. Oh, of course.
And then he talked to the hole.
And then he said, "Yeah, Kimi's team is outside. Go kill him." I don't know what he did.
Yeah, no, it's not what I envisioned either.
Yeah, it's I don't understand the mechanics of it. I mean, it almost seems like the best I could do, I think, is to assume that hole, was part of a tunnel that led to the series of tunnel that Smokey inhabits, and so Ben was able to talk to it directly and say, "I'll be outside." I
was thinking maybe the water goes through the vents and goes and hits Smokey or forces him to leave or something.
A couple gallons of water does that?
Well,
and that's really connected to way back over where the temple is, and all, it just seems like whatever system of tunnels that are there, because it does seem like there's evidence for some sort of tunnels, that water's going to make Smokey leave, and it kind of doesn't. At least not on its the time frame that they thought it would, or Ben or Locke hoped it would. I just kind of don't understand the mechanics. Like I said, I don't understand the water part is the biggest thing for me. And where'd the water come from? And how is it gonna fill itself back up? Because he did this before, fairly recently.
Yeah.
Or I guess not. I guess it was. They're in 2007 now, right?
Yeah, by recently,
Okay.
3 years ago, but
yeah. Episode-wise, it wasn't too long ago.
Episode-wise, it wasn't that long.
So yeah, I'm just wondering, does this water fill itself back up? Does it, what is the, what's going on here?
Good question. Yeah.
Answer all those for me real quick.
Oh God. Yeah, this is a brain off moment for me. I didn't really try to.
Look at you.
Yeah.
I should try that. Just brain off.
It's nice, It really makes things go pretty smoothly. Never really worry about anything.
Great.
And I just sort of enjoyed it, even though if I try to make it actually make sense, I cannot. It will not make sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
But I sort of like it nonetheless. It's sort of like him draining a pool of water, and that summons him for some reason. Something I like about that. But for actually making it work, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't.
Well, okay.
I can't do it.
I don't even understand what did he pull that made the thing unplug? He looked like he twisted something, but I didn't. What did he even pull?
You didn't even see. You couldn't.
You didn't even
tell.
see what he pulled. And then when the water drained, it didn't look like there was a stopper there or anything.
No.
He just twisted something. I don't know. I'd love to know what they are trying to get us to think happened there.
Me too. Yeah, it'd be nice. Maybe they'll explain it someday.
I'll hold my breath.
Okay.
Me and Frank are going to hold our breath on that one.
Okay.
Oh, Frank. So I thought it was really cool that Frank just left.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. There was something nice about him, like, all right, this is my time to cut out. See you guys later. Yeah.
That'll do it for old Frank.
People really don't kind of just leave a big thing like this, but
yeah.
Frank's like, that's all she wrote, folks. See ya.
Yeah, Frank doesn't really have the motivation to hang around.
Yeah, it's nice.
So it makes sense. And he's planning to. Why did he? He just came over with Sun, right? She was the one who was leaving.
Yeah,
he
just came over with Sun, yeah.
Okay, all right. So now he's just like, all right.
She needed someone to help row the boat. I really
out.
think that's the big reason.
Yeah, okay. And now he's just going to go try to fix the radio, I guess, on the plane. That's,
It's so funny when he said, son, please, let's go back to the plane and see if I can fix the radio. Maybe we get some help. I just kind of wanted a shot of like, Son and Locke and Ben all sharing the same look of, yeah, right, like that's going to work.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they all know that the radio is just not going to be what saves them. The radio is just really going to be wasting your time, buddy.
Yeah, I don't think Frank really appreciates how useless that is. Yeah, you're right. That would have been nice. The radio. The days of innocence, so we thought a radio would save us.
We thought a radio would save us. Yeah, we're way beyond radios here, Frank.
Oh, yeah.
And, I kind of was surprised that Frank even said that, because I thought he was a little beyond that, too, given he did see some stuff,
Yeah.
And the whole, barrier thing and all that, and having to fly on the right course.
Right.
All that stuff. I was thinking he would think traditional means like that wouldn't work, but he'll find out.
Yeah, their radios worked. So, and plus he wasn't there as long, and he was never trapped there. He always had an out. So for him,
what do you mean their radios worked?
I mean, they were able to radio it wasn't radios, it was sat phones or whatever.
Oh, yeah, that's totally different. Yeah, no, I mean, the idea that he's going to radio, the Coast Guard or something, or any help from the outside world is, I don't buy that.
I was just saying, I don't think he necessarily knows that won't work yet.
Yeah, he doesn't, and it's worth him trying. I'll buy he wants to try it.
Yeah. I
didn't know where he was on that, and now I see he's not quite there yet. He'll figure it out.
Give him time. Yeah. He'll if he hangs. I can't believe he's still around.
You know what? I agree. He didn't he tell Jack something like,
yes.
I hope I never see you again or something?
That's what he said. And I thought that was it for Frank.
And I thought, that'd be awesome. He comes in, he does his thing, and he leaves, and you never see him again. And it's like, okay, now Frank's back.
He's back. And the hair's back, too. Now that, now that he's on the ice. He's It's like we got Frank back.
Yeah, this is the old Frank. Old Frank's back.
It is, yeah. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I wonder how long and what his role's going to be.
I wonder when they're going to eat. None of these people have eaten anything.
Eat?
I'm just going to eat some food. No, I'm kidding. Sort of serious, but I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I just realized that they're probably hungry.
Yeah, it's weird because the first part of Lost was all about food and water, and that was the main issue that they were dealing with for several episodes, and yeah, it hasn't really been such a thing for this crew.
Yeah, I don't think like Locke, Son, or Ben have eaten anything since they crashed.
Locke did eat a mango.
Oh, Locke had a mango, yeah. And I'm assuming the peanuts on the plane are holding them over.
Yeah. Very filling, those peanuts.
Mm-hmm.
And not nuts, by the way.
Not nuts at all. No matter what peanuts tell you, they're not nuts.
Never believe a peanut.
Never trust a nut. Especially one that's not a nut. Because he's crazy. See what I did there? Wordplay.
I did. I saw that.
Good, I pointed it out. What else in this scene?
What do you think Locke's ideas are?
I don't really know. I can tell you what my ideas are.
Okay.
That Locke might try.
That'll work.
That's probably the closest I can do. Is something with the wheel.
Oh boy, back to the wheel. The donkey wheel.
I think if you're trying to time travel, I think the wheel has to come into play.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. All Locke knows is that Jen and the gang are stuck in the 70s.
Yeah.
And he's trying to reunite them, and he's not going to want to try to go to the 70s, so he's going to try to bring them to the present, is what I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe something like, I don't know. I think there's a missing thing in terms of what sort of what's going to be the sort of final story point with the guys in the 70s.
Yeah.
Because they could the next big thing could be the unveiling of the orchid or something.
Yeah.
And somehow they use that to get to the future. Because I would expect Locke to somehow try to coordinate something with those guys in the past, or figure out where they're going to be when to do sort of anything in the future. But that'd be hard to do. It'd be cool if somehow. Actually, it'd be kind of interesting. I don't know if they have time for it. If like Locke and Son did go back, they go and do something crazy, and they go back to the 70s, and then bring everyone else with them back to the present.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that would happen.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's sort of what I.
But
I
think it muddles things if you have two people going back in the past. But I mean, it could, I just don't want, I don't want little Ben to see anyone else from the future.
Oh, right.
I definitely don't want him to see Locke. That'd be weird.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. I don't know which way they're going to go with that, but. I don't really know what ideas Locke has. I don't know how many options they have, unless obviously he could go try to see Christian or Jacob, and get answers. That's all I got.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I have no idea. For Locke, the donkey wheel seems like the best option. All the time traveling that's happened so far is connected with that. So that seems like a good place to start. And he knows about it, so that's good. But yeah, it does seem like Plan B. If he doesn't know what to do, just go ask.
Totally.
So, yeah. That's it.
All right. Next scene.
Mm-hmm.
So next scene, flashback. Ben is we're at the Dharma camp. Ben is pushing Alex on the swing. Again, Daddy, again. Those kids and swings just never get enough. So Richard comes over, tells Alex, "Wow, any higher, you're gonna fly off the island." Awkward beat, and then Richard tells Ben that the sub's about to leave. Ben says okay, and that he has to see him off, and so he does. So
no, he says you don't have to see him off.
Well, sorry, I was summarizing a couple lines. Ben says that he has to see Widmore off, is what I was trying to say. Richard says you don't have to see him off, and Ben says, yes, I do.
Okay.
So I was saying Ben.
When you said he, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, did a thing there. So we continue on to the next scene where Ben walks out to the submarine, where Charles is being escorted off the island. He's sort of in handcuffs. Ben says he came to say goodbye. Widmore says, no, you came to gloat. Ben says, don't act as if I wanted this. You brought this on yourself. Ben says that Widmore left the island regularly, that he had a daughter with an outsider, and that he broke the rules.
Ooh.
Widmore asks, is that what makes you think you deserve to take what's mine? And Ben says, because he won't be selfish and he'll sacrifice anything to protect the island. Ben says, you wouldn't sacrifice Alex. And then, Widmore says that. Then Ben says, you're the one who wanted it, Charles, not the island. And then Widmore says he hoped Ben is right, because if he isn't, and the island does want Alex dead, she'll be dead. Ah, look at that. Nice logic. And one day, Ben will be standing where Widmore is now, and he'll be the one who's being banished. And he'll finally realize that you cannot fight the inevitable.
I'll be seeing you, boy.
I'll be seeing you, boy. So, again, here we have this thing about
the rules.
Well, not just the rules, but this other thing I just sort of caught was the idea of understanding where somebody's coming from. Because Locke brings that up later with, it doesn't feel good to be the one having to ask questions and following someone else blindly and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, here's another instance of perspective and all that. So what do you think about all this?
So this is kind of a big deal, because this is the thing that Widmore was talking. Widmore said, if I remember correctly...
Oh, I know what he said.
If I remember correctly, Widmore said that Ben tricked him off the island.
Mm-hmm.
What we actually see here isn't exactly what I thought that meant. Since it seems that he's being banished and everyone's going along with that. It's not as though he just somehow does this and no one realizes it. It's out in the open, I should say.
Didn't he specifically say that he turned the wheel, or did he just allude to that?
I thought
the idea was that Ben somehow made Widmore turn the wheel, but I guess maybe he didn't say that specifically.
I thought that was the idea too, but yeah, I don't remember if he said that. I want to check now. Let's see, where's that thing? It's really close to the beginning, isn't it? It must be. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Let's see. Oh, he does say he was exiled. I forgot about that. Whoops.
He says he was exiled.
I had inferred things.
What episode is that? Where he's talking to Locke?
He does say that Benjamin fooled him into leaving the island. What did you say?
Oh, okay, so Benjamin fooled him into leaving the island. What episode is that?
It's The Life and Death of Jeremy Bentham.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Just before Act 3.
Follow along at home, folks.
Yeah. Yeah. You can consult your Oxford edition of Lost. Yeah, I was exiled.
Oh, I see. Okay. That's where I got the inference was that Locke. Well, basically, the idea that Locke was Widmore says, "I was afraid Benjamin might fool you into leaving the island as he did with me." And so Widmore knew that Locke had turned the wheel because he's telling Locke that that place in the desert was the exit.
Right.
So I assume that meant that was the sort of connection between, oh, you just turned the wheel and went to the exit. I thought it was because Ben fooled you into leaving the island as he did with me.
Right.
You know, so it seemed like he was saying that's what he did.
Yeah, he sort of suggests that what happened to him and what happened to Locke was the same.
Mm-hmm.
And so that makes you think that it's connected to the wheel. But he's just way off base.
Yeah, he's really just
what
he's
happened
really
to
saying
Locke.
two different things. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's way off base with what happened to Locke, and he sort of wasn't fooled into
That's
doing
not what
it.
happened to him, you know. He didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't turn the wheel. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. He does say he was exiled, so there's at least that. I didn't remember that part. I thought he just said he was tricked into leaving. And I had the impression, it was between Ben and him. It wasn't sort of out in the open with everybody's approval.
Yeah,
you know.
definitely.
And Ben gives him the reasons, you know. He says
Yeah.
you left a lot, you had a kid with an outsider, you know, I mean it's you know, he tells him what he did and why he's being exiled, and to me that doesn't seem like a trick. Maybe you think it's unfair, but it's not trickery.
Yeah.
It's not being fooled.
Well, I mean, it could be that these things that he's saying that Charles did, he was fooled into doing. I mean, I don't know how you're being fooled into having a daughter with an outsider, but
yeah, that's
you know
a lot.
You know what I mean. Like Charles might realize that some of his rule breaking could have been set up by Ben.
Ben sort of encouraged him to leave, and then punished him when he did. Like it's sort of like that. He encouraged him to do all that stuff. Or is that the idea?
More or less. I mean, I don't know. It depends. I think there's room for that to be true. You know.
Okay.
I don't really know, but
nonetheless, I mean, he still, even if Ben said go do that, I mean, it's still he didn't have to listen.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think Ben forced him to do any of that stuff.
Mhm.
And so it seems like, you know, the other thing they're doing with this, I think, is explaining Penny.
Yeah, they're definitely explaining Penny.
They're telling us that Penny was not from the island, and don't try to drag her into all this.
Yeah.
She's sort of a separate thing. So they had that issue to deal with because he wasn't exiled that long ago. That was something we talked about before. Like Penny should have been born before he was exiled.
Mhm.
And so they had to deal with that somehow.
Yeah.
And so they tied it in and made that the reason.
So he just kept leaving.
He just kept leaving.
Is that a bad thing? Because Richard leaves all the time.
I know. Ben presumably left too. I mean, Ben was supposed to be doing all kinds of stuff. Ben had all those passports.
Oh, well, I guess Hey, I guess the answer to that is, Ben is being primed to be exiled too, right?
Oh.
Isn't that the point? Like, Locke is the new guy?
I guess so, yeah.
So maybe it makes sense that they're both were leaving regularly and they're both, their time has come.
Yeah.
But it is still weird.
There's also the question of Widmore's wealth, his, how did he build that in his spare time? Are we supposed to believe that? That he would leave the island and actually, started a company and, built it up to what it is, just in those periods? I mean, it just, I can buy that, but it just seems like he must have been gone for long periods of time to pull that off.
Wait, wasn't it supposed to be that Widmore's company built the hatches?
Oh, don't
did I make that up?
No, please don't say that.
That just came back to my memory that was supposed to be what happened.
That has a ring of truth. But I want to say that was lost experience stuff, and so it's not necessarily reliable.
I remember that thing of, if you're trying to get back to the island, and you're building stuff on the island, can you just go back, It seems weird you couldn't go back if you knew where to send your stuff.
I don't think Widmore was with the others. I don't think he's supposed to have had anything to do. He was on the island when Dharma was there, so he didn't need to go. And he didn't. I don't think. No.
Okay.
Are you sure
it doesn't make sense?
Are you sure it wasn't Son's dad who was supposed to have built it?
No, I didn't think that his company did anything with on the island. I thought it was Widmore because of all the construction stuff.
Yeah. Some reason I thought maybe it was Pike. But Widmore seems right. It's I don't know what to do with that lost experience stuff. There was a lot of weird things in there, and I'm inclined to let it go. It hasn't been on the show, at least. So, and from the history they're pointing out here, I find it hard to believe that Widmore was actually behind the company who built the Dharma stations. I mean, that just seems really bizarre.
So, I'm on Lostpedia. Let's see what they say about Widmore's company here.
Okay.
So Widmore Construction was shown in a flashback where Drive Shaft are filming their video clip near Battersea Power Station, which has a Widmore Construction banner hanging from one of the buildings. All right, whatever. So his company's around. Okay. Widmore Labs seemed to have did the balloon for Henry Gale.
Oh, I forgot about that. Ugh.
So it doesn't look like there's any Widmore on the island in the show proper from Lostpedia is what they're saying.
Oh, here's the Lost Experience stuff.
Yeah, then they have all the Lost Experience stuff. Oh, there's some Pike stuff, too, in here.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I thought something. Oh, God.
Where's the station reference?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to say that. Let me go to Pike. Okay,
see it on his thing either.
I can't. Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't see anything about that.
I don't remember where that was from, but I do remember there was some talk about I thought it was Widmore his company creating, building the stations.
I remember somebody building the stations. I remember that being a thing, but it doesn't reference that here.
Yeah.
They're involved, but it doesn't specify building the stations. I thought, whatever. God, that was a long time ago. I really don't remember.
Yeah, so anyway, my point about him building the station on the island was just in terms of when his company started. So, I mean, if he's been looking for the island for 20 years, that's enough time to build up a good company, good sizable company like this. If, obviously, a lot of hard work.
You're right, but that's 20 years to the present. I mean, we saw him being a big deal earlier than that, in Desmond's flashbacks, and so I think. But
that was within 20 years, though.
Yeah. What do you mean? But it wasn't 20 years.
Well, I mean, it could have taken him 10 years to get to build a multi-million-dollar company. It could have taken him 2 years. I mean, his companies are all doing all kinds of stuff. They did the pregnancy test.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he had enough time. He had enough time to do something. I mean, especially if you're banished from the island, what else are you going to do but start a company?
But, so, you think, banished from the island, don't know what to do with yourself.
Yeah, you got all this free time. Put it to use. Employ people. Get the economy going.
Okay, so you think that he started the company after he was banished from the island?
Probably started it. He could. There's a lot. I was just sort of gotten caught up in thinking something like he could have had money. His parents could have been wealthy or something. Gave him a start or something. So when he got, because I'm thinking whatever he did when he got off the island, the first thing, if he starts this company, I'm thinking it's really in the guise of trying to find the island again. So that's kind of the power and motivation behind the company, is using it to gain resources to find the island again.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
And if he can really do it in 2 years, then, I have no objection.
Yeah. So the next scene, we're back at the barracks. Ben comes outside of his house to find Sun sitting out there. Ben asked Sun where John went. She said he had something to do, but she didn't ask what it was. Sun then says that Jack must have lied about Locke being dead. That's sort of the only explanation she can think of. Ben reassures her that Jack didn't lie. John was really dead. He tells her to trust him, make sure. And Sun then asks if he knew that Locke would sort of be resurrected or whatever, if he was brought back to the island. Ben says he had no idea that he's seen the island do miraculous things, but it's never done anything like this before. Dead is dead. The titular line there. That's when everyone takes a drink. If you're playing the Lost title drinking game.
Right. You don't get to drink very much.
You don't get to drink a lot, but when you do, it's a cause for celebration.
Yeah.
Everybody got a drink. So he says you don't get to come back from that, not even here. And the fact that John Locke is walking around this island scares the living hell out of me.
Ooh.
So then there's some crackling in the jungle, in the little bushes and stuff. Ben tells Sun she should go inside because whatever is about to come out of the jungle is something he can't control. Locke then comes out on cue, whatever that means, and Ben tells Locke that the monster hasn't shown up yet. Locke says they didn't have to wait this long last time, and Ben says it's not on the train, it doesn't run on a schedule. Then Locke suggests that if it's not going to come to them, then they should go to it. Ben says he doesn't know how, that it doesn't work that way. He only knows how to summon it. He doesn't know where it actually is. But Locke says he does.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
So that's the scene.
Okay. So, one thing that comes up here is what did Locko do?
What did Locko do?
Is there any good guess about what he went to do?
I think he went to use the restroom in the bushes.
Okay. All right, that'll work.
Why not? It's a jungle.
Even though they're at those houses that surely have bathrooms.
Oh, you think the plumbing works?
I do, actually.
Really? Come on. Nobody's around to maintain those septic tanks.
They had Paulo go in the bathroom in the Pearl and say the toilet works. I think they still work.
Yeah, they probably still work. What did Locko do? I don't know.
Okay. I wanna throw out. I don't know. It seems weird that we'll find out. I guess I feel like they should have told us. It's weird to just throw that in here. But the first thing I thought of was that he went and talked to someone or something, and that's why he knows where the smoke monster is.
I'd buy that, but I don't. I feel like then basically he lies when Ben says, "How do you know where it is?" or whatever. How do you know where you're going?
Oh, what does he say?
He says he just knows or something. I think he gave the impression he was just sort of feeling his way to wherever they had to go.
Yeah.
But I mean, I would buy maybe if Christian's around, but it looked like he went into the jungle, not like somewhere else in the barracks. So, I don't know. Maybe he stashed something somewhere previously when he was there, and we didn't know, and or, I don't know. He went to get it. Yeah, I'm not sure. It could have just been, diversion to make us think, oh, here comes Smokey, and it's just locked.
Yeah, they definitely did that. Even though Smokey really doesn't sound like a man walking through the jungle.
It doesn't. Ben should know better.
Yeah. It's pretty easy to tell when Smokey's coming. He's got some signature noises.
Yeah.
And if we know him, then he should know him. But yeah, okay. Yeah, it could just be a thing. I don't know. It just seemed. I mean, they do that a lot, but it just seemed a little bit. I wasn't sure why they made it a point to have him go do something and not tell us what it is. Are we supposed to think that's a big deal, or I don't know? They didn't make such a big deal of it, so.
It didn't seem like a big deal.
No. No, but it's just, I don't know. I don't know if that's in any way important. Okay, so the next thing here, Ben saying he had no idea that it would happen, as opposed to earlier where he said he knew it would happen. So which way are we voting on that?
Well, I think he didn't know what happened, but I think I'm less sure that about the other things he said in this line, where he says he's seen the island heal the sick, but never anything like this, and dead is dead. You don't come back from that, and that he's sort of scared of Locke because of this. I would be surprised. I mean, that's surprising if it's true that he's not aware of things like Christian, other resurrected people. I mean, that could be an insight into what's going on. Like, he's never seen this. This is weird, but that seems strange.
Now, I'll buy, that maybe he's never seen resurrected people, but he did at least see his mom walking
If
around.
he remembers that.
If he remembers that, okay. Well, I forgot that he might not remember all this stuff. God, that was a while ago. That was, man. It's.
And maybe, and that's the thing. The thing with his mom, maybe Ben knows that's Smokey or something.
Mhm.
So maybe he's not counting that.
Okay. Yeah. It is different in that his mom didn't die on the island. And,
yeah.
But yeah, I don't. It's a little bit hard for me to buy that he has no idea. And dead is dead. He's about to see Alex here in a minute.
There's one thing. I think that's the thing. There's one thing when it's Smokey, and there's another thing when it's just like what Locke is.
Yeah,
is,
I agree that it's different, but this it's never once done anything like this. I think that's, I don't know. I feel like it's at least somewhat similar to see a version of someone who's dead.
Yeah, but the difference is one is the island bringing somebody back from life, and one is Smokey taking the shape of something.
Right, but it's still, it's still pretty crazy. He's acting like...
It is crazy.
But
this is about the island bringing people back from the dead.
Right, yeah.
And he doesn't want to, I don't think he wants to, muddle his point by saying, but I have seen.
Yeah, right. I know. Exactly. That's the thing, and I guess he doesn't necessarily know about all the stuff that's happened. He probably doesn't. But I don't know. I do also think that he didn't know that would happen to Locke. I'm not quite sure. I guess the idea is he went to all that trouble to get Locke on the plane because that was supposed to be part of what they had to do to get back. But I do wonder if he had got back to the island and what he expected to happen, i.e. Locke didn't, Locke was dead and just continued to be dead, happened, then, I wonder what he would have done then. If he would have just gone to the main island as he was originally and gone to be judged, and then whatever it would have. I guess it's pointless.
Yeah,
really.
he was on his way to the main island before he saw Locke. So
yeah,
he would have, and if he would have gone if Sun didn't knock him out. So
right,
he wouldn't have even known Locke was around for a bit.
Yeah, so he would have done that, and then I don't know. I don't know what. He's gotten entangled with Locke so much that I wonder what the next step would have been, assuming that Smokey let him off.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like Ben should have thought that even though he killed Locke, that wasn't necessarily the end of what the island wanted with him. It seems like Ben should know that Locke is somewhat important. I guess maybe he doesn't know how important or doesn't believe it or something.
Yeah.
He still, keeps trying to kill him.
Yeah, it seems like he doesn't want Locke to be important.
Yeah, it's weird.
It is weird. But as far as this other stuff, dead is dead. You don't come back from that, not even here. Yeah. Okay, well. Do you think he's really scared?
No.
Okay. All right. Yeah, seemed a little bit unconvincing.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing here.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah, and this whole thing about Smokey and it, it's taking a long time to get there. That's kind of weird. I'm assuming, I guess last time when Ben did this, when Keamy's team was there, he was like, he shouted into the whole, hurry up, there's people here killing everyone. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe something a little more urgent than I'll be outside.
Right. I also think it's a little bit contrived to get us over to the temple area.
Yeah.
If they just had it play out here, we wouldn't have got to see all that.
Yeah. Should we go to the next scene here?
Yeah.
So we've got this little scene here with Locke and Son, where Locke tells Son that it's weird for him too, that this is the scene where he reassures her that he's the same man he's always been, and then Ben comes out, and then they're ready to go. That was a quick one.
All right.
Is that the whole scene?
Apparently.
All right. So the next scene, we're down at the at a marina. Ben calls Widmore on the phone. Widmore asks how he got the number. Ben says it doesn't matter. He says that he's going back to the island today. Widmore says the island won't let him come back. He spent 20 years trying. Ben says that he's going to succeed. He just has one last thing to do, kill his Widmore's daughter. Widmore tells him not to dare do it, but Ben just hangs up the phone.
Ooh.
So that was another quick one.
So one thing we learned here that you didn't mention reasonably is that Desmond's boat is named Our Mutual Friend.
Mm-hmm.
Although when he first said that, I thought he was talking about Penny. I thought he was calling Penny Our Mutual Friend.
Our Mutual Friend.
And it was just a weird reference. Not that he was referencing it, but sort of the writers were.
Mm-hmm.
Since that was Desmond's thing. But then you find out that the boat's named that. I don't know. I thought that was kind of strange. Because Widmore's like, what? Like, oh, the boat. Oh, the boat. Right.
Yeah. I can't tell if Widmore knew what he was talking about or not. Seems like he knew what he meant, but then I don't know. Then I could see him not knowing the name of the boat.
Well, he says, I don't know what you're talking about, so I'm assuming that means he doesn't know what he's talking about.
He does say that, but, I think in this context, if Widmore does know that, his daughter is sort of in hiding, and then Ben's like, I know the name of your daughter's boat, then, Widmore is going to act like, he's going to say, I don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. You think
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
from the stuff with Desmond when he went to find Widmore originally and all that, I don't think Widmore knows where she is. I don't think he necessarily knows what the boat's called and all that. It's possible. It's like I could see him saying that even though he knew, but I feel like he didn't know.
Yeah.
He was way out of contact with them for years, apparently. So, anyway, I thought that was strange. So, here's where we find out, what Ben did. And it is pretty much what we thought. But I guess we'll get the rest of it.
Yeah, we come back to it.
Yeah. Yeah, Ben is able to go back. And I presume that Widmore will get back at some point. So I don't know. I don't know how strict the island is about that stuff.
Yeah, I don't know either. It probably lets you come back if you want to back, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, the rules are flexible based on what it wants.
Yeah.
I guess the rules basically just are what it wants.
The rules are what it wants.
And so, you know, like you said about the idea of killing outsiders, like there's those standing rules, but they can be changed, you know, if it has some particular need to or desire to. Okay, so anyway.
All right, next scene, we're back with Locke, Ben and Son in the jungle. Ben asks John if he can ask him a question. He asks him, how does he know where he's going? Locke says he just knows. Ben says, how does that work? Locke says it just works. No. Ben asked him, did you come upon it gradually, or did you wake up one morning, suddenly understand the mysteries in the universe? And then Locke tells Ben that, he obviously doesn't like being the one to have to ask questions he doesn't know the answer to and to have to blindly follow someone, and the hopes that they'll lead him to whatever he's looking for. Ben says he doesn't like it at all. Locke says that's what it was like to be him. Aww. Now you've been in my shoes. Son says
maybe now you've learned your lesson. What?
I love that Son says we should keep moving. She's like, all right, guys, enough of this. I'm got to find Jin.
Right.
Son is like, this is so season 2.
Ouch.
Sorry, John, no dishes to throw.
It kind of seems like maybe, I wonder if they'll have Ben throw some dishes.
Yeah, it's time for Ben to throw dishes.
That would be the complete reversal. And then they cut to Locke, half smiling.
Oh, man. Then the show's over. That's it. Cut. It's over.
That would be great.
They did it. That'd be it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Son's on the ball. Let's go, guys. Stop fucking around.
Let's go. So Ben then says he thinks they know where they're headed, and then he says the same place that they brought him as a child, where the island healed him. Locke says, let's hope it's as generous this time around. So they get to the wall around their temple. What temple, Son asks. Ben says it's about a half mile from there. There's a temple, and the wall is built to keep people out. And then Locke says they're not going into the temple; they're going under it. And before Ben and Locke go in, Ben tells Son, asks Son for a favor, that if she ever gets off the island, tell Desmond Hume that he's sorry. Sorry for what? He'll know.
He'll know. Sorry for shooting his carton of milk.
Yes, exactly.
Milk isn't easy to get on a boat.
Milk is not easy to get on a boat. This is why you don't get it on a boat.
Yeah, this is very deliberate manipulation. They're trying to make us think maybe he killed Penny.
Oh, as soon as he said sorry, I was like, oh wow, he killed Penny.
Yeah. Oh really?
I'm like, oh wow, she's dead, I guess. Why else would he apologize? But I'm just like, how are they gonna kill Penny? She's got a baby. They got a baby, you know.
That was it. That was the thing.
Yeah.
She would have killed Penny, but she had the baby.
She had the baby.
Lucky for her. That's
Mm-hmm.
It's a good case for having a baby.
Have a baby just in case someone tries to kill you and then you take sympathy.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Safe bet.
Even the most hardened killers just melt at the sight of a baby.
It's a child.
It's a child. This is a child.
This is a child. Won't someone think of the children?
So we talked about this earlier, but we find out this is the wall around the temple.
Mm-hmm.
And it's supposed to prevent people from seeing it, and of course we don't actually get to see it. Ben's about to go in there, and then Locke stops him. But I assume someday we'll see it.
Yeah.
It's been built up a lot. The first reference to the temple was season 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long time ago. And I'm not sure that we'll even see it this season. I don't know. I feel like that could be a next season thing.
Yeah. We're almost out of seasons.
We are. We're running
get
really
this
low
stuff.
on seasons.
Yeah, get to this stuff really soon.
Yeah, that's the thing I was thinking about with Saeed, and like some of these characters probably don't have more than maybe one flashback left. You know, more than one episode centered around them.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just weird to be coming to the end of that. It doesn't feel like it, but realistically, you know, we can't have that many more. With any particular character. You know, because they kind of have to get to everybody. And some people probably will get 2 more, but that's about it. Probably not a lot more than that. And so, yeah, they're having to. Well, I'll say that later. Anyway, yeah, I want to say a little bit more about that at the end.
All right.
Yeah. You think Sun's actually going to go apologize to Desmond at some point?
I don't know. I mean, this is the kind of thing you might forget.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I could see this. I mean, it kind of just feels like he's saying that to, you know, for the audience.
Yeah.
And Sun's not really gonna.
I mean, what would it really mean for her to be like, and Ben said he's sorry? I mean, what are we going to get from that scene? I don't know.
Right, yeah, exactly. The other thing I think is weird is that Sun cracked Ben on the head with the oar and came over, and now they're just hanging out. You know, they had that scene, that conversation earlier, and there's sort of no tension there. There's no, you know, I don't know. I feel like if I were Sun and I hit Ben on the head with an oar and left, like, I'd be kind of afraid. I'd be a little bit nervous about the fact that I did that to this guy who's dangerous, you know. It's, I don't know, everything seems okay. They, you know.
I'm sure Ben is planning to kill Sun in some sort of way.
Okay, yeah.
He probably plans to kill everybody he meets. Is like, hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you. Wow, okay. He's like thinking how to kill him. Just in case. Right.
It's always there.
Mhm.
It's always gotta make a plan.
Yeah, they kind of dropped that whole thing. There's no, why'd you hit me, son? You know.
Yeah. Yeah. It was
I
never
think on Ben's part. I think on Ben's part, I don't think he I don't think he really cares or blames her much. I think he's probably more like, you know, impressed than anything.
Yeah.
On her part, though, I think she has cause to fear, you know, retaliation, or at least wonder what he thinks about the situation. But they don't even bring it up.
No, that's I was surprised.
Oh, wait. Deleted scene.
Oh shit, deleted scene. I always forget how many scenes they delete.
Yeah. Especially all this barrack stuff, you know. I could see a scene with them talking.
Yeah. So you hit me on the head. Yeah, well, I had to.
Head is head.
Head is head.
Or his head. Or his head is head. He's gonna be like, son, what are you talking about? Son, you're crazy.
Yeah,
You're just saying random words together.
I was just trying to ask why you hit me, and now I'm concerned.
Maybe you got hit on the head, son.
Or his head, and head is head.
Mhm. She said it.
She said it. Boom.
Boom.
Print it down.
Next scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, this temple business we'll come back to. I mean, it's a thing.
It's a thing.
So we're back at the marina where our mutual friend is. Ben walks up towards the boat. He reaches in his jacket for the gun. Desmond yells at him, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Ben turns around and shoots Desmond.
Bam.
Penny starts screaming for Desmond. Ben walks up to her, tells her not to move, introduces himself as Benjamin Linus, and apologizes for her getting caught up in the middle of this. She says that she and her father have no relationship. Ben says that her father's a terrible human being, responsible for killing his daughter, and that's why he's here. Then little baby Charlie comes out. Penny tries to tell him to go back inside. She says to Ben not to hurt him. Charlie kind of doesn't go inside, and then Penny yells at him to go inside again. And then Ben's sort of distracted, and Desmond tackles him and beats him up, hits him a couple times, and then throws him in the water.
Oh, yeah. Right, so this is the version of the scene I envisioned, but it didn't seem like it would work to me to have Ben show up to kill Penny, and then Desmond just kind of beats him up, and that's the end. Like, that always seemed
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that always seemed like that wouldn't work. That it would. I think the two things that make it work better than I envisioned were, first of all, that Ben was about to not kill her, and second of all, that Desmond, the way they show Desmond beating up, they try to emphasize it being brutal. They try to make it really, they have a lot of blood coming out of his mouth when he knocks him in the water, and they try to make it sort of more intense than a normal punching.
Yeah.
And so it came across a little better than I imagined. It still seems weird. I guess like he just left him there or something.
I agree. I don't understand how. I mean, if someone's just trying to kill your family, you beat them up, and then you toss them in the water, and then and that's it.
Yeah, and the next time, and so the next scene after this for Ben, I think, is when he
goes to make the phone call.
Goes to the phone. Yeah, and so Desmond just kind of leaves him there, and then he gets out and okay, be seeing you, and then goes over to the telephone.
I mean, I think Desmond doesn't, obviously continue to attack and kill him because, they can't kill Ben.
Right.
But to me, what would have worked a little bit better is if, Desmond beats him up, and through the fighting, Ben is knocked into the water, and then, then they cut like they did, and then we can sort of imagine that he sort of swam away and escaped, and Desmond was worried about just getting out of there kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But not that Desmond's specifically like, I'm going to punch you. Now I'm through with you. I'm throwing you in the water. And that just didn't make any sense. It just was like, it's just like them getting from point A to point B. It's like, hey, okay, we know he gets into the water. We'll have Desmond throw him in the water.
Right.
Unless Desmond thought like he had knocked Ben unconscious and throwing him in the water would kill him or something. But, yeah, it played off a little weird. It was a little weird, but it was okay mostly.
The other thing that's weird about this to me is that when Ben originally threatened to kill Penny, I assumed that he would sort of actively try to do that. But the way it seems to have played out, he was just making plans to leave, to go to the island, and Desmond happened to show up. Turned out it was Widmore that led him there, which was kind of odd. I don't think intentionally, but it was just like it fell into his lap, and so he took the opportunity. But it seems to me that if Desmond hadn't shown up, he never would have tried.
Well, I don't think he had any way to know where they were. Yeah.
I guess that's true, but I assumed he would make some effort. It just seems like he didn't really even make an attempt to figure out where they might be.
I don't think he really had any time. I mean, he was busy with all the Saeed stuff for most of that time.
Right, yeah.
And then the whole Locke thing right after that, so...
Yeah.
I don't think he had a lot of time, and it just kind of fell into his lap. I mean, I think I can buy, two people on a boat being, kind of hard to track down. Ben has his ways, but it's mostly surveillance, mostly people looking for, I guess, for other people, so.
Right.
Whitmore couldn't find him either, so.
Yeah. No, like I would buy that he couldn't find him. I don't know. I just expected more. I expected it to be more of a thing, and not just kind of down to coincidence that he ever even got the opportunity to carry it out.
Well, on a show that's largely based on coincidence, I think it's fitting.
Yeah.
Half the crap that happens is a coincidence.
Yeah, that's true. But it just kind of deflates that scene a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
The original one. Of course, that again on this show that always happens. There's these big grand scenes about planning to train an army and what's going to happen after breakfast and et cetera, that seem like a really and what the boat people are going to do. They're going to kill us all immediately and all that. And then when they actually play out, it sort of makes all that seem like they were going over the top a little bit. They kind of jumped the gun on how bad it was going to be, or how big of a deal it was going to be. So anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Penny's not dead. Desmond got shot, but I guess he's all right.
I'm assuming he got shot in the shoulder or some other, superfluous TV gunshot wound.
Right. The classic TV.
Yeah, I mean he was, well enough to attack Ben and still, punch him really hard without seeming like he was in super pain. So
Right. So presumably Desmond's all right.
I think he's fine.
Penny's not dead, and little Charlie will continue to have parents.
I wanted Ben to realize that little Charlie was named after who he was named after. Not that he would really care. I just thought, like, I was like, Charlie, do you mean Charlie Pace? Oh, I really can't kill you guys now.
Oh, something I read somewhere, someone, if that's vague enough, suggested that he should have said, well, if you don't have a relationship, why did you name your kid after your dad? And then she could have said, no, it was Charlie. From the, that he knows.
Yeah. Yeah, they could have done it that way.
But this is one of those scenes that feels kind of perfunctory to me. I guess they're constrained what they can actually do with this, but it's just now that I have a picture of all this, almost all except for Hurley's bit, what was going on in 316. It just seems like less of a thing. It seems like almost everybody's stories could be sort of quickly wrapped up in a couple scenes.
Mhm.
And I guess I for some reason thought it was a bigger deal than that, because this part of the episode is but a tiny bit. I mean, this is about a lot more than that. I assumed they would sort of center the episode around what he did, but this is just kind of it
was a side trip. It was just like, hey, I got something to do real quick. They didn't have a lot of time when they were trying to get back to the island, and
right.
It was just a quick thing, and go, don't kill her, get beat up, make a phone call.
That's it, and now we know.
Yeah.
And that's the end. So anyway, all right.
Next scene.
Mm-hmm.
So the next scene, we're back at the mini island. Frank has just landed back on the beach. A man comes up and tells him that he thanks him that he's back and tells him that they found guns. That Alana and 3 of the others said they're in charge right now. And then Frank goes to talk to them. We continue on to the next scene. We've got Alana and I guess Bram is there, maybe.
Bram.
And they're getting something ready. I don't know what they're doing. And Frank comes up to them and they pull guns on him. Alana asks him what lies in the shadow of the statue. Frank doesn't know what they're talking about. She asks him again. He still doesn't get it. And then she hits him with the butt of the gun and then tells Bram to get everyone else that they're leaving and that Frank is coming with them.
Ooh. Ouch.
So this thing that they're doing with the crate, are they trying to... I can't tell what they're doing with it. Are they trying to... I mean, they're putting... like bamboo or whatever on it. It looks like so it can be carried or something, but I'm wondering if that crate is empty so it's buoyant. Like I can't tell what they're doing with this crate.
Oh, I think, didn't they say earlier they were going to move it to the main island?
Did they?
Or am I making that up?
I mean, because I didn't think we knew that anybody was leaving until now. I thought that was sort of the reveal of this scene, was that these guys are coming to the main island.
Oh, he just says just some stuff we need to get moved.
Yeah, get moved.
I assumed he meant the main island probably because later we find out that's where they're going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume it's not an empty thing. I assume there's something in there. I don't know what.
They're gonna put that on a boat?
Yeah.
I mean, how's it even gonna fit on one of those canoes? I don't get that. To me, it seems like they're trying to make it like sort of float or something. I don't understand why they're attaching those poles to it unless I mean, those poles look like it's something really heavy. You attach the poles to it so that a ton of people can carry it.
Yeah, they're attaching it to carry it.
But if it's really heavy, I feel like it would, be cumbersome to try to put that on, one of those outriggers.
Mhm.
I mean, I feel like it's too big to be put on an outrigger, so I don't know how they're going to get that thing over there. And you definitely couldn't put it on an outrigger and try to row. I mean, right?
I guess. I don't really have a sense of how big those things are.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you look at the scene, it's pretty big. I mean, it's a pretty big box.
Yeah. No, it's big. But
you're saying the outrigger. You know how big the outrigger is?
Relative to the outrigger, yeah.
Oh, the outrigger is pretty narrow. I mean, those canoes are pretty narrow. It's enough, it's, maybe a extra foot or and a half, maybe 2, wider than like your waist, something like that. It definitely doesn't seem wide enough for this thing. I don't think they're going to put it in the boat, but they might strap it to the boat somehow and row behind it. Right behind them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't think about the logistics.
So, what lies in the shadow of the statue?
I don't know.
My answer is the temple.
Oh, really?
I think the temple lies in the shadow of the statue.
My question is, why does she ask Frank that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I know. I mean, I'm assuming she's asking, well, there's 2 things here. One is, it's the kind of question, you ask to see if, who's on your side kind of a thing.
Right.
But it seems to me, the other side of it is, it seems to me, they know what the answer is, and if they're asking about the statue, and I think it's, the sort of statue that we know on the show, then it would seem to me that they read something somewhere or got privy to some sort of information about the island, which Frank really shouldn't know the answer to. So yeah, I don't know. It's a nice little mystery.
Yeah. So what's up with Ilana? What is she doing? What is all this about?
I don't know. I'm curious if what's in the crate. If any of this is planned, or they just got a plan, or what. I don't know. I'm clueless.
I think I'm suspicious of her. I think she's up to something. I almost want to say that Widmore's involved.
Yeah.
Now I feel like, what I was thinking about Caesar is going to be true for Ilana, who I was less suspicious of.
Mhm.
And Caesar's going to turn out to just be a guy, trying to deal with the situation that he's been put into. But I guess now I think that Ilana might there might be more going on. She got Saeed ostensibly for one of the people he killed, but the people he killed were related to Widmore.
Mhm.
So I think it's at least plausible that Widmore has something to do with her. And that whatever they're doing with this crate and this code and stuff has got something to do with him, and maybe is a lead-in to the big war that's supposed to be coming.
Yeah, that all makes sense. It seems weird to me that Widmore would send another group of mercenaries to the island or whatever Ilana is, and it's like, we already did that, guys.
Mm-hmm.
They already sent people to the island who had, things to do once they got there. That definitely seems plausible, though. But I feel like I hope it's something a little bit different. I don't know. But it's definitely plausible. She's got a connection to Widmore. They're definitely up to something. To me, it seems weird, though, that they kind of seem to have waited this long to sort of enact whatever plan that they had,
Yeah.
Because Ilana was around with Caesar and kind of looking for stuff, and just, it's like, well, if they had an agenda, why wait this long to sort of get it started?
Yeah.
So I feel like it's more organic that they just sort of realize what they're doing, what they're going to do now, and but it's definitely, more drama if, she's undercover or whatever.
Right. It just seems if they just so if this is an ad hoc plan that they just came up with on the fly, a group of them got together, they found some guns, and they got this crate full of I don't know what, and now they're going to go do something. If it's just about if they're just trapped there like everyone else, they don't want to be there, they don't know where they are, presumably it would be about getting off the island, like getting rescued somehow.
Mhm.
Right? Like something, then the crate would have something to do with some kind of plan to get out of there. I find it a little odd if they just came up with this, that they're they got these guns and they got this secret code, and that they would take this strangely militant approach, instead of saying, we want to get rescued, we're going to, Frank is coming there to try to fix the radio,
Please remember, Caesar just got blown away.
That's true.
He just got blasted out of nowhere. These people are just landing on this island where there's obviously stuff going on. There's people who know what things that, obviously Ben and Locke, and they're probably suspicious of Sun, and they don't know what to do with Frank because Frank left with Sun.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they don't know what's going on. I think, to me, it's plausible for them to have this sort of approach at this point in time. Even if they just want to just get to the island to find a radio or something. I don't think they're taking chances on being nice anymore.
The other thing is, I don't think that. She should know that Frank doesn't know this code. If they've just made this up, it seems pointless for her to ask this because she should know that he won't know the answer.
Yeah, I mean, there could. I agree, which is why I think the code is not exactly what it seems to be, or there's some reason why she's asking, or maybe Frank could have guessed if he thought about it, I guess it just depends on what the purpose of the code is.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because it could be if he answered some, gave some answer that could be wrong, and maybe the answer is I don't know.
Mhm.
Maybe someone who knows the answer is someone that she should be scared. If they saw something in Ben's office or something, that would answer this question, and she asked, and then of course, someone who was another or something would be like, oh, the blank lies in the shadow of the statue, and they're like, yes, you're right, but that means you're a bad guy because you know this information.
Okay. Okay, so...
Not as effective, obviously, as the other way around.
Right.
But nevertheless.
So if you say, I don't know, you get hit in the head with the gun and come with
them.
them.
Well, that's the thing, yeah.
If you say you know, then they shoot you or something?
Then they know you're dangerous.
Then they know you're dangerous.
And they just tricked you.
Aha. They tricked you into revealing that.
Mm-hmm,
Yes. I see. I agree it's a little redundant to have Widmore send another team to the island, but, he can't really do it himself.
And that's the thing.
Like, if he's going to be involved in a war, he's going to have people go there and do stuff for him.
Yeah, but this is the war. This is the team he sent for the war, Alana and a couple people. Like, I don't know. That doesn't seem right.
But he sort of did that before, But
that wasn't the war, though. That was to get Ben.
That's true. That wasn't the war, but I feel like the show is small scale. I don't think we're necessarily going to see a gigantic army descend upon the island. It doesn't seem like. It seems like war is small scale.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean,
not tens of thousands.
I think it's possible, but I don't see it at this point. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't expect the war to come anytime soon, and it'd be weird to reveal that she's working for Widmore and in the next episode or two. And
yeah, that's the thing. I don't necessarily think I feel like we might find it out, but we're coming to the end of the season, and I think season 6 will deal with it. That's the last one, and so I do feel like it's coming relatively recently or soon, relatively soon, because there aren't that many more episodes.
Mhm.
So I definitely think that this could be a setup for that.
Yeah, it could be. I don't really think that's what's going on here, but that could be it.
I would like to believe that there's more to it than this. I don't necessarily want them, Bram and Alana and whatever else to be sort of it.
Yeah.
That seems too little, but as a kind of initial team, maybe they set up something and communicate and, maybe more people come or something. I don't know. That's sort of what I expect.
It just seems, I don't really buy that Widmore was able to get, I mean, he needs to know the plane and exactly the flight that they're going to get on for this whole thing, and she's got to go capture Saeed in time to get on there. How does Widmore find out what plane it is that they're going to get on?
Well, he did know Miss Hawking.
Yeah, he knew her, but he made it seem like, that they don't talk, that, he said the whole thing was she likes her privacy and all that crap.
Right.
I mean, and there wasn't much time, but not that it's impossible, but it just seems that seems weird to me, and that they were able to get Saeed on there just that way, and then Bram. I mean, does that mean Bram's involved? I just don't think they had time to get a whole bunch of people on this flight.
Right. Yeah. If it's true, I do have to say that Bram's involved.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to involve Bram, but I have to.
Yeah.
I can't.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. He got a name, so.
He did get a name. And that was the weird thing with Kimi. Like, when I was watching season 4, it was pretty striking how Kimi just hovers in the background for a while. He doesn't even seem like a character for a good period of the season, and then he just comes to the forefront and becomes like the main villain.
Yeah.
You know, it was weird because he really seems like a red shirt character at first. They don't really give him very much prominence.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's at least possible that that Bram will. I don't even really believe this, but I feel like it's possible that Bram will become more of a character as time goes on. If he doesn't just get killed. But I would have liked to see what their reaction was to Ben shooting Caesar. It struck me as being a local thing, and I guess when it occurred, I just assumed they would understand what happened and that would be it.
No. I mean, they're gonna go back and tell Alana that crazy guy with the big eyes just shot Caesar for no reason. I mean, yeah, it's gonna. Yeah. It's not gonna bode well.
Well, not for no
them.
reason. I mean, maybe they'll say that, but that's not true. I mean, he was insisting that forcing them to stay there, and he was gonna pull his gun on them.
He brandished his gun. I mean, he was gonna get it. I don't think Caesar would have shot anybody. I mean,
maybe
necessarily.
not. But he was threatening. And
so that means he should be killed then.
And no, of course not. But you said for no reason. I mean, I feel like it's not as though he was just walking along minding his own business and Ben shot him. I mean, there was.
But that's not much of a. I don't think that's much of a reason. I mean, I think it's understandable for Caesar to be like, I want you guys to tell me why do you guys.
What right is it, Caesar, to say you can't leave? I'm in charge.
Well, not that he. Well, the same right as all the other times when people like I'm in charge and this is what's going to happen. I mean, he doesn't have any real right to do it, but he still wants to do it.
Right.
What right did Jack have to tell people we're staying at the beach or we're staying at the caves or we're doing this or I mean, somebody steps up and does it until they're contradicted. So.
Right.
But I'm just saying it's going to look like to a bystander, it's going to look like he got shot for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't. It's not like he took the gun out and pointed it at Locke, and then Ben wrestled the gun away from him, and then he shot him. It's going to look like Caesar, looked in his bag and then looked up and then got blasted.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's kind of what happened.
Yeah.
And he wasn't even he wasn't really even threatening. I mean, honestly, he only really reached for the gun because he didn't have it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you say no, I say you're not leaving, and then you reach for a gun. I mean, I think that's I think that counts as an intention to threat at least.
Sure, why not?
But you're right that you're right that they wouldn't have had him do it unless they intended for him to not find it and have the thing play out that way. And it seemed a little extreme. I mean, it really kind of seems like he did that because they wanted to do this thing with Ben and Locke.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of seemed to me like Caesar was being a little too harsh.
Yeah.
That whole thing where Locke says, you call people your friend, but I don't think you mean it.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's, duplicitous or something, because I had sort of changed my mind. I thought that originally, but then I changed my mind, and then I don't know. In the end, they sort of make him seem like he is sort of like that.
Yeah, I mean, in the situation that they're in, I think, you've got Frankenson who left, and Ben got knocked out, and Locke says he's dead, that Ben killed him, and he's alive again, and now Ben and Locke are going to go to the I think if you're Caesar, if you're anyone who's trying to organize things and be in charge and get people rescued and sort of care about what's going on, you do want to insist that these people who seem to know what's going on, like, share the information. And I think at that point, things are pretty crazy.
Mhm. Yeah. 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 I would have liked to have seen a little bit where we see what the reaction to him being killed was, because he did have those like backup,
I think we're going to see that in the next scene, the next episode or whatever, when they deal with. Because I think personally is that Alana and Bram and all these guys sort of get this plan going after Caesar's, after Caesar gets killed. They're like, okay, now we need to do this thing.
Mhm.
So I think we're going to get that reaction.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Next scene?
Yes.
This the last scene?
Is it? Yes, maybe. I guess it is.
Yeah, I think this is the big one.
Wow.
All right. So we're back under the temple, where the party's at. Ben and Locke are sort of making their way. Ben tells Locke that he was right, that about why he needs to be judged. He says when Widmore's men came, they gave him a choice: leave the island or let Alex die. And that basically all he had to do was just walk out of the house and go away, to be alive and all that. Ben then says that he's got the rest of the way and he's going to go by himself. As soon as he sort of says that, he falls through the floor, kind of collapses, and he falls down. Man, this guy, a lot of abuse to his body. a lot of falling, and
he does constantly get hurt. It's ridiculous.
It's always, yeah. So he falls down to the chamber below. Locke says he's going to go find something to help him get him out of there, and leaves. And Ben tells him to wait, but he sort of doesn't. Ben turns around and walks towards something that kind of looks like an altar. There's some hieroglyphs. There's a big sort of grate or some sort of thing with holes in it. That's a grate, right?
Great.
Yeah, it's a great grate. So Ben walks up to it, and then we start hear the smoky noises. Smokey comes out of the grate and surrounds Ben. Then we sort of swoosh into the inside of this smoke cloud, and we see Ben looking at sort of all these memories of him and Alex and the sort of progression of their relationship. And that's pretty much it for that part. And then Smokey sort of releases him and goes back into the grate. And then suddenly there's some noises or something, and then behind Ben stands Alex, who says, "Daddy."
Yikes.
Alex is, Ben is, sort of sad and somber and excited to see Alex, and he apologizes. He said it was all his fault. She says she knows. Then she grabs him and throws him against the wall and says that I know you're planning to kill Locke again, and that if you touch him, she's going to hunt him down and destroy him. She/it. And that Ben needs to listen to every word that Locke says and follow his every order. Ben swears that he will do so. And then Alex is gone, and then then Locke comes back with a little rope thing he made to help Ben get out of there. And Locke asks Ben what happened, and Ben says, "It let me live." Lost.
All right.
So there's that.
Bam. The end. So there's various things I want to bring up here. First of all, there's that they linger on one of the hieroglyphs for a little bit. It's a picture of
Anubis and Smokey?
Thank you. Yes, Anubis and Smokey as a lightning bolt kind of thing, presumably. But they linger on it long enough that I paid attention.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of got a face.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, like I don't know. I feel like that's supposed to be a thing. Like they're trying to say something there. And if the statue was really Anubis, does that mean anything?
I think this just strengthens the connection between, Smokey and Anubis and all that stuff and all the Egyptian thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it seems like this is the sort of place where Smokey comes from. Maybe Anubis would meet it here or something. I don't know.
This is the first time we've seen him come out of something that looks like it's sort of made for him.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like that's a place for him to come out of. I don't know if that's supposed to be the vents, that are on the Blastor map.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't seem likely that they actually found those down here, or if there are other ones, if that's what they really look like. It's not quite what I envisioned, but it does seem like sort of the idea,
mm-hmm.
a thing that Smokey comes out of. And presumably is connected to some kind of tunnel system or something under there.
Yeah.
So there's that. Another thing I wanted to point out was that when the cloud of smoke is surrounding him, one of the bits they show, the one where Alex says, "Hey, your guts, and I wish you were dead," is a deleted scene. From season 3, we talked about it a while ago, and more recently actually, because it's the only scene I can remember from before this season that actually took place in that office.
Mm-hmm.
That we're seeing now. Like I remember that scene being there. So I thought that was interesting. They actually got a use for that deleted scene. The rest of it were things that were actually in the show. The special effects here are a little bit cheesy,
mm-hmm.
Especially when it's swirling around. Like I liked it coming out of the vent and going beneath his feet, sort of, slithering on the ground. Like I thought that looked pretty good.
Yeah.
But once it's swirling around him and you see the scenes playing out, that part's a little. I like the idea of the scene, and it works for me on that level, but it doesn't look great, I don't think. It looks kind of, so there's that. What else? Oh, another thing I wanted to say is that I feel like it's notable that it kind of seems like you can choose, or, Smokey doesn't necessarily give you a holistic judgment. I mean, it seems like all this is just about that one incident with Alex, the fact that he didn't go out there, he didn't surrender himself, and as a result she was killed. It seems like that's the only thing that Smokey is judging him for. Obviously, he's done a lot more than that. And
mm-hmm.
I wonder if you can kind of choose what Smokey judges you for.
Well, I mean, I think you could look at it like this. I think you could say that this is what Smokey is choosing to show Ben. I mean, I sort of think from what we've seen before that, Smokey can kind of scan you, I don't know if we're supposed to believe that it's only scanning and thinking about the Alex-related memories. I would assume it can sort of see everything that Ben is about, but particularly it's judging him on this Alex thing. But I think you could say that it now knows the other crap too, so maybe that'll come into play later.
Mm-hmm.
But specifically that it's choosing to show him this Alex stuff because that's what he has to be judged about. I guess maybe that's the most pertinent thing to be judged about. So
it seems like it's the thing he most regrets.
Yeah.
And it seemed that way with Echo too. It seemed like the thing they most regretted was the thing they were judged for.
Mm-hmm.
And so in that way, it seems like you can, what your state of mind determines what Smokey judges you for.
Maybe. We need some more test cases before we make that determination. But I say, yeah, maybe. It seems like whatever the big. I mean, obviously, they're going to pick a big thing to deal with. So.
It would have been all over the place.
It's their biggest thing. So.
It would have been crazy, I think, to try to go through everything.
Yeah.
At once. Like, that would have been too much. I don't think dramatically it works better. And I really do think that this is the thing that Ben did that he regrets the most.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's effective.
Well, and this is the thing that wasn't clear, the least clear to him that he,
Yeah.
What he's supposed to do. And he regrets doing it. He feels like he should have done the other thing.
Right. The morality of the situation is kind of weird because on one level, like if I were him, I would certainly blame myself for it, and I think he probably deserves some share of the blame for it. I can agree with that, but I really think also some of the blame needs to go in Keamy's direction. I mean, if someone comes up and says I'm gonna kill this person unless you do this, are you sort of to blame that? If you don't do it and they carry it out, like it just seems a little unfair to sort of blame Ben solely for that. Because it's a tricky situation. I mean, you got this guy Keamy, and so you got a bad guy. You got a guy who's threatening to kill your kid if you don't do something. Bad guys like that, can you trust them? I mean,
he could have killed Alex anyway.
Yeah, if Ben goes out there and he kills Alex anyway, then he double loses, and so that's a risk you take.
But at least it's not his fault then.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess
so double lose or have it be your fault.
I guess that I mean that's the risk. That's the risk that you take by not going out or by going out. I mean, either way. You either stand to take more of the blame or you stand to have it be even worse. But I think he really tried to I think what he said was his attempt to try to make sure he wouldn't kill her. The weird thing from Keamy's perspective, and that's always the weakest point of these threats, especially when it's a threat to kill, that once he kills Alex, he has no leverage anymore.
Yeah.
And so it seems like there's a good reason for him not to do it. Of course, he does it anyway, which is kind of shocking. But of course, it doesn't work because once he's done it, Ben's really not going out now.
Yeah.
The thing you do probably that's better is make the person suffer.
Yeah. If he would have shot her in the leg or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's more effective because if you really kill him, so there's a strong reason for them not to do it. That's why it's kind of shocking he actually does it. So that's another reason to not go out, you know.
Yeah.
If they're not making them suffer, they're just saying they're going to kill them, you know. So anyway, I just want to say I feel like although I understand why Ben blames himself, and I think, you know, some blame can be put on him. I think it's, you know, in terms of responsibility, I think it's shared. I think Kimi has some responsibility for that as well.
Well, there's enough to go around.
Yeah.
Whitmore sent Kimi.
Sure.
You know.
Right.
Michael.
Yeah.
He's got the blame, doesn't he?
Right.
Didn't Michael get some blame for something? Didn't he do something bad?
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did all kinds of bad things.
All kinds of bad stuff.
Yeah. That's another thing I meant to bring up. That.
Don't trust the captain. Can't wait till that's important. I'll still hold my breath.
All right.
And I can't wait to figure out what the clanking sounds on the ship are.
Oh no, those aren't mechanical.
Can't wait. I'm still waiting. Just because the freight is blown up doesn't mean they won't talk about it, right?
Right. No. It could be very important going forward.
Yeah.
Two things I wanted to bring up that I forgot to bring up earlier. First of all, when we originally learned that Ben took Alex, not that Ben took Alex, we originally learned that the others took Alex. There was a question of why the others called Alex. And they did at least show Danielle saying Alex with Ben there. So that was, I'm glad they managed to do that, because that would have been weird if he just happened to name her the name she actually was named by her mother.
Yeah, totally.
Another thing is, now we know that Whitmore knew that Alex was his daughter, you know, or that he had taken Alex as his daughter.
Yeah.
You know, so and that's sort of like, you know, that was a central point of conflict between them. You know, her.
Totally.
And so it's kind of different now, having that be a thing with Kimi. It doesn't seem as random. You know, it seems like Whitmore knew, and he definitely could have told Kimi about her.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you know, and so anyway, that's sort of. I actually think that's better now. I actually think that, you know, that's a little more dramatic now. That it's actually a thing between them.
Yeah, totally.
So I like that. Okay, so let's see. What else did I want to say about this? Let's see here.
Having Alex show up was a little, you know, I mean, I guess we all assumed it would happen.
Yeah.
Smokey as Alex. It was a little lackluster, though, I think. A little lackluster.
It was pretty quick. I actually liked it, though. I thought she got the tone right.
Mm-hmm.
For the Smokey version of a person. You know, they're sort of that person, but a little bit sinister. I like that. I also thought it was interesting that they stopped short of really showing that Smokey turned into Alex. You know, they have Smokey go back into the vent, and then Alex appears behind him. So it really makes it seem like they're separate.
Yeah.
You know, it really makes it seem like whatever this Alex thing is, it's like it's related to Smokey somehow. Like, you know, there's a connection there, but it makes it seem like Smokey isn't literally turning into Alex.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because they didn't really show that. I mean, there's definitely a connection there. I don't think it's unrelated, but I was just surprised. I was just surprised they didn't go more into that, or show more. But I don't know. Maybe that's, you know, this is season 5. I guess we're not ready to get the full story of Smokey yet.
Yeah. We just saw where it lives now. What's the first step?
Yeah. So that makes sense. Another thing that kind of surprised me about this episode is, you know, as much as, you know, we definitely learn a lot more about Ben, but there's still some blank spots there. You know, there's still stuff that we don't know. I was surprised somewhat that the episode, you know, I don't know if this I don't know if this Annie thing's ever going to come up again, but I feel like if it isn't important, they should have brought it up here and given some kind of explanation. Annie was killed in the purge or whatever. It could just be that everyone's just making a big deal about Annie, and Annie isn't that big of a deal. She was just someone he was friends with when he was a kid. And that's it.
I don't think she's a big deal until they bring her back up.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. I guess I feel like they know that people have made a big deal about it for a long time, about various people being Annie and stuff like that. And this episode, they could have said something about that if they wanted to put it to rest. But
what do you mean? Like, in what sense? Why would he bring up Annie? You mean like when he's you mean like doing the flashback stuff?
Yeah.
Or
I mean, because this episode delves into the history of Ben with the others, and what happened in the period between the man behind the curtain and when he takes over as the leader. Sort of covers that. Like, there was the opportunity in there to deal with what happened to Annie. I mean, it doesn't necessarily fit into the story they actually told, but I'm just saying, Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Annie it depends on what's up with Annie,
Right.
She could have been gone by then or something.
Yeah. She seems less and less important as time goes on. Yeah, I don't know. That just struck me as a strange thing. Let's see. Oh, okay. So the last thing is that Smokey Alex says that Ben has to follow Locke's orders, and if he tries to hurt John, then she'll hunt him down and destroy him or whatever. So. I guess Locke has Smokey's support at this point, so that's a thing.
Yeah, that's a thing. I mean, it's weird that Smokey. I guess we're supposed to think Smokey knows that Ben is planning this because Smokey just read his mind. Maybe. I don't know.
When it scanned him or something, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to have Smokey say follow Locke.
I feel like it's always been kind of up in the air where Locke stands with the island. It seems like it's gone back and forth. He's on the right path. He's on the wrong path. He's on the right path. He's on the wrong path. And it seems like he's been. Well, I'm convinced he's doing. He's on the right path at this point. Certainly, the island resurrecting him is a vote of confidence. And now we have Smokey telling Ben, "You got to follow Locke." So it definitely seems like Locke is, maybe finally getting in line with the island. But there is a question about how good that's going to be.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not convinced that the island is a benevolent entity.
Totally.
So just because Locke's in step with the island doesn't mean that what he's going to do is going to be good. Overall, I don't know. I don't know where that's going exactly.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next episode with how Ben's gonna interact with Locke after this. I thought the whole thing was weird when Ben kind of falls down to the little area below. I mean, it seems to me like, does that mean like if that thing didn't break, that they wouldn't have gone down there and found where Smokey was, or like?
It seems
obviously
that way.
It doesn't matter, but. Is there another way down there? Is that where he was going, or is there another vent somewhere, or like it was such a coincidental thing. Like, oops, I fell down exactly where I needed to be. You know,
it was a total coincidence, and the further coincidence was that he had just told Locke, I'll lead from here, and so if Locke was in front, and if he hadn't done that, then Locke would have fallen through, and that wouldn't have been any good.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's like two coincidences there. It does seem weird. And it sort of doesn't matter because, like, that's what's going to happen. But yeah, I do get the impression that if that floor hadn't been weak, then they wouldn't have found Smokey.
But that's the thing. It's like, well, Locke couldn't have been wrong. I mean, obviously, if he's in line with the island, he was going to lead them to Smokey, but it seems like, maybe it just would have taken longer.
Yeah.
Or Smokey would have come from somewhere else.
Right. Yeah. And I think they kind of wanted Ben to be alone.
Yeah, they definitely would. They didn't want Locke standing in the background watching all this go on.
Yeah, exactly. Particularly for the thing with Alex.
Yeah, totally.
Because she has to tell him that I know you're planning to kill him again. And just the fact that he's seeing Alex and telling him to follow Locke, and it just would have been weird if Locke had observed all that.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of it. But it's also weird to me that they're sort of they've already gone down, and so there's like more than one level of down.
Yeah.
This
is like underground, under the underground.
Yeah. It's sort of like Ben's house. He's got his secret room, which leads to another secret place.
Yeah.
They love that. Just, one level of hiddenness isn't enough.
No, anybody can find that.
Exactly, yeah. And that place Ben went into, like, it seemed big. Like, it seemed like a big deal. And, like, do you think he knew about that place? Like, I get the sense he didn't.
I get the sense he didn't. He had never. See, that's my problem with Ben is he seems to know everything, but I feel like there's just a lot of stuff he doesn't know, which is weird to me. I don't think he'd ever seen that stuff down there. I don't think anyone's ever seen that stuff down there.
Anyone?
Well, anyone that's around
anyone we
now.
know? Like,
yeah.
If anybody had seen it, I would think Richard had seen it.
Maybe Richard's seen it, but I don't think anyone else has seen that stuff. Or it's one thing to sort of go to the temple, but it's another thing to sort of go underneath the walls of the temple and to just like wander around in there, and then and then they have the second level down there too. So
right. Right.
Yeah, I don't know what Ben makes of all the hieroglyphics and what he makes of the ancient stuff that's on there. That's a big question.
Yeah. He doesn't speak. He's by himself, so it's hard to know what his reaction is. It's also notable that the initial down was where they went, where Montan got pulled into.
Mm-hmm.
And where the rest of them went, except Danielle, and when they came out, they were whatever they were.
Yeah.
That that made her want to kill them.
Yeah, you think Locke and Ben might come out as zombies, but I don't think they will.
I don't either. But I'd really like to know what the explanation for that is, because it doesn't fit with anything we've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think they were just supposed to be Smokey himself, because I feel like Smokey himself doesn't just become like crazy and murderous when he appears as the people. But we haven't. I don't think we've seen people be transformed by Smokey into something else.
Well, the only thing I could put on that is the idea, when Ben was healed at the temple, he was going to become one of the others forever. So maybe something similar happened when they went down underneath the temple, and it sort of made them basically kind of like an other, which means kill the outsiders, which is pretty much what they were kind of trying to do. So something like that, I think, might be going on.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, it is weird. It's a sort of different case than we've seen with other people.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's the weird thing about Ben. Like, even though that happened to him, he still has some kind of conscience. You know, he's got this thing about children. Like, the temple didn't erase that, even if the children are outsiders.
Well, the temple can't overpower the warmth and joy that is a child.
Okay.
No magic on earth is that strong.
Oh, that's so whimsical. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. That's just a weird thing. Like, it seemed like that's supposed to explain on some level why Ben is like he is, but he's still conflicted about things. You know, he's evil, but not completely conscienceless.
Yeah.
You know, so, I mean, you know, Robert, you know, was just about to shoot Danielle, who was pregnant, with his kid at the time. You know, so that's, you know, that seems different from what happened to Ben, you know,
Yeah. Yeah, it's an old story though too. You know, that's season 1 crap.
Oh,
you know,
the Danielle thing?
Yeah, you know,
yeah.
the idea of what happened there is really old, so there might be some incongruencies.
That's true. That's something we'll have to deal with when we come to the end of the show.
Yeah.
How much it all fits together. And I tend to think that's the thing. That recently they've been dealing with kind of showing us some of the older stuff, and they're trying to make it fit and interpret it in light of how, you know, what the show's really about now.
Yeah.
So it comes across a little weird, and there'll probably be cases where they say this is really that, but that isn't necessarily how they envisioned it originally.
Yeah, totally.
And so, yeah, you're right. Season 1 stuff is probably mostly all suspect at this point. Even Season 2 stuff. I really think probably latter Season 3 is where I start actually believing them.
That plane crash in Season 1, I don't know if that really happened. Yeah, I don't know. I don't buy that. The whole hatch thing, yeah, right. I don't buy that. Season 2, yeah, right, sure.
Okay, so, I mean, yeah. I don't mean that far. Like, obviously, like, big things. I mean, they happen, but it's like the details, you know?
Yeah.
And how they fit in, like, you know, whatever's up with Kelvin and Redzinski and, you know, all that stuff and the map, you know, all that stuff with and pushing the button and why Henry Gale did this. All that stuff is what I'm suspicious of.
Yeah, totally.
You know, I kind of feel like whatever they were thinking when they did that back then is kind of off from what the show's about now.
Yeah, totally.
You know, I feel like it's taken a turn. I feel like they have a direction now, although they continue to do small retcons, which is kind of weird. But I feel like in general, you know, we can trust what they show now, because I feel like they've actually got mapped out some plan for the rest of the show.
Mhm.
You know. So anyway, I think that's all I got for this scene.
Yeah. That's all I got too, I think. I mean, you don't think Locke is Smokey, right?
I don't.
Okay, me either.
Okay. Yeah. That would be weird.
Yeah, that would be too much.
Have we ever seen them in the same place at once?
Who?
Locke and Smokey.
Not technically. I think the closest we got was, I'm sure there's those scenes where Smokey was chasing Locke and other people.
Oh, yes, they have. He grabbed him.
Things like that.
He grabbed him at the end of season 1.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, I was thinking of the thing where didn't he look at Smokey once?
Yeah, that was at the beginning of season 1.
Yeah.
He looked into the eye of the island.
And all the wonders that he saw.
They made the Smokey sounds and showed its perspective going up to Locke.
Yeah.
So he's supposed to have seen him. We didn't sort of see what he saw.
Wasn't it supposed to look wonderful or something?
Yeah.
That's what he told Echo, or they made that exchange. Echo saw something bad, and Locke saw something good.
He said it was a beautiful bright light, and Echo's like, that's not what I saw.
Yikes.
So they made it. That was where the two Smokies theory came in.
The good Smokey and bad Smokey.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. But the real Smokey did drag Locke, as he did Montan.
Will the real Smokey please stand up? Will the real Smokey please explode a tree? Please explode a tree. Please explode a tree.
He explodes trees. I like that.
That's what he does, man. It's like, hey, Smokey's around. Boom, a tree.
Boom. Yeah, for all this, like, protecting
weird.
the island.
Yeah, I always thought
like,
it was weird. It's like you want to protect the island, yet you don't mind trashing it every now and then.
Destroys its plant life. That's really anti-environmental of you, Smokey.
Yeah. It's really weird.
You think he could be a little more careful?
Oh, Smokey. He needs to be judged.
He does, yeah. Let's put Smokey on trial.
Yeah, let's put Smokey under the spotlight. See how it likes it.
God, that would be weird.
Who judges the judge, you know?
I know, exactly.
Smokey's the Smokey.
Yeah. God, that would be so weird to see Smokey being judged by another Smokey.
Being judged by a pool of water.
And it showed, like, flashes of Smokey doing things.
Dragging Locke and killing Echo and playing chess.
Yeah, oh no.
It's like, how'd this get in here? Wait,
what?
Oh, Smokey.
I know. He's crazy. But yeah, New Locke being Smokey, I think that's not true. But I guess it could be if they want to go crazy with it. Like, I kind of don't think Christian is Smokey either.
Yeah, I don't think
it seems like it really does. It seems too complicated, but it really seems like there's two kinds of apparitions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, at least like Locke isn't even necessarily an apparition, but whatever Christian is, it seems like it's different from this Alex and Yimmy and, you know, Boone and the various other apparitions we've seen.
Yeah.
Who in general they take on a threatening tone and they don't really seem like the person.
Mm-hmm.
You know? That's sort of the difference, whereas Christian actually seems like the real person.
And another difference is the other ones are short-lived, and Christian's been around a while.
Right. Yeah. See, and the others seem to only talk to the persons they're related to.
Yeah.
The person they have connection to, whereas Christian seems like he'll talk to anybody.
He'll talk to anybody. He doesn't care.
Yeah. So maybe he's just the exception. I don't know. I don't know what his story's supposed to be and how that's supposed to tie in. Christian is another season 1 thing, so so I'm suspicious.
Well, but yeah, I think they changed Christian over time.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever they were thinking when they showed him originally, he's different now.
Yeah, he's different.
But I don't know. I don't know how much they're going to tie him in with Smokey and, how that all's supposed to fit together.
I kind of feel like Christian came about just to have a proxy to Jacob,
Right.
So that we don't have to see Jacob doing all this stuff and ruining that whole thing. It's like, well, we'll have somebody else do it,
Right.
Be mystical and help these guys.
And they had already shown him, and he's got a connection to, Jack and Claire even, and they can play that up, and, the actor's good, so,
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure they like that. I always even in the flashbacks, I thought he was good.
He was always good. Yeah.
When he was like the regular character.
Yeah, totally.
It's weird that he's kind of had this second life on the show. It's this island thing. Long running. Like
I played Christian Shepherd Island thing on Lost. Thank you.
Island thing. I guess that's my name for him.
That was the island thing?
He's the island
Which
thing.
one? The big one.
The big one, yeah. I'm still speaking of that, I'm still wondering where Vincent is.
Oh, Vincent. Is that still a thing? I haven't thought about Vincent in so long. When's the last time we saw Vincent?
It's been a while. I think, if I remember correctly, the last time we saw Vincent was, now I don't even remember.
Well, I think we should have asked the obvious question, which I don't think we did before. I don't know anyone who asked this question, but was Vincent time-shifting with everybody else? That's the question no one asked.
That is the question no one asked. and I'm glad they didn't.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that we haven't seen him this season. And
I don't think we've seen him this season.
We definitely saw him in season 4. I remember he appeared with the little tracking thing, Charlotte's tracking thing or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That Locke planted on Vincent, and then he runs up and.
That was the last use they got out of him.
Yeah. I mean, I think we saw him a little bit after that, but then at a certain point he just runs off again. And so presumably he's still out there, and I'm assuming that he did time shift, and that he's in 1977 right now.
Oh, he has no concept of what that means.
No, he really.
I'm in 1977. Woof.
That's pretty much his reaction.
Woof. Where's the ball? Now I gotta pee. My life hasn't changed much. I'm a dog. Or am I?
Or is he?
You know what? I actually would venture that Vincent wouldn't time shift.
Oh, really?
Only because the time shifting seemed, I don't think other plants and animals time shifted.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like it was sort of tied into, like if Vincent went through the wrong part of the barrier, would his mind start? Well, I guess the rat did. Yeah, I guess the rat did. Mm.
Wait, what happened? Well, yeah, the rat. Yeah.
The rat did. So,
yeah, so he could have been in danger.
Maybe he didn't. Yeah.
If he didn't time shift, then that could work with your Vincent and Smokey theory. If you're still on that.
Nice. Hey, it's out there until it's proven wrong. So.
Okay. So you're still okay. You're still some kind of support for that.
Hey, I'm not. I still think the island might be purgatory.
Oh no.
We haven't seen definitive proof.
2 groups of others?
2 groups of others, totally.
The weird thing about 2 groups of others is that there's a grain of truth to it.
Mm-hmm.
It is kind of right, I think. It's not literally right, but there's something about it that's right. There really were kind of 2 versions of the others, and that was correctly perceived. And also the others took in people that are separate from the original people, and that was sort of the idea. There were the others who lived out in the wilderness and were dressed up that way with the bare feet and all that, and were what they seemed. Mm-hmm. And then there were the others who wore ordinary clothes and lived in the houses and and all that, and like it's sort of true, like they're the same but they're kind of different. So anyway, I just wanted to say I feel like that two groups of others theory wasn't as wrong as it seemed to be.
Totally.
That was one of the original debates on the LLD.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with the benefit of perspective, I feel like the perception that there were two groups of others was sort of reasonable and even correct in a way, because I kind of feel like there are two ideas of the others.
Yeah.
And they've shown both of them, and that season 2 shift from one to the other was a detour. Now they're kind of back on track with the original idea. So anyway, I also wonder about Rose and Bernard. If they're just hanging out. How much more are we going to get with Rose and Bernard?
Yeah.
They've pretty much discarded all the ancillary characters at this point. I wonder if it's just going to be, oh, look, there's Rose and Bernard. They're dead, and they're Adam and Eve. Or if it's going to be, if we're actually going to go see them again and, get some kind of development with what they've been doing all this time.
Yeah, what if when the island shifted to when the statue was there, somehow Rose Bernard gets stuck in that time period? Or is that too long ago?
According to the clothes, that would be too long ago.
According to the decay of the clothes, yeah, that'd be too long.
Yeah. I think was it 50 years?
Something like that.
I think so then maybe they got left in the 50s.
We got left in the 50s, yeah.
Because they did go to that time period. I mean, they had their choice of places to stay, so it seems like they could have stayed at some time where they had, they had aged the appropriate amount.
Mm-hmm.
For them to appear that way.
But then they have to not keep time shifting.
Yeah, that's
true. So that
true.
means they're dead. They got to die pretty soon after when they get there.
Oh, okay.
Or somehow not time shift. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, there has to be some strange thing where they just stopped.
I think it's going to turn into a mini, Michael and Walt thing where they just, at some point they'll tell us what Rose and Bernard have been up to, and it's not going to be that crazy. It's not going to be that,
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it's just at this stage in the show, it seems like there isn't time for a lot of stuff with Rose and Bernard, and
that's a side story. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like they're really.
They should put a little thing on the website. They had in the beginning a little found notes and stuff.
Right.
Rose and Bernard and I just found we took a boat and we went to this thing and now we're going to be here. We don't know where anyone else is, and, that's fine for the website.
Yeah. Bring back the Lost Diary.
Yeah, bring back the Lost Diaries.
That'd be great. Oh, man.
Rose and Bernard.
That was a weird time. That was a really weird time.
It was weird trying to figure out who the writer was, and it was none of this means anything.
And Henry Gale's my brother, and no, he isn't.
They have my brother in there, I know it. It's like, what?
He was just making shit up. It was really
totally.
weird.
Totally. Jack said these weren't my clothes, but these were my clothes. It was something weird.
The clothes. I forgot about the clothes.
Yeah, this is my brother's shirt. I know it. It's like, what? Crazy.
That was totally, oh God, I don't know what they were doing. And the bad twin thing, that was just a weird time for Lost.
It was a weird time. They didn't know what they were doing. They were trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Something along those lines that we haven't addressed. I just feel like we ought to at least give a minute or two to is the song that was playing when Jen comes and discovers Jack, Kate, and Hurley in the pond, and I think they play it again later. But that's apparently supposed to be. It's ostensibly a Geronimo Jackson song, and they apparently went so far as to actually get a band, take a band. They got a band.
Mm-hmm. I got the band part.
Okay.
Band check.
I don't know why it's so hard for me to express that idea. I think it was clear the first time. They took one of their songs that already existed. It was called Excelsior Lady, and they re-recorded it with different lyrics, and now it's called Dharma Lady. And they actually released it. You can buy it on iTunes, and it's supposed to be Geronimo Jackson. So
why would Geronimo Jackson have a song about Dharma? Like it's supposed to be like Dharma, not like Lost Dharma, but like, is that the idea?
I think that's the idea. Yeah.
Oh, vomit.
Yeah, I'm right with you on that. Give us all a bucket. Just on the subject of lost tie-ins.
Mm-hmm.
They sort of went back to that a little bit, and I thought it was kind of weird. And they're trying to claim that Geronimo Jackson is real. Like they've never acknowledged that they're fake. But you can go on MySpace and find this band and the original version of the song that was called Excelsior Lady.
But if Geronimo Jackson is real, I mean, then why would they need to re-record this song and change the lyrics and say this is the song Geronimo Jackson recorded when it's just not?
Exactly. Exactly.
It's like, why not come up with the song that people haven't heard and then have a band do it and release it and then say, here's this song from Geronimo Jackson.
Yeah, that's the thing. They didn't quite go all the way to actually write a new song. They just found a song that was, I guess to them, significantly obscure. Like their story is that Geronimo Jackson is just really obscure and no one's ever heard of him.
Except the people at Lost.
Except the people at Lost, exactly. Like there's no record of him anywhere, but we know about this.
Oh man, nobody. Yeah, this is the age of the internet, guys.
Yeah,
if it's not on the internet, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, yeah. It's sort of hard because you can't really prove that they never existed, but even if they did, even if there was some band, I don't think they know about it, and I don't think it has any connection to this new song.
Yeah.
But I just thought it was weird that they did that. I thought it was going to be more of a thing on the show because they were talking about it. They talked about it on the podcast, and it was addressed by Greg Nations, and it seemed, I thought they were going to make a deal about Geronimo Jackson on the show, but they really didn't. It was just like in the background and this weird like tie-in where you can buy that song if you want.
I mean, yeah, good luck, guys.
Yeah, I don't know. I just felt like we ought to address that to some degree, however small.
Yeah.
Since it's a lost thing.
Technically.
Technically, that's right. But I can't say I care about it. I didn't even care about Bad Twin or any of that stuff. So.
Yeah.
I couldn't be bothered to read that.
No, it's a book.
It's a book, exactly.
Who wants to read a book?
Nobody on this podcast.
Mm-mm. So, anything else?
I think that's about it. Next week we'll be back with spoiler alert. Or have you seen the title?
I haven't. Oh, I have. I forget. Oh, wait. Now I'm trying to remember, so you can go ahead and say it before I remember.
Are you sure?
I don't care.
Okay. Yeah, so here's title time. We'll be back next week with Some Like It Hoth.
That's what it is, yeah. Billy Wilder meets Star Wars. Oh, man, he's rolling over in his grave.
What's the Star Wars thing?
Hoth.
Is Hoth a Star Wars character?
Hoth is a planet in Star Wars.
Oh, it's a planet. Really?
Yeah, Hoth is
I had no idea.
Hoth is the like frozen world where they have the big I forget which movie it is, the third one or second one or first one, I don't know. It's the one where they have the big battle with the big walkers, you know, and the and the what do you call those? The speedster. I forgot what kind of ships those are.
Yeah.
But you know where they the little ships.
Land Rovers.
Not quite.
Okay.
But the little ships use their the little harpoon rope thing and tie up the legs of the AT-ATs and all that.
Flyers.
Yeah, no. Yeah, so that's Hoth is the like frozen planet.
I thought it was just some random weird name that they came up with.
Yeah, I don't know if they're trying to make a connection or not, but that's the Hoth that I know about.
Is it frozen? Did you say it was frozen?
Yeah,
it's sandy.
It's frozen. It's all ice and snow.
Really? Wasn't that scene sandy? I thought I remembered a lot of sand.
No sand.
I'm obviously not a huge Star Wars fan.
Snow is like sand.
Okay.
They both start with S, and they're both small particles that there's a lot of. That
they
fall
both
on
have
the
4 letters.
Yeah, they're actually really similar.
They're both nouns.
Wait. Maybe snow is sand.
Hey.
Now that we're talking about it.
I never thought about it that way.
Hey.
Yeah. I have seen the movies, but I haven't seen the second of the new ones, but I've seen all the old ones, and so I kind of know what you're talking about, but I haven't seen it that many times, so I didn't even remember that it was called that. And I really thought it was sandy. There's a sandy planet though in one of those,
There's plenty of sandy planets.
Okay,
plenty of sandy planets.
I'm just getting it confused. I see the walkers and I see sand, but I'm just conflating things, I guess. When I think of Star Wars, I think of sand. First and foremost.
All right.
This seemed like a very sandy trilogy.
Yeah, well, there's some sand.
Okay, so yeah, it's probably. I bet that's what it's a reference to. That sounds plausible. I definitely think they're Star Wars fans, and they would do that. It's kind of weird though.
I hope it's not gonna be like a line in the thing. Well, Some Like It Hoth.
Oh no. Yeah, that'll be weird. I just thought it was a really bizarre title. I couldn't imagine what Hoth was supposed to mean. Now it all seems like it makes sense.
Yeah, sorry to bring you back to reality.
Disappointed. Like I was trying to make it another Egg Town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Some Like It Hoth. Ugh.
You wanted to talk about it.
I did. I shouldn't.
See, you could have went all the way to the episode and thought, "Ooh, this is a crazy title."
You're right.
But yeah.
Maybe I'll learn my lesson.
Stop bringing up stuff
next time. Yeah, shouldn't bring things up. It'll just ruin it.
Yep.
All right. Well, Eggtown turned out to be crappy, so I shouldn't have expected too much. But yeah, Some Like It Hoth. Can't wait.
Yeah, I can't imagine what that's a weird title, I think. It's a weird one.
It is a weird title. I don't know what they're going to do. I really have no idea.
Who likes it, Hoth? I like it, Hoth. You like it, Hoth. Well, Some Like It Hoth.
Is that how it's going to go?
That's it.
Who likes it, Hoth?
Who likes it, Hoth? I like it, Hoth.
Wow.
All right, we'll be back next week with that Jim.
Yep.
Thanks for listening, guys. We'll catch you next week. Thanks and namaste.
Namaste. Good luck.